Chapter 35-31. I've also obtained 3 world origins and 2 origin dragon souls. However, it's going to be 3 soon. This news was much better than what they had expected. In fact, they had been trapped here for countless years in order to wait for the Taiji life-bound dragon. However, after waiting for so many years, they had long lost hope. After witnessing the terror of the sky-devouring clan and the decline of the myriad worlds, they did not have much hope. That was why they were so surprised. Now, Long Chen had returned to his human form and stood face to face with everyone. He had calmed down and hurriedly said, "Junior Long Chen is a descendant of the Draconic Sacrifice Continent. Greetings to the Origin Dragon Servants, Primordial Dragon Servants, and all the Supreme Divine Dragons." In terms of status, the Ancestral Dragon was higher than the Supreme Divine Dragons. In terms of seniority and inheritance, they were indeed Long Chen's seniors. Long Chen. They all remembered this name. Now, under the leadership of the Origin Dragon Servants and Primordial Dragon Servants, they all knelt on one knee and said in unison, "We greet the Ancestral Dragon." They respected Long Chen even more. Even if he was a junior, it did not matter. He was more of a hope and also someone who had the ability to bring them out of this sea of bitterness. Long Chen still had many things to discuss with them. Now, he said directly, "In the Third Era grotto outside, only the Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor is a little stronger than me. However, if I can merge with the Origin Dragon's soul of the Taiji Lifebound Dragon and become a true Taiji Lifebound Dragon, I'm afraid I can barely contend with him. Perhaps I can bring you all out." This was a prerequisite. It also allowed them to understand their current strength in advance. After all, although they had become the Ancestral Dragon, they still needed some time to recover. Understood. The Origin Dragon Servants and Primordial Dragon Servants nodded. However, there were too many things they wanted to know. For example, what had happened in the myriad worlds. In any case, they were not in a hurry. Long Chen sat down with them and had a long talk in this dark space. It was mainly Long Chen telling the Origin Dragon Servants about the situation in the myriad worlds, as well as his own encounters, experiences, and changes since he was young. In the end, he talked about the battle of the primeval troll and the return of the ancestral gods. Finally, he talked about the devouring dragon servants and the battle of Armageddon. After that, he talked about the Ancestral God Alliance and the founding era. They did not interrupt, quietly waiting for Long Chen to finish speaking. In fact, after he finished speaking, they already had deep respect for Long Chen. Of course, the Supreme Mystical Dragons also regarded Long Chen as the only supremacy. I didn't expect that it was the Dragon Servants of Time and the others who brought hope to the myriad realms. They are good people, but we can't do anything here. The Dragon Servant of Time has done a good job and is very noble. You are his son. Perhaps it was his greatness that made you who you are today. And the Dragon Servants of Destiny and the others. The myriad realms have experienced so many blows. The primeval troll, the return of the ancestral gods, the devouring dragon servants, and the doomsday behemoths. You have blocked all of them and brought peace to the myriad realms. Even, you have rebuilt the destroyed draconic sacrificial continent into the most prosperous world in the myriad worlds. Long Chen, your contributions cannot go unnoticed. We did not expect that such an inheritor would appear. It's really a surprise for us. The most important thing is that you have freed the trillions of mystical dragons that were cursed. You have lifted their curse. The reappearance of the mystical dragon tribe is all thanks to you and the people around you. It's regrettable that we were not able to help with such an important matter. This was what the Origin Dragon Servants and Primordial Dragon Servants regretted. They wanted to help too much. However, staying here to guard the Origin Dragon's soul of the Taiji Lifeform's dragon was also a great contribution. Of course, Long Chen also had many questions to ask them. Especially the Origin Dragon Servant. He was the closest existence to the mysterious first ancestor dragon. Although I am an Origin Dragon Servant, I have never seen the first ancestor dragon. When Long Chen asked, the Origin Dragon Servant gave him such an answer. Why? The origin dragon's servant said, actually, the humans of the draconic sacrificial continent are also mystical dragons. It's just that there are some with impure bloodlines who can't transform into dragons. That's why we are different from mystical dragons. However, as long as we have inherited essence blood and the origin dragon's soul, we can also transform into dragons. Us 10 dragon servants are representatives of this. In the end, we all became dragon servants. In fact, we just do some chores for the first ancestor dragon. At most, we announce the first ancestor dragon's decision and so on. However, I am not very different from the other dragon servants. Because the first ancestor dragon has only appeared a few times, I have not had the chance to interact with him. However, I can feel that he truly exists. There were also the first ancestor dragon's companion dragons around. Of course, they also had part of the first ancestor dragon's abilities. However, they had never seen the first ancestor dragon because he was too far away. Although their companion dragons were born at the same time as the first ancestor dragon, they had intelligence after the draconic sacrificial continent was born. However, I can be sure that your current situation is definitely arranged by the first ancestor dragon. There are many secrets about the first ancestor dragon. As for your mysterious dragon Jade, based on my intuition, perhaps that is the first ancestor dragon himself. At this time, the origin dragon's servant said a guess that shocked Long Chen. He never thought that he could make such a guess. This is the first ancestor dragon. He had been looking for the first ancestor dragon's essence blood. Could it be that it was on him? Or even that he had inherited it? After all, the once mysterious dragon Jade was now a Dao seal. Long Chen was also very curious why a Dao seal would appear like the other ancestral dragon's essence blood inheritances. Moreover, it was in the most core position. The origin dragon servant said, of course, this is just my guess. I can't be sure. However, you have to believe in him. When he wants you to know everything, he will let you know. When he doesn't want you to know, he won't be anxious. I am willing to trust him with my life and everything else. After all, he is the existence that changed my life and destiny. Perhaps there was a story behind his words. Long Chen thought about it and felt that his words made sense. Perhaps the first ancestor dragon had always been by his side. He didn't need to search for his essence blood inheritance like he did for other ancestral dragons' essence blood inheritances. However, when the time was right, he would appear in front of him. Let me tell you a small story that belongs to me. The origin dragon's servant recalled the past. He looked at the dazzling profound formation above his head and said, a long time ago, the Dragonrite continent was prosperous. At that time, I was the first descendant of a divine dragon who couldn't transform into a dragon. At that time, there were humans in the myriad worlds, but not in the Dragonrite continent. Therefore, I don't even know what I am. All the divine dragons around me have the name of their race. Even the red dragon and black dragon are a type of dragon. Of course, they also have their own names. However, I only have one name that belongs to me. My parents gave me the name Yang Wenjin. A very ordinary name. It doesn't sound like a divine dragon, and I am indeed not one. My appearance can be considered a sensation in the Dragonrite continent. When I was just born, my parents were ridiculed. However, they didn't laugh at me anymore. Instead, they pitied me because not only can't I transform into a dragon, my body is also extremely weak. There has never been such a weak body before, and I also have an extremely serious illness. My parents tried many methods to let me live, but they all failed. At that time, it was rumored that I was the son of heaven's wrath. Those who saw me could basically conclude that I wouldn't live for more than 10 years. You can imagine, in such a world where experts roam freely and dragons soar, I am the only weak thing that can't live for more than 10 years. I don't even know what I am. How sad that is. I am an exception to the entire divine dragon race. I have lived in torment and pain for a very long time, but I am so weak that I don't even have the strength to commit suicide. I am the weakest existence in a world that is the strongest. I pulled down the bottom line of the dragon-right continent. Even an insect can be stronger than me. A gust of wind can blow me away. The surrounding dense spiritual energy is a great supplement to divine dragons, but to me, it is poison. Chapter 35-32. At this point, the origin dragon servant smiled and said, "Until one day in my 9th year, I was already extremely weak. No one could save me. I was a life that shouldn't have been born. I was the miracle of the dragon sacrificial continent. Perhaps at that time, my fame surpassed that of many supreme divine dragons. And on that day, when I was waiting for my own demise, I heard a voice. He spoke to me, and I somehow knew that he was the creator of the dragon sacrificial continent. He was the #1 ancestral dragon that I didn't dare to imagine, and to me, it was impossible for him to exist. He said that he would give me a chance. After 1,000 years, he would look for me again. If I was still alive at that time, he would make me the person closest to him. I didn't know what kind of existence I was. He gave my existence a title, Dragon Servant. Origin Dragon Servant. To me, this was a name that shone with golden light. From that moment on, I felt as if my life was different. But the most serious problem was that I could only live for a year at most. I was already very weak. How could I wait for him for 1,000 years? When I excitedly told everyone about my conversation with the first ancestral dragon, including my parents, no one believed me. They all said that I was crazy. But I still believed in him, because he was worthy of my trust. This was a chance given to me by the heavens. From then on, I began to search for all kinds of ways to survive. Perhaps it was because of the strength he gave me. I really seemed to have gone crazy, breaking through the shackles of life one after another, creating miracles one after another. Until I went crazy and used my weak life to persevere for 1,000 years, shocking everyone. On that day, although he didn't appear, I was resurrected from the dead and instantly possessed power comparable to that of an unparalleled divine dragon. From that day onwards, everyone knew that I was born to serve the ancestral dragon. I was the origin dragon attendant. Thus, I rose from the lowest rung to the most respected person apart from the ancestral dragon. I became a legend. This was the story of his origin dragon servant, Yang Wenjin's story. On the dragon sacrificial continent, he was the first divine dragon that couldn't transform into a dragon. After me, perhaps other ancestral dragons followed suit and other dragon servants appeared. It was also after me that humans appeared on the dragon sacrificial continent. I'm telling you all this because I want you to believe that as long as you hold on to your faith, there will come a day when he won't let you down. In the end, the origin dragon servant grabbed Long Chen's arm. In this story, the first ancestral dragon rarely appeared, but he was the hope. He had once been the hope of the origin dragon servants, but now, he was the hope of Long Chen, and the hope of all worlds. Long Chen knew that he was the only one who could truly defeat the sky-swallowing clan. The faith of the origin dragon servant had given him a huge shock. A person who could only live for a year, but had lasted for thousands of years. He was the one who made Long Chen understand what the most terrifying belief was. To be honest, Long Chen had a strong belief, but today, he heard a new peak from this story. Alright. In the future, we'll need other world origins and origin dragon souls. The two of you are more familiar with the myriad worlds and the ancestral dragon, so I need your help. Long Chen said respectfully. These were all seniors that he should respect. No problem. We've been sealed for so long. It's about time we joined the Fate Dragon Servants. It's a pity that the Time Dragon Servant isn't here anymore. I already knew that he was a great man who could shoulder great responsibilities, the Origin Dragon Servant said. I want to see the Dragon Sacrificial Continent as soon as possible. You should fuse with the Origin Dragon Soul as soon as possible. Right now, you have 3 world origins on Time and Slaughter. When you become the Tai Chi Life Form Dragon, you'll have a transformation. At that time, the Life Origin formation should become your power and become your world origin. You might even be able to condense 3 world origins of life. This was left behind by the Tai Chi life-form dragon for you. The origin dragon servant said. The war back then had been chaotic. The origin dragon servants only knew that in the end, the Tai Chi life-form dragon met them in a dying state and brought them and the origin dragon's soul to the Third Era Yuan Stone Cave, telling them that perhaps someone would come to save them in the future. They had to protect the origin dragon's soul and wait for its arrival. From then on, they had been waiting. I didn't expect the life origin formation to have such an effect. This was a great gift that the Tai Chi life-form dragon had left for him before dying. It could allow the world origin of life to quickly recover. Long Chen was extremely happy. He originally thought that he might have to spend a few thousand years in this life origin formation to condense 3 world origins of life before he could barely contend against the Jade Emperor. Now, there was no need. Most importantly, Mo Xiaolang couldn't wait for so long. The dragon sacrificial continent also couldn't be without Long Chen for such a long time. However, there was still the most important problem. I might not have a way to leave the Third Era Yuan Stone Cave for now, Long Chen said regretfully. He only knew how to enter, but not how to leave. The Jade Emperor knows that he can open the passage. It's just that he was frightened by the dragon sacrificial realm, so he doesn't dare to open it. If he could muster the courage to open it once before the ancestor god returns, then the myriad worlds today would probably be occupied by him, the origin dragon servant said. So that's how it is. I didn't expect the Jade Emperor to be like this. No wonder he knew so much about the matter of the 2 keys. One could imagine that the Jade Emperor was the strongest here, but if he left the dragon sacrificial realm before the end of the era, there would be an even more terrifying world with an even more terrifying ancestor god. It would be strange if he wasn't scared to death. Therefore, he didn't know much about the dragon sacrificial realm and just peacefully proclaimed himself king here. He didn't even know about the ancestral dragon origin dragon's soul of the dragon sacrificial continent. In this era, he also didn't know that the myriad worlds had already gone extinct. In that case, as long as I defeat him, everything will be settled. Long Chen had an idea. That's right. The dragon servants and the peerless mystical dragons couldn't do it, but Long Chen could. Now, the origin dragon's soul and the life profound formation were right in front of Long Chen. At this time, they had already retreated and were waiting for Long Chen to fuse with the origin dragon's soul of the Tai Chi life form. The 15 Tai Chi life form dragons that Long Chen had transformed into, compared to the origin dragon's soul, were one entity, one soul. Between them was the origin of the world, life. Fuse. After the fusion, it would become a true Tai Chi life-form dragon. Under the excited gazes of the dragon servants and the peerless mystical dragons, the 2 15-headed mystical dragons began to revolve around life and fuse. Long Chen had already experienced such a shocking scene twice. This was the 3rd time, but each time, he still felt extremely excited. He was becoming a true ancestral dragon. Whoosh whoosh. During the fusion, the origin dragon's soul eared Long Chen and entered Long Chen's divine body, fusing with the fleshly body of the Tai Chi life-form dragon, changing everything about Long Chen. 1/10 of the ancestral dragon's soul emerged from time and fused with life. Then, the origin of the first living world began to form, turning Long Chen into a true Tai Chi life-form dragon. The ring of life existed in Long Chen's divine kingdom. The chain of time existed in the heart of natural laws. The bloody sword of slaughter existed in Long Chen's spine. The 3 worked together to construct Long Chen's current body. Time passed, and the ancestral dragon let out a carefree roar. The genesis of the first living world was finally complete, and Long Chen gained enlightenment of the various Taiji dragon's natural laws. He could sense that this world was completely different from anything he had ever experienced before. Sure enough, if he wanted to truly understand the ancestral dragon's natural laws, he would have to do so. He had to become the ancestral dragon. What the supreme divine dragon and the dragon attendants displayed could not reach the level of the ancestral dragon. In fact, they were far from it. When Long Chen became a Tai Chi spirit dragon, He knew that the mysterious life formation was the food that the Tai Chi spirit dragon left for him. It was much better than the samsara fruit. However, Long Chen also knew that if he ate the food, then he would have a direct conflict with the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor. However, he was ready. If he succeeded, he would have 9 world origins. Although it was different from the first ancestral dragon's 9 world origins, he would become stronger in the future, just as the origin dragon servant had hoped. Chapter 35-33. As expected, the life occult formation was the gift that the Tai Chi lifeform dragon had left for him. When he transformed into a true Tai Chi lifeform dragon with 15 dragon heads, he charged into the life profound formation. The life profound formation seemed to have sensed the existence of a true Tai Chi lifeform dragon, and the destructive power of the entire formation collapsed. In the end, it transformed into pure, primal energy that surged towards Long Chen's ring of life. Currently, there was only one origin of the world in the ring of life. The life occult formation turned into 15 types of energy that came from the Tai Chi lifeform dragon's inheritance and began to converge within the ring of life. From the origin dragon servant's perspective, they could see Long Chen's 15 dragon heads soaring in the sky. The entire life occult formation was trembling and shrinking as it entered Long Chen's body and converged within the ring of life. The eyes of the dragon heads on the ring of life shone with a dazzling light. The runes that covered the life occult formation turned into tiny emerald divine dragons that burrowed into Long Chen's ring of life. When the life occult formation disappears, he will definitely rise to new heights. Whether or not he can bring us out of here depends on him, the origin dragon servant murmured. He can do it. Although this was the first time they had met, the origin dragon servant trusted Long Chen as well. As for the other divine dragons, they naturally acknowledged the ancestral dragon. Now that Long Chen was soaring in the sky, they were extremely excited, especially when Long Chen transformed into the primordial sacrificial dragon. After all, there were primordial sacrificial dragon syndicate dragons here. Time passed, and Long Chen grew stronger. While gathering all the ancestral god power to set up the Jade Emperor profound formation, the entire white jade sacrificial altar suddenly trembled and emitted a violent roar. The collision of power caused the surroundings to tremble continuously. The rank 1 ancestral gods were even unsteady in this place. Some parts of the altar even cracked, revealing the storm-like life occult formation within. Retreat. The Jade Emperor Celestial the Arch ordered. Not much time had passed since Long Chen entered. His Jade Emperor profound formation was only in its embryonic form and had yet to be put to use. The Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor didn't expect that there would be movement so soon. However, Long Chen didn't have any ancestor gods to use as hostages. The Jade Emperor wasn't afraid of him coming out. He immediately ordered, those below rank 3 ancestor god, hide as far as you can. Don't get in the way. Hearing this, the elder gods of destruction all dispersed. They didn't want to stay here. Especially the 70 who were under Long Chen's control. Even now, they still had lingering fears. The Jade Emperor and the 10 rank 4 ancestral gods were left behind. He still dares to come out? The South Pole Celestial Emperor wasn't too willing to believe it. He thought that Long Chen would have to hide inside for at least a few thousand years. He didn't expect that after just a few days inside, there would be some activity in the life profound formation. Perhaps, he obtained something from his clansman, the Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor said indifferently. Even if he got something, it's only been a few days. What kind of changes can he expect? It looks like he wants to leave our Jade God realm as soon as he finds his clansman. But, does he have a way to leave? The Sublime Gracious Celestial Emperor had a rough idea. In truth, only the Jade Emperor knew about the passageway to the outside of the Jade God realm. Without my permission, there is no way he can leave, the Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor said decisively. His words actually made everyone feel more at ease. Right now, the Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor was definitely still in control of the situation. If he comes out, it will definitely be a head-on battle. We cannot fight him here. When the time comes, we must think of a way to move him out. Then, we will kill him. Also, because he entered, I can see that the life-profound formation is beginning to change. Perhaps in the end, I will be able to use the smelting god cauldron to refine him and the divine dragon's soul together. This was the Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor's true goal. He wanted to become even stronger. He had the smelting god cauldron. But the problem was, he was already the strongest in the entire Jade God realm. The smelting god cauldron could refine everything, including the surrounding elder gods of destruction. But the Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor was famed for his benevolence in the Jade God realm. He couldn't do that. Otherwise, he would be the only elder god in the entire world, and that would be even more meaningless. It wasn't easy for Long Chen to come. Also, he had worked hard for far too long to refine the divine dragon's soul. Therefore, it was very difficult for him to give up on the obsession in his heart. Let alone letting Long Chen go. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Boom boom boom. Within the white jade sacrificial altar, the life-profound formation shuddered again and again. The Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor saw the life-profound formation shrink, and he thought, is it possible that if Long Chen wants to come out, he will have to fight against the life-profound formation? Is this, the heavens helping me? If the life-profound formation was destroyed, then there would be nothing that could stop the Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor. Jade Emperor, under the gazes of the 10 rank 4 elder gods, the Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor turned his head and said, everyone, get ready. Even if you can't help, you have to protect yourself and my Jade Emperor Celestial Realm. Be held hostage. No problem. The elder gods of destruction were filled with heroic spirits. 1 day, 2 days, on the 3rd day, under the expectant gazes of the dragon attendants and the peerless divine dragons, Long Chen finally absorbed it. He had condensed a portion of the life-profound formation, and the number of World of Life's origins had reached 2. He was at the 8th era's ancestral progenitor realm. Of course, he was still continuing. The life-profound formation continued to shrink. Long Chen knew that the Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor was outside, but fortunately, he was not in a hurry. He was also very cautious and did not take the initiative to rush in to take a look. Otherwise, if he was disturbed, it would be very annoying. Another 10 days passed amidst the thrilling events. In fact, if not for the life-profound formation, even if Slaughter and Time both had 3 world of origin, it would probably take hundreds or thousands of years, or even longer, for life to reach 3 world of origin. It would be difficult for the outside worlds to wait for Long Chen for so long. With the life-profound formation, Long Chen was done in a total of 20 days or so. When the life-profound formation was so weak that even the Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor suspected that he wanted to enter, Long Chen condensed the 3rd world of life's origins, the Tai Chi life-form dragon, and reached the 7th era's ancestral god realm. 3 world origins, 9 world origins. Long Chen's was also unprecedented. At least, he had surpassed Lingxi's 2 world origins and reached a new level. In the entire world, the ancestral god only had 1 world origin. Because of this, the origin dragon attendants and the others were amazed. Such a creation that allowed the 10 great ancestral dragons to merge into one must have been the first ancestral dragon's design to give birth to an unprecedented divine creature like you. I dare say that only you can reach the expectations of the 10 great ancestral dragons and reach the level they imagined. That is really, Long Chen corrected and said, it's the 9 great ancestral dragons. Not including the Chaos Heaven devouring dragon. That was an enemy. The origin dragon attendants shook their heads and smiled. Not necessarily. He is a traitor, yes. But he is also an ancestral dragon. If it is possible for the 9 ancestral dragons to merge into one, it is not impossible for you to obtain everything he has in the future, even if you don't inherit it. Don't you have the guts? Long Chen laughed and said, nonsense, I want to eat his flesh and drink his blood. That encounter at the origin of the divine dragons, before the epoch, left a deep impression. No matter what, now that Long Chen's 3 world origins had 3 world origins, the life-profound formation completely disappeared. The battle was about to begin. Long Chen let the dragon attendants and the 15 unparalleled divine dragons enter his divine kingdom. Long Chen naturally wanted to bring them out of this place and back to the infinite worlds. He also wanted them, who had been away from home for hundreds of millions of years, to return to their homes. Wang. Suddenly, under the gazes of the Jade Emperor, Heavenly Emperor and the others, the life-profound formation completely disappeared and became empty. Chapter 35-34. Long Chen stood in the air amidst the dust. In front of him was the alarmed celestial arch and the 10 rank for ancestral gods. The other ancestral gods were hiding far away, helping the celestial arch protect the Jade Emperor's sacred realm. A direct confrontation. There was no other choice. Long Chen's goal was to get the celestial arch to let him leave. It would be even better if he didn't have to fight. Standing on the land of the Jade Emperor's sacred realm, Long Chen clashed with the celestial arch. Their gazes collided, and their minds were shaken. Long Chen said, "Celestial arch, I know you have a way for me to leave the Jade God realm. I don't want to have any conflict with you. I've come to the Jade God realm and found my wandering clansmen. You also know that I only have one key and can only come here once. Once I leave, I won't be able to come back. I hope you can let me leave. I'll be grateful. After all, if there's a conflict, it will affect all beings and hurt the innocent, right?" Long Chen was naturally smart. His words were loud and clear. Not only did the entire Jade Emperor's sacred realm hear him, but the entire Jade God realm. Long Chen easily made everyone understand that it wasn't that he wanted to cause trouble here, but that the celestial arch wouldn't let him leave. The celestial arch had designs on him and didn't care about the lives of the innocent. Many of the ancestral gods felt uneasy and displeased at Long Chen's words. They felt that Long Chen was a dangerous character. The celestial arch shouldn't be playing with fire for their sake. "Don't talk nonsense. I don't have a way for you to leave. If I don't subdue you, who knows what you'll do to cause trouble in the Jade God realm. I'm protecting all beings." Although he was the ruler of the Jade God realm, the celestial arch had to protect himself from the influence of the number 1 ancestral god. Otherwise, he would become a devil who would abandon all beings for his own selfish desires. Thus, he was very cunning and completely denied that he had a way for Long Chen to leave. Hearing this, the people of the Jade God realm understood. They were more willing to believe in the celestial arch. This also made sense. How could a legendary figure like the Jade Emperor not care about the lives of the people? "However, my people told me that you definitely have a way to get us out of here. The passageway between the Jade God world and our world is in your hands. You don't have to quibble. In order to prove my sincerity, I don't intend to fight you. I won't take the initiative to attack. I'll just wait here, waiting for you to open the passage for me. Everyone in the world can be my witness. I don't have to take the initiative to attack, so there's no need for me to scheme. Furthermore, Jade Emperor Celestial Arch, don't think that I don't know that you have a divine item called the Smelting God Cauldron. If you refine me, you will be able to increase your ability. This is your true goal. For the sake of becoming stronger, you're willing to sacrifice yourself in battle. However, I'm no gentleman. If you really want to refine me and force me into a corner, I won't care about the lives of all living beings here anymore." Long Chen smiled and said this calmly. He had turned the tables again. He wouldn't take the initiative to attack. This way, if the Jade Emperor attacked him first, it would be the same as what Long Chen had said. As for the Smelting God Cauldron, many people knew about it. At this point, any smart person would probably know the Jade Emperor's true secret. Of course, the Jade Emperor was one of them. As long as the Jade Emperor could win, it would be great news. The problem was that it wouldn't be easy. If the losses were too great, then the Jade Emperor would be disgraced. At least in terms of reputation, it would fall to the divine detective. The Jade Emperor looked around and saw the life ring on Long Chen's hand. He also vaguely knew about the existence of time and massacre. He knew that the creator god had a world source, but he didn't expect that he had three. Moreover, it seemed like each of them had 3 world origins. Added together, it was more than his 5. The life ring caught his attention. Finally, he understood. No wonder there wasn't any movement from the divine dragon's soul. It seems that the divine dragon's soul and the life mystic array have been absorbed by you. That's why you have the guts to appear here and provoke me with words. Long Chen, no matter how cunning you are, no matter how you try to fool my people, they won't believe you. In order to protect the safety of my Jade God world, I, the Jade Emperor, will definitely destroy you today. He was still unrelenting. At this point, Long Chen roughly understood that it wasn't too realistic to use words to make the other party give up. Therefore, now that he had a new confidence, he couldn't be bothered to persist. Fine, you are determined to refine me. For your own strength, you are willing to disregard the danger and safety of all living beings. But I'm different from you. I have my own world as well, but I'll absolutely not allow my world to take risks for my own selfish desires. Today, I actually don't intend to use the safety of all living beings to threaten you. Since you want to fight, then I'll openly accompany you. But if you lose, then you'll have no choice but to let me leave this place. Otherwise, if you infuriate me, then it won't just be your life that'll be lost, it'll be the other universe enlightened ancestral gods, and even your entire Jade God world. At this point, Long Chen was full of heroism. Without another word, he rushed into the sky and out of the Jade Emperor Celestial Domain's formation. The Jade Emperor Celestial Domain's formation didn't target the inside, so Long Chen left very easily. Of course, it wouldn't be easy for him to return and harm the Jade Emperor Celestial Domain after leaving. The Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor really didn't expect him to directly go out and challenge him alone. Such courage, and open and aboveboard. In comparison, the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor was too unstylish. Of course, this was the anger in the bottom of his heart. He wasn't a match for Long Chen in terms of words. Many people already believed what Long Chen said and were a little suspicious of the Jade Emperor. Boom! The Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor also rushed out after Long Chen. 10 rank 4 ancestor gods followed behind him. They originally wanted to surround Long Chen, but under the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor's orders, they stayed outside the Jade Emperor Celestial Domain to prevent Long Chen from launching a sneak attack. As for the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor, he naturally wanted to kill Long Chen openly. Those who are not of my race have different intentions. My people are not as stupid as you. There is no need for you to confuse them. You are a great threat to my Jade God world. I can't let you wander around. Your life and death are all in your hands. The Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor's voice was dignified and domineering. His words made the blood of the Jade Emperor Celestial race boil. They were even looking forward to the first battle that was about to break out. In the distant Black Jade God domain, Nuwa and his companions heard the conversation between 2 super ancestor gods on the Jade Emperor Celestial Domain side. One was a peerless emperor, and the other was a foreign world's ancestor god. That foreign world's ancestor god is so powerful. He can actually fight against the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor, but I think he's a liar. He must have some other goal. Jade Emperor, you must defeat him. That's right. He injured 4 rank 4 ancestor gods under the pretext of searching for his clansmen. He's definitely not a good person. Now he's in trouble. Even a legendary ancestor like the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor has come out. No, he's a good person. Noir couldn't help but say something. As a result, everyone looked at him with an inexplicable look in their eyes. Nuwa, is there something wrong with your head? What a joke. Have you seen that foreign world's ancestor god? How can a green-faced, fanged guy who loves to eat virgin girls be a good person? Everyone, ignore him. He's made great progress in the past few days. He doesn't put us in his eyes. Come, let's go to the other side. His companions left one after another, but Niwa didn't chase after them. He believed in his own judgment, so this time, he stubbornly didn't join the group. Perhaps he had been infected by that person. Sometimes, it was more important to stick to oneself than anything else. He believed in Long Chen, and he also believed in himself. Everyone in the Jade God world was paying close attention to the fact that their most powerful, ancient entity had awoken and was about to fight the outsider Elder God. It was a historic moment for the Jade God world, and many of the common people were proud to be able to live in this era. In front of Long Chen was the Jade Emperor, Celestial Emperor. He was dignified, domineering, and filled with boundless divine might. His body was made of pure white jade, hard and beautiful. He wore a gorgeous robe and countless gems. On his head was a crown, and on his feet were golden boots. The might of an emperor was unprecedented. Chapter 35-35. This was the first time he had fought with a 5th-era ancestor god. Compared to before, Long Chen had an extra body. That was the truth. Disregarding the fusion of laws, Long Chen had 2 bodies before. The Void Dragon and the Ancient Blood Spirit Dragon were both at the 7th-era ancestor realm. But now, he had 3 bodies. The 3 world origin energies could launch attacks at almost the same time. Because of that, they could definitely increase their combat prowess. Previously, when the Void Dragon and the Ancient Blood Spirit Dragon worked together, Long Chen was basically the strongest among the 6th-era ancestor gods. Now, with the addition of the life law of the Tai Chi life form dragon, Long Chen did not know what would happen when the 3 attacked together. He was looking forward to it. Life was another kind of power. It might not be as good at attacking as killing, and it might not be as mysterious as time, but it could be immortal. The 3 worked together perfectly. In the endless starry sky, the Jade Emperor, who was hiding his murderous intent, and the smiling Long Chen faced off. On Long Chen's finger, the dragon-headed ring shone with the emerald light of life. That was an unprecedented life force. The battle, anticipated by all, was about to begin. Long Chen did not know if he was equivalent to the 5th-era ancestor god at the beginning, middle, or end of an era, but he had some confidence that he could defeat him. At least, the Jade Emperor was far inferior to the Chiyu demon ancestor. Boom! The battle erupted. The Jade Emperor attacked first. Jade Soul Weapons. A handful of jade-like beans appeared in the Jade Emperor's hand. There were over 100 of them, and his gaze was cold as he tossed them out. The pure white beans bounced about in the air, and then exploded, transforming into numerous giants clad in armor made of white jade. They wielded all sorts of divine weapons, all of them filled with domineering power. Their Jade Soul divine weapons roared in unison as they surrounded Long Chen, attacking him from all sides. 5 world origins were born at the same time, so the means they used were naturally different. They were more than half a level stronger than a rank 4 ancestor god. It wasn't without reason that the Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor had such a high status in the Jade God world. Although Long Chen was equivalent to 3 elder gods of the 7th era, his blood-colored world of slaughter Genesis, the blue world of time Genesis, and the emerald world of life Genesis were all single world essences. But in terms of power, they were purer than ordinary world essences, more focused, and more perfect in terms of laws. 3 world essences were equivalent to 4 world essences. Therefore, it was basically the same as 3 rank 4 elder gods surrounding the Jade Emperor. Most importantly, these 3 rank 4 elder gods' laws were enough to crush the Jade Emperor in terms of laws alone. This was the reason why Long Chen was so powerful. All living beings. Facing these Jade Soul weapons, Long Chen was incomparably calm. He waved his hand, and the energy of life swept out like a tidal wave, instantly piercing through all the Jade Soul weapons. Although this energy of life didn't seem like much, it planted a seed of life within the Jade Soul weapons. As the Jade Soul weapons descended, countless cracks suddenly appeared on their bodies. In the blink of an eye, the bodies of each Jade Soul weapon split apart, and the giant weeds within them absorbed the energy of the Jade Soul weapons. Then, with terrifying vitality, they grew out of the Jade Soul weapons. The Jade Soul weapons withered and turned yellow, and with a final cracking sound, all the Jade Soul weapons exploded into dust. In their place were the giant weeds around Long Chen, swaying their thick, sharp leaves around Long Chen. The area around Long Chen instantly became a forest of life. All living beings. This was its true use. The laws of life weren't weak in terms of offense. Sometimes, they were even more destructive and unstoppable. This scene naturally shocked countless elder gods. Before this, Long Chen had never used the power of life. Clearly, he had learned all of this in the Life Mystic Array. This alien elder god can actually fight the Jade Emperor head-on. How terrifying. If he wasn't such a gentleman, if he attacked us. Countless living beings knew very well that this scene left them panic-stricken. No matter how much they trusted the Jade Emperor, they still felt that he was taking a risk. However, the Jade Emperor didn't disappoint them. When he saw the law of all living beings, his eyes narrowed, and he immediately used a second type of law. Jade Bone Shackles. Kacha Kacha. This law was completely above the Jade Soul divine weapon from before. After all, the previous one was just a test, but this Jade Bone Shackles was completely different. The moment it was used, the countless wild grasses around Long Chen, the emerald green leaves of life, began to transform from their roots. As though they were frozen, they directly turned into jade. It was a little similar to the effect of Xiao Lang's 9 nether demonic ancestral flame. With a final hum, all the wild grasses turned into powder and disappeared. All living beings were destroyed. However, the Jade Emperor's true target was Long Chen. The so-called Jade Bone Shackles directly invaded Long Chen's body. He instantly lost control of his bones and turned into jade, just like the wild grasses. But when the wild grasses crumbled, Long Chen's bones also instantly shattered, even turning into countless sharp jade shards. They wanted to tear apart Long Chen's organs, tendons, and flesh, instantly inflicting heavy damage. In the past, Long Chen really would have been suppressed by such an intense injury. But now that he had the life protection body, things were naturally different. Taiji Life Body. The Jade Bone Shackles were terrifying, but Long Chen was still very calm. Now, under the life ring, the emerald light flooded Long Chen's body like a torrent. The torrent turned into millions of emerald dragons that formed Long Chen's body. The broken bones were instantly invaded by the torrent. No matter how thoroughly they were destroyed, the Taiji Life Body gave Long Chen an undying and indestructible body. Unless the world essence was destroyed, even if Long Chen's body was reduced to dust, the Taiji Life Force body would allow it to instantly reform and return to its original form. This was different from the other creator gods. If the other creator gods lost their bodies, they would be seriously injured. The remaining world essence would require a lot of energy to reform a new body, and it would take a long time. But the Taiji Life Body was instant, immortal and indestructible. What was even rarer was that this life force could even repair the cracks in the world's origin. If Long Chen was to die, then he would first have to destroy his world source of life. Otherwise, as long as the world source of life existed, the speed at which the other world sources shattered might not be able to keep up with the speed of repair. Actually, it was precisely because of this indestructible and indestructible body that Long Chen was very confident in fighting the Jade Emperor. In any case, he wouldn't die. Right now, Long Chen's entire body was bathed in the emerald waves. The majestic life force directly dispelled the Jade Bone Shackles. This kind of law-killing power was ineffective against Long Chen. What was heaven-defying? It was exactly what Long Chen was like. The Jade Bone Shackles, which he was very confident in, had ended up like this. This was what truly shocked the Jade Emperor. He felt a little uneasy, and it was precisely because of this that he was even more furious. He just suppressed it in his heart. He must have obtained this new method because of the divine dragon's soul and the life profound formation. This is so infuriating. If he had known this, he definitely wouldn't have let Long Chen enter the life profound formation, making it so difficult to deal with. However, he didn't have time to be angry. Long Chen didn't give him a chance to rest. Previously, he had taken the initiative to attack. This time, it was Long Chen's turn. He smiled coldly and raised the hand with the Ring of Life. At this moment, the dragon head of the Ring of Life shone with 14 colors. Primordial Spirit Storm. This was actually the combat version of the Life Profound formation. The previous Life Profound formation was extremely powerful and could last for a long time, but that was cast by the 4th epoch's Taiji Life Spirit Dragon. However, although Long Chen wasn't as good as him, this primordial spirit storm was still quite terrifying. In an instant, 14 kinds of power formed a domain. Within this domain, it was like the Life Profound formation. Violent elemental power tore at each other violently. This is the Life Profound formation. The Jade Emperor was even more frightened. Within the primordial spirit storm, he turned pale with fright. Clearly, he was being tortured by the Life Profound formation. Sacred Guardian Jade. Chapter 35-36. The Yuan spiritual storm swept out, forming a spherical formation that completely swallowed up the Jade Emperor's sacred protector Jade. As a result, all the living beings in the Jade God realm were greeted by the sight of a multicolored sphere, within which was a terrifying tempest. Intense rumbling sounds could be heard, as well as the sounds of shattering and shattering. They naturally knew that this was the rule of Long Chen, the rule of the ancestor gods of this world. Who would have thought that the ancestor god of this world could be so strong? Is the Jade Emperor sure he isn't playing with fire? The Jade Emperor is the only rank 5 ancestor god. Could it be that this Long Chen is strong enough to fight against the Jade Emperor? Unbelievable. But reality told them that this was indeed the case. Even the Jade Emperor celestial race didn't dare to imagine that, if the Jade Emperor celestial emperor was defeated, wouldn't the entire Jade God world be occupied by Long Chen? He just wanted to leave. The fervent trust that all beings had in the Jade Emperor was wavering at this time. Of course, the sacred protector Jade was also wavering in the Yuan spiritual storm of Long Chen. The destructive impact of the Yuan spiritual storm all struck the pure white sacred protector Jade. Boom boom boom. Billions of tons of divine power, the storm of life, the sun, moon, and stars, countless divine fire, ice, and even the power of flowers, trees, and corpses all struck the sacred protector Jade, causing sparks to appear. The entire sacred protector Jade was constantly swaying in the Yuan spiritual storm. Within the sacred protector Jade, the Jade Emperor's hands and feet were supporting the inner walls of the sacred protector Jade. By now, he was sweating profusely and in a sorry state. However, her anger had increased again. Even her jade-white eyes were now filled with killing intent. Jade Emperor, now that things have come to this, I will give you one last chance. As long as you let me leave, I will not make things difficult for you. But if you remain stubborn, I will not even give you the chance to injure each other. Instead, I will make you suffer a crushing defeat. Not only will you lose face, but you will also fall from your pedestal. Become a laughingstock. This is your last chance. I'm not as easy to deal with as you think. Please reconsider. Long Chen really didn't want to be entangled with him. After all, he had a certain understanding of his own strength. With the addition of many rules, he could indeed fight against the 5th era's ancestral god. After knowing his own strength, there was no need for him to fight to the death with his opponent. But the Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor didn't think so. Perhaps because he had always been high and mighty, Long Chen's words were seen as a threat and humiliation. Courting death. Although it was extremely furious, at this time, the power of the Yuan spirit storm was still endless. This time, it even broke the Guardian Saint Jade, causing countless cracks to appear on the surface of the Guardian Saint Jade. It was as if a young bird was about to be born in the eggshell. Break through the Guardian Saint Jade, heavily injure the Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor, and end the battle. It was now. Long Chen poured out the power of the Origin Spirit Tempest, condensing it into 14 different kinds of sharp origin spirit tempest that pierced into the Saint Protector Jade like sharp needles. With a loud crack, the Saint Protector Jade finally shattered in the eyes of the experts of the Jade God realm. Buzz! At the moment it shattered, Longchen felt a sense of danger. Clearly, the Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor didn't just give up without a fight. At the moment the Saint Protector Jade shattered, he made a final struggle. In the end, because he completely gave up on the Saint Protector Jade, Longchen successfully destroyed it. Boom! After the Saint Protector Jade shattered, another law broke through everything. Its target was Longchen. All-being Jade Sword. This was the Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor's last stand. The origin power of the 5 great worlds was completely condensed, exploding in the all-being Jade Sword. This law was similar to Longchen's. It used the power of faith from all living beings. It was as if the countless living beings of the Jade God realm had joined in this law. Now, the Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor had given birth to a supergiant sword. This supergiant sword was formed by countless white crystal grains, numbering in the hundreds of trillions. They were densely packed, and each white crystal grain was a small space. Within this space existed the life faith of the outer realm deity race. This was the power that they had contributed to the Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor. At this time, the Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor could use this law to pull billions of lives into the battlefield. He could have everyone follow him, their lives intertwined with his. At the best moment, he could deal a fatal blow to Longchen. The pure white giant sword broke through its own Saint Protector Jade with terrifying might, shattering it into pieces. Although it was huge, the tip of the sword was still incomparably sharp. It pointed at Longchen and tried in vain to exterminate Longchen. This was the Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor's final struggle. One could imagine how shocking it would be. The trillions of living beings were implicated, and their visions kept changing in their hearts. They had another vision, and that vision was that they seemed to have become a part of the Sattva Jade Sword, joining it. They were pouring out their power, and the trillions of living beings charged toward Longchen. Die. They gathered the will of all living beings to fight to the death with Longchen. Facing the attack of all living beings, Longchen could still remain calm. This was what it meant to be bold and skilled. When the all-being Jade Sword descended, it meant that the Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor was still unresigned. He was helpless, but this time, he had to make the Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor give up. Life extinguishment. This was the strongest attack that Longchen could currently grasp from the life law. This was a domain, a forbidden zone. The size of the forbidden zone instantly enveloped the all-being Jade Sword and the Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor. Within this domain was a forbidden zone for all living beings. Within this forbidden zone, there was naturally an endless deprivation of life energy. Therefore, this rule was also known as the Life Forbidden Zone. Wang. The all-being Jade Sword tore through the void and charged over. In the process of stabbing at Longchen, because of the extinguishing of life, the power of faith of all living beings collapsed layer by layer. The entire Sattva Jade Sword instantly scattered like sand. The pure white crystal particles turned yellow and lost their luster. At this moment, the eyes of the gods who provided the power of all living beings darkened, and they completely lost sight of the other side. However, most people could still see the Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor's all-being Jade Sword instantly collapse into sand when it neared Longchen. The life extinguishment had completely disappeared. Wang. When the all-being Jade Sword disappeared, the Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor was still in shock. However, in this moment of shock, the true life extinguishment power was used on the Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor. After all, he was the only true life in this forbidden zone. Within the domain was an invisible power that couldn't be resisted at all. Break. As Longchen shouted mercilessly, the life extinguishment power climbed onto the Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor's terrified body and formed a violent collision. The life extinguishment power seeped into his body. In an instant, the Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor's life force was extinguished, as if it was being sucked out. This caused thousands of cracks to appear on his white jade-like body. Although it wasn't enough to take away the Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor's life, it had to be said that the life extinguishment had instantly caused the Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor to be seriously injured. In an instant, the Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor stopped in the void. His cracked face was full of shock. He was very clear about his current state. Although he couldn't believe it, but the fact that he was seriously injured and the all-being Jade Sword had disappeared was an undeniable fact. It was true that Long Chen couldn't compare to him in terms of power, but in terms of laws, he surpassed him. The life extinguishment was a victory in terms of laws. It was completely restrained and suppressed. If it had been a slaughter or a time, it might not have had such an effect. Celestial Emperor Jade Emperor, you've lost, but I won't kill you, nor will I allow you to sow discord. My attitude is still clear. I just want to take my clansmen and leave this place. If you're still stubborn, then there's nothing I can do. I don't think the people of the Jade God realm are so stupid that they can't understand that you're just making things difficult for me for your own selfish desires, right? Playing with fire is dangerous. Now that you're seriously injured, it's almost time for you to let me go. Defeat and even humiliation. The Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor was completely dumbfounded. Of course, to the people of the Jade God realm, this was definitely the collapse of their faith and the despair of their worldview. Their legendary omnipotent Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor had actually been defeated. In that case, it could be said that there was no one in the Jade God realm who could restrain Long Chen. The Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor had no other excuses. Chapter 35-37. Perhaps the entire Jade God realm was now shrouded in an atmosphere of disappointment. Even the 300 elder gods were exchanging glances with each other. In the past, the Jade Emperor was a legend in their hearts. When they were still ordinary gods, the Jade Emperor was already the ruler of the Jade God realm. This time around, it was definitely the most sorry state he had ever been in. After suffering a bitter defeat, the petty thoughts in his heart were magnified by Long Chen. It could be said that it was a double destruction of his mind and body. His reputation had also fallen to an all-time low. After this experience, perhaps the Jade Emperor in everyone's hearts was no longer the Jade Emperor of the past. Just like in the Black Jade God realm. Nuwa returned to the tribe. Although he couldn't see the battle, he could hear Long Chen's familiar voice. He could feel the entire Jade God realm shaking. From his words, it could be inferred that he had defeated the Jade Emperor. Therefore, when he returned to the tribe, the entire tribe collapsed. Most importantly, everyone now understood that the Jade Emperor was like a clown. Long Chen wanted to leave, but he wanted to refine Long Chen. In the end, he had played with fire and suffered a double loss. Nuwa had said that Long Chen was a good person. Now, none of his companions dared to speak to him. They didn't have the face. From this day on, their beliefs collapsed, and countless youths lost their dreams. If he can defeat the Jade Emperor, so can I. One day, I also want to stand at his height. Nuwa swore to himself. In fact, the entire Jade God realm's attention was now on the seriously injured Jade Emperor. Long Chen stared at him, waiting for his final decision. Would he let go, or would he continue to pester him? If it was the latter, then he would be even more impolite. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, the Jade Emperor's body was still cracking. He suddenly smiled. It was a carefree smile, but there was also madness hidden in it. But when this smile appeared, it was easy to know that he would not easily surrender. As Long Chen expected, he said, "Fine, that's right. Fine, that's right, I want to refine you. The stronger you are, the greater the benefits to me. I'll be relying on you to reach rank 6 Ancestor God realm in the future." Even at this moment, he didn't feel any fear. Furthermore, he had directly admitted that he no longer cared about the opinions of the masses. He just wanted to refine Long Chen. It was obvious that the so-called smelting god cauldron that he had hidden for a long time was about to be taken out. Long Chen was filled with anticipation towards this smelting divine cauldron. What exactly is it that even the 5th era's ancestral god would treat it as a treasure? Apart from the world essence, there really weren't many suitable weapons for an ancestor god to use. The Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor had caused the emotions of all living beings to change. His supporters naturally shared the same hatred for the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor. They hoped that the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor could kill Long Chen and become stronger. Those who opposed hated the Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor for his own selfish desires, putting the entire Jade God realm in danger. He was heartless and unjust. But no one could stop the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor. In this moment of anger, the smelting god cauldron finally appeared in his hand. It was a small white jade cauldron the size of a palm. It had 3 legs and a deep mouth. The patterns around it looked like those on the face of a living being. The side facing Long Chen seemed to have 2 round eyes embedded on the smelting god cauldron. For some reason, Long Chen felt like he was being stared at by this pair of eyes. This did not look like the world essence, nor did it look like a weapon. It looked more like a life that the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor was raising. It was a life that Long Chen was extremely afraid of. For example, at this moment, those round eyes seemed to be rotating, constantly looking at Long Chen, revealing an incomparably intense look of desire. Even its body was trembling. The mouth of the cauldron was like a mouth, and at this moment, it was swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Origin Dragon Attendant, this shouldn't be a weapon. It should be the sky-devouring race. Long Chen looked at the smelting god cauldron. He had a guess. The Origin Dragon Soul and Origin Dragon Attendant observed for a long time before saying, based on our observations, and the sky-devouring race we saw before this epoch, it should be. The Origin Dragon Attendant said, but this sky-devouring race might be a part of the sky-devouring race that destroyed 10,000 worlds. It could also be born in the Yuan Stone Cave in the 3rd epoch and raised by the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor. Seeing how close it is with the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor, the latter is more likely. But this sky-devouring race doesn't seem to be very intelligent. If its bestial nature is higher than divinity, then it is possible that if we don't get rid of it today, it will bring disaster to the entire Jade God world. The Origin Dragon Attendant said, that's right. The 10,000 worlds were like this back then. We didn't know that a creature like the sky-devouring race could become our enemy. The more the 2 attendants said this, the more Long Chen felt that this was the case. Perhaps this smelting god cauldron usually looked like a cauldron, but now, perhaps because of Long Chen's existence, it was definitely a living creature. Perhaps the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor raised this sky-devouring race a long time ago, which is why he is at such a level. The sky-devouring race is grateful to him, and the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor searches for prey for it. The 2 complement each other, and the sky-devouring race gives a portion of the power it devours to the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor, and they improve together. Long Chen could almost guess what the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor went through in the primordial era. And now, he was definitely going to use this smelting god cauldron to refine him. As Long Chen expected, when the smelting god cauldron was taken out, it quickly grew in the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor's hands. The mouth of the cauldron was the mouth of the sky-devouring race, and the 3 legs were the feet of the sky-devouring race. Long Chen could roughly confirm that this sky-devouring race was not related to the sky-devouring race that destroyed the myriad worlds in the outside world. This also proved that the sky-devouring race could be born anywhere, and it also proved that they were not born evil. What they did should be related to their encounters. This was very important to Long Chen, because this way, he could be more certain that Imo Shaolang would not become a new disaster for the myriad worlds as the other ancestral gods imagined. Just as Long Chen was thinking about Imo Shaolang, the smelting god cauldron turned into a strange shape in front of Long Chen. It really turned from a cauldron into a beast. This was a white jade sky-devouring race, toothless, and still maintained the shape of a cauldron. A pair of huge eyes looked at Long Chen, filled with the desire to devour. It might have been hungry for a long time, and had finally met someone it could devour today. From Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor's behavior, he was even a little afraid of this smelting god cauldron, and could not control it. Now that he had released it, he himself retreated, allowing the sky-devouring race to let out a whimper, twist its body, and pounce towards Long Chen. You are playing with fire. Do you know what it is? Long Chen looked coldly at Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor. This sky-devouring race in front of him clearly belonged to the type with low intelligence, and was different from Mo Xiaolang. Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor was indeed like raising a poisonous snake. Although this poisonous snake was close to him because he raised it, it was not intelligent, and its bestial nature suppressed its divinity, and it would definitely bite back. You know? Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor's expression changed slightly. However, before Long Chen could answer, he was already tangled with the sky-devouring race. This sky-devouring race could feel his existence, and although it did not have the source of the world, its power was even stronger than Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor's, and it was definitely equivalent to the 5th era ancestral god source of the world. Wang. The sky-devouring race's speed increased, and although it had no teeth, it swallowed. Its speed seemed slow, like a worm, but in reality, it was unimaginably fast. Long Chen continuously retreated, but still could not shake it off. This was a new problem. At this time, Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor still wanted to turn the tables. He hid to the side, and quickly recovered. As long as the smelting god cauldron could delay Long Chen for a while, and when he recovered, the two of them could attack Long Chen together, and there would definitely be no problem. Of course, he did not expect Long Chen to be so strong, so he did not prepare to take out the smelting god cauldron in public. This was the first time the other ancestral gods saw the smelting god cauldron, and obviously, this sky-devouring race would cause them to panic. And Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor did not have absolute confidence in controlling him. To him, taking out the smelting god cauldron at this time was purely because he was forced by Long Chen. All living beings. As Long Chen retreated, the ring of life in his hand flashed rapidly. It seemed like he had never fought with such a terrifying sky-devouring race head-on. This battle, compared to the battle with Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor, made Long Chen even more nervous. After all, the sky-devouring race that he fought previously could not feel his existence. SSSS, SSSS. All living beings, countless wild grass grew out of the sky-devouring race's body, and the sharp wild grass leaves tore at his body, instantly piercing through it. It was like a white jade hornet's nest. Woo woo, but the sky-devouring race whimpered, and opened his bloody mouth. His body was constantly wriggling and changing. In that instant, the all-living beings that Long Chen activated were completely digested in his body. In the blink of an eye, not even a leaf was left. They were all swallowed. But the sky-devouring race was not full, and was even hungrier. Perhaps because Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor had not let him appear for a long time, he was so hungry that he was going crazy. Woo woo. The sky-devouring race wriggled his huge body and chased after Long Chen again. To him, Long Chen, who was number one in terms of bloodline and potential, was the most delicious food in all the worlds. The closer he got to Long Chen, the crazier he became. Even Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor could feel that this guy was getting out of control. 9 deaths killing sword. Long Chen did not say a word, and a killing sword appeared in his hand. Under the violent attack, 9 billions of sword chi divine dragons attacked the sky-devouring race's body, and instantly tore him into pieces. In front of him, there were tens of thousands of pieces of paper that were left behind by the sky-devouring clan. However, at that moment, all the pieces of paper gathered together and formed the sky-devouring clan once again. There were no changes at all. Chapter 35-38. Long Chen had a headache. The sky-swallowing clan was just like him, possessing an immortal and indestructible divine body. The sky-swallowing race cannot destroy the source of the world, but they have defeated the ancestral dragons. The ancestral dragons had no choice but to pass it down. The first ancestral dragon sealed it. Although they cannot destroy the source of the world, their devouring ability is still quite powerful. I cannot be careless. Without a way to defeat the opponent, Long Chen could only dodge. He controlled time, and could barely evade the opponent. But as the sky-swallowing race did not touch a hair on Long Chen's head, it became more and more agitated. Woo-woo. Its whimpering became much louder. Its movements became much larger, and because of its immense power, the world collapsed wherever it went. Even the other ancestral gods were amazed at how the Jade Emperor's smelting god cauldron was such a terrifying thing. Many rank 4 ancestral gods were silent, and could not help but hide in the Jade Emperor's protective formation. Eternal Time Calamity Finger. Long Chen didn't have a way to kill him for the time being, so he could only deal with him. The finger of Eternal Time Calamity pierced directly into the other party's mouth and exploded. Of course, it directly shattered his mouth, turning it into jade shards that flew very far away, almost reaching the Jade Emperor's celestial domain. Forbidden World. Then he used the power of Time Stop to freeze the shards in time, preventing them from recovering. If he could open the life and death realms now, Long Chen would be willing to try suppressing it in a different world. But not now. He could only suppress it. However, he soon realized that perhaps the Sky Devourer was even crazier. Its recovery speed was shocking, and it continued to shrink. In an instant, Long Chen's forbidden world was completely destroyed. At the moment it was destroyed, the Sky Devourer and the White Jade's smelting divine cauldron gathered together and returned to its original shape. However, the shocking thing was that its eyes were already burning with pale white flames. Spirit Refinement. Spirit Refinement, it seemed like at this moment, the sound it made was probably these 2 words. No wonder the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor named it the Smelting Divine Cauldron. It was probably the God Refinement beast in the sky-swallowing race. The sun-devouring dire wolf was a flame-devouring beast. Hearing this sound, the Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor's expression turned a little nervous. It was very likely that this shackled god beast would only make such a sound when it was extremely angry. As expected, he was extremely irritable. After failing to attack Long Chen several times, he seemed to have set his sights on a few rank 4 ancestral gods who hadn't hidden in the Jade Emperor Celestial Domain's protective array diagram. At that moment, the expression of the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor changed. Dodge. These words were directed at the rank 4 elder gods. Spirit Refinement, calm down. This imposing and domineering voice was naturally directed at the shackled god beast. However, the shackled god beast was truly enraged to the point of breaking free of its control. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached the rank 4 elder gods. The rank 4 elder gods were all stunned, and all of them tried to flee in panic. However, one of them was still caught by the shackled god beast, who then swallowed him whole with peak power. The one being swallowed was the South Pole Celestial Emperor. The South Pole Celestial Emperor let out an earth-shattering scream. When he entered the sky-devouring beast's stomach, he naturally resisted wildly. The shackled god beast's entire body burned with the flames of the South Pole Celestial Emperor, and it turned into a flaming, round jade. However, its mouth was tightly shut. The South Pole Celestial Emperor rammed into it multiple times, causing its body to change shape. However, it still couldn't break out. The angry voices gradually turned into screams of agony. The screams of agony spread throughout the entire Jade God realm. South Pole. The rank 4 elder gods had just hidden themselves, and they did not dare to rescue him. They could only look at the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor in grief. The Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor was also stunned. He couldn't care less about anything else. He shouted at the shackled god beast while attacking with the all-life jade sword. However, his injuries had not healed yet, and his attacks were too slow. Seeing that the South Pole Celestial Emperor was about to die, an eternal time finger struck the shackled god beast's body once again. Instantly, the shackled god beast let out a shrill scream, and its entire body exploded. The South Pole Celestial Emperor was revealed, and he was already unconscious. More than half of his arms, legs, and head had disappeared, all digested by the shackled god beast. One could see how powerful the sky-devouring race's devouring ability was. Before the shackled god beast could recover, Long Chen pushed the South Pole Celestial Emperor into the Jade Emperor Celestial Domain's protective array diagram. The elder gods, who had been extremely nervous, and even the entire Jade Emperor Celestial race, who could clearly see what was happening, were all stunned. They never imagined that the one who saved the South Pole Celestial Emperor would be the enemy of the Jade God world, the alien elder god Long Chen. At that time, even the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor couldn't do anything. The rank 4 elder gods were still in shock. More than 300 destruction elder gods were watching with their own eyes. The Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor was the same. He turned to look at Long Chen in a daze. He didn't know how to react. Let me remind you, don't play with fire. You can't seem to control him. He will magnify your desires. It's best to cultivate honestly. Long Chen could tell that the shackled god beast was different from Mo Xiaolang. In the end, it was the difference in their souls. Mo Xiaolang was a human, while the shackled god beast displayed its bestial nature. When it was absolutely hungry and angry, and unable to communicate, it would attack its own people. That was an example. However, the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor didn't give up. When the shackled god beast reformed, he was already in front of it. However, just as it digested a little, the delicacy flew away again. The shackled god beast's rage rose to an unprecedented level. The Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor just happened to appear in front of it. Shackled god. The Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor's usual behavior was enough to scare him. But at this time, the raging shackled god beast had just recovered. It immediately saw a delicacy in front of it. Without a word, it let out a loud whimper and swallowed the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor. You! At that moment, the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor was truly terrified. As expected, the shackled beast had completely broken free from his control. If he didn't let it eat something today, it would probably go berserk for a long time. Of course, this had something to do with the fact that Long Chen's delicacies had aroused his appetite. This time, Long Chen couldn't be bothered to help. Everyone in the Jade Emperor Celestial territory was watching the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor fight with his smelting divine cauldron. During the fight, the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor's arms were bitten by the smelting divine beast and swallowed. The Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor could only flee in panic. The shackled god beast stared at Long Chen, but it was also afraid of Long Chen, because every time it chased after him, it had failed. As for the Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor, it knew that he was someone close to it, but it was very angry now, and didn't want to care too much. In this kind of situation, without saying anything, it actually started to attack the Jade Emperor Celestial Domain's protective formation diagram. Inside, there were too many delicacies, densely packed together. Although the Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor absolutely forbade it from devouring the Jade Emperor Celestial race and other ancestral gods, the Jade Emperor Celestial Domain couldn't hold back in its rage. It attacked crazily, causing the entire protective formation diagram to shake. The entire Jade Emperor Celestial Domain was shaking, and for a moment, the entire Jade Emperor Celestial race went berserk as they looked at the terrifying devouring beast in the sky. It was like the end of the world had arrived. He's attacking us. Heavens, if they rush in, can we still live? Our entire Jade Emperor Celestial race is doomed. Jade Emperor, what kind of monster is this smelting divine cauldron? How can it be so terrifying? For a moment, the people inside the protective formation diagram broke down, and fear engulfed their hearts. It was clear that in their hearts, the image of the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor had crumbled. On the other hand, Long Chen had always been very well behaved and had even saved the South Pole Celestial Emperor. This otherworldly ancestral god had instead gained their respect at this time. With disaster looming, many of the Jade Emperor Celestial race prayed not for the Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor to save them, but for Long Chen. After all, the the Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor had already been defeated by Long Chen, and he couldn't even protect himself, let alone others. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Every time the protective formation diagram trembled, the hearts of the Jade Emperor's celestial race and the 300 ancestral gods throbbed violently. The ferocious heaven-devouring beast had long since scared them out of their wits. Even the South Pole Celestial Emperor was swallowed in an instant, let alone some ordinary immortals. Wang, wang, wang. Inside the Jade Emperor's celestial domain, all the ancestral gods and immortals near the shackled divine beast fled in panic. It was like the end of the world, and it was simply terrifying. Faced with such a disaster, the Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor was about to go crazy. He constantly cursed the shackled divine beast, but the shackled divine beast ignored him. Because it was already heavily injured, and now that 2 of its arms had been devoured, he could only stand rooted to the ground. Even if he was ridiculed, he couldn't do anything. Let's work together to get rid of this thing. It won't do your Jade God realm any good. Long Chen appeared beside the Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor as the shackled divine beast continued to attack the protective formation diagram. I'm already heavily injured, there's nothing I can do. The Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor was extremely helpless. At this time, his obsession with Long Chen was no longer as strong. Previously, he had wanted to refine Long Chen, but now he knew that it was absolutely impossible. If I have a way, will you let me leave? Of course, Long Chen's main goal was to leave this place. You have a way? The Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor stared at him. Long Chen and the shackled divine beast had already escaped his control. At this point, he was almost cursed at. If he tried to stop the shackled divine beast, then his reputation that had lasted for billions of years would be destroyed. All right. With the Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor's permission, Long Chen was relieved. The laws of his Taiji life body could naturally condense life energy and transfer it to the Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor. In a very short period of time, the Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor's heavy injuries were recovering at an unimaginable speed. With such a method, I can no longer control you. The Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor had also accepted his fate. Chapter 35-39. At this time, the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor was completely convinced. With Long Chen's help, he had completely recovered. He hadn't used much of his world's origin power. It wasn't easy for the destruction ancestor gods to reach this level. At this time, he could choose to join forces with the shackled god beast to attack Long Chen again. But his performance today had been watched by the Jade Emperor Celestial race and the 300 destruction ancestor gods. If he did this again, he would be truly despicable and shameless. Even if he refined Long Chen in the end, such an ungrateful act would be shamed by all living beings in the Jade God world. Besides power, he would probably lose all other fame. He would no longer be the ruler of the outer world celestial race. Moreover, even if they attacked together, they might not be able to take down Long Chen. If there was a mistake, they would be doomed. At this time, the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor was afraid. So, although this thought flashed through his mind, he quickly shook it off and did as Long Chen said. Jade Bone Shackles. This law was indeed useful against the shackled god beast. Its divine body looked like jade, but it wasn't. Although the shackled god beast had no bones, the jade bone shackles completely targeted the bones. Crack. The shackled god beast's divine body became brittle and broke into powder. But at this time, it was clearly not truly injured. Under the jade bone shackles, the shackled god beast was still struggling and reforming. It probably wouldn't take long for it to completely reform and recover. Attack. At this time, Long Chen and the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor arrived at the shackled god beast's left and right sides. Almost at the same time, they used their strongest offensive laws. All being Jade Sword. This time, the Jade Emperor Celestial Thearchus Sattva Jade Sword art wasn't any weaker than the first time he used it. Although it had been restrained by Long Chen, it didn't mean that the attack was weak. On the contrary, the Sattva Jade Sword art was the strongest law of the entire Jade God realm. Long Chen's time world source was already wrapped around the slaughter world. His methods were abundant, far surpassing the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperors. Without a word, the ultra spacetime slaughter sword burst out. Both sword Daos possessed heaven-defying power. Erupting at the same time and attacking the shackled god beast at the same time, synchronizing time. This caused the shackled god beast to be at the center of the transdimensional slaughter sword and the all-life jade sword. Shackled by the jade bone shackles, the shackled god beast was a fragment, and the point where the two sword Daos collided was the most dangerous. It was also the point where it received the most damage. Long Chen estimated that even if the shackled god beast was a fragment, it could still be completely annihilated under the impact and die. This was exactly how Long Chen wanted to kill the Sky-Swallowing clan. In the eyes of all living beings, if you ignored the god-shackled beast, it would be like Long Chen was facing off against the Jade Emperor. One was a huge blood-colored sword, surrounded by divine dragons, and the other was a huge sword of white jade filled with the desire to kill all living beings. Boundless light shone out in all directions, and killing intent erupted. Thunderous rumbling filled the air as they slammed into each other. In the blink of an eye, the god-shackled beast was surrounded by boundless waves of light. Rumble. Even the Jade Emperor celestial race could see the god-shackled beast screaming as it charged. Even its fragments were being destroyed. Even if it didn't die, it would still charge forward. Rumble. This time, the Jade Emperor celestial realm shook even more than the god-shackled beast's charge. However, this was unavoidable. Wang, wang, wang. An even more earth-shattering attack came. Fortunately, the Jade Emperor celestial race was very strong. Although the Jade Emperor celestial realm caused a huge commotion, it usually didn't cause any deaths. Woo, woo, woo. The Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor couldn't bear to hear the god-shackled beast's cries of pain. He wanted to stop his attack, but Long Chen wouldn't give him such a chance. Under the collision of the two swords, time and slaughter had been used, but the power of life was still idle. Long Chen was almost as if he had three bodies. Now, the life ring was also working, and the origin power of the living world was pouring out, attacking with all its might. Life extinguishment. Under the impact of the two swords, the god-shackled god-beast was reduced to ashes. With only a sliver of life left, Long Chen's life extinguishment was the best way to kill it. This could practically kill the god-shackled god-beast until nothing was left. This was the true attack that could destroy the god-shackled god-beast. However, with the birth of life extinguishment, the god-shackled god-beast's location became a forbidden zone for life. Even the remaining parts of its body had completely dissipated. Buzz. Completely dissipated. Everything was over. With a flip of his hand, Long Chen vanished into thin air. Indeed, not a single bit of the god-shackled god-beast remained where it had been. The white jade cauldron had completely disappeared. Even the protective formation of the Jade Emperor Celestial Realm had suffered some damage from the impact. It's over. Long Chen announced. Opposite him was the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor, who was dumbfounded, disappointed, and completely unable to accept this. Naturally, he still hated Long Chen. Of course, he had promised in public that he would let Long Chen leave. Now that he had lost to Long Chen, he naturally had no other choice. Moreover, the gazes of all living beings and the ancestor gods were currently fixed on him. If he didn't want any random child to look down on him, the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor could only admit his mistake and let Long Chen leave. As for the living beings, they heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the god-shackled god-beast disappear. The end of the world was finally over. Fortunately, otherwise, there would have been countless casualties. They had to thank Long Chen, because in the end, it was also because of Long Chen that the god-shackled god-beast had been destroyed. It was hard to imagine that the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor had raised such a dangerous thing for so long. If Long Chen hadn't appeared and destroyed it now, there is a chance that our jade god world would have been devoured by your god-shackled god cauldron one day, the sublime gracious heavenly emperor murmured. Although Long Chen had defeated him, he couldn't help but thank Long Chen now. Long Chen wasn't in the mood to linger in front of everyone. He said to the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor, "Don't reminisce. He has no intelligence, and his bestial nature is greater than his divine nature. Although he has feelings for you, it won't last. I hope you can keep your promise and let me go. Helping you get rid of this god-shackled god beast is also helping you. As for the future, you don't have to worry. I really don't have a way to enter again, and I have no interest in coming back to your tiny jade god world." Although Long Chen said this, the crowd found it hard to hate him. It was because of this contrast that the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor was despicable. Scram! The Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor didn't want to see him anymore. Without the god-shackled god cauldron, he couldn't refine Long Chen anymore. If he didn't let him go, he would probably suffer even more. In fact, it wasn't difficult for him to open the passage to the infinite worlds with the Jade God world. At this time, he was above the Jade Emperor Celestial Domain. The 10 stars around him suddenly shot out different colored rays of light, piercing into the Jade Emperor Celestial Domain. They gathered in the Jade Emperor Celestial Domain, and finally exploded into a pillar of light that rushed into the sky, drowning Long Chen. The pillar of light rushed into the clouds, piercing into the inner walls of the third epic Yuan stone. That was the passage to leave. Farewell, everyone. There was nothing else in the Jade God world that attracted Long Chen. Long Chen was eager to return home. He followed the pillar of light and finally reached the inner wall of the stone cave. Under the illumination of the pillar of light, a door appeared in the inner wall of the stone cave. Without a word, Long Chen rushed through the door and disappeared from everyone's eyes. After that, the pillar of light disappeared. This was one of the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor's secrets. He had never told anyone that he could open the passage between the Jade God world and the Dragon Sacrificial world. Before this, he had denied it and quibbled. But now the facts had proven that the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor was in the sky. He didn't know how to explain it to his subordinates and his people. The truth was that he had been to the Dragon Sacrificial world, but he was scared. Those ancestor gods had almost killed him, and his ancestors had always told him not to go to that world. Perhaps everyone was curious about the Dragon Sacrificial world at this time. Chapter 35-40. The trip to the Outer Realm Divine Realm was finally over. Long Chen returned to the infinite worlds without a hitch. After coming out of the Outer Realm Divine Realm, Long Chen found himself near the Dragon Sacrificial Continent and could go back at will. Long Chen figured out what kind of world the Third Era Yuan Grotto was, but there was one question he didn't know. Where did this Third Era Yuan Grotto exist in the infinite worlds? Or was it everywhere? When Long Chen came out of the vast infinite worlds, he found that he had indeed lost all perception of the Third Era Yuan Grotto. There was no trace of it anymore. Dragon Sacrificial World. Looking at the vast infinite worlds, Long Chen didn't expect that he would only get the true name of the infinite worlds in the Third Era Yuan Grotto. A long time ago, the symbol carved in the infinite worlds was the dragon. Only the Dragon Sacrificial Continent was the first era. Everything else was after the fourth era. Now, he quickly returned to the sky above the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. The most important purpose of this trip to the Outer Realm Divine Realm was to bring back the Origin Dragon servants and the others. Long Chen did it, and there were additional gains, which were the Origin Dragon soul of the Tai Chi life form dragon and the life mystic formation. Now that he had returned, he naturally let the Origin Dragon servants, Primordial Dragon servants, and the 15 supreme dragons who had reached the Ancestor realm in the unique environment of the Outer Realm Divine Realm all come out of the God Nation. Everyone, it's time to go home. It had been 100 million years. Seeing the mysterious giant dragon flying below, seeing this world, seeing the trillions of dragons, even the Origin Dragon servants couldn't help but tear up. In fact, after such a long time, they never imagined that they could return, let alone see such a glorious dragon sacrificial continent again. Although compared to before the era, the current dragon sacrificial continent wasn't as powerful, it was a newborn, just like an infant. It possessed a stronger vitality and limitless possibilities. For them, all of this was brought by Long Chen, an inheritor of the ancestral dragon. Home. Long Chen understood their feelings, but he had to be happy. He took the lead and brought everyone behind him back in shock. They passed through the eternal steel divine diagram and appeared in the sky above the dragon sacrificial continent. Actually, Long Chen hadn't even spent a total of a month in the outer world divine realm. However, everyone knew that he was in a very dangerous situation. It was not easy for him to spend more than 20 days worrying. Therefore, when they learned that Long Chen had successfully returned, the entire dragon sacrificial continent was seething. Everyone was waiting for him. Lingxi, Li Xuanji, and Long Chen's children were all on dragon sacrificial continent. Billions of divine dragons were seething. The dragon attendants were there as well. When the god of Taisu, who was also the fate dragon servants, saw the origin dragon servants, premier dragon servants, and the 15 progenitor realm divine dragons behind Long Chen, their eyes brimmed with tears. At this moment, the excitement in their hearts could not be described with words. Only hugs. Out of the 10 dragon attendants, only 8 were left here. The time servant, Long Qinglan, had been killed by the devouring dragon servant. As for the devouring dragon attendant, it had already been killed by Long Chen. The remaining 8 were also the elders that Long Chen respected the most. Actually, the time servant should have been here as well. It was just that he had sacrificed himself for the birth of Long Chen. And everything about Long Chen stemmed from his high hopes for him. As the dragon attendants gathered, Long Chen could not help but think of his father. If he could see this moment, he would definitely be overjoyed. Besides, although the sky-devouring clan has not been completely destroyed, at least the myriad worlds are at peace. Meeting, excitement, revelry, and joy. His wife and children were also waiting for Long Chen. On Dragon Sacrificial Continent, the number of progenitors far exceeded that of other worlds. There were already more than 20 of them. The dragon attendants had many things to say. Previously, they had only roughly heard Long Chen's narration. The god of Taisu and the others had more feelings about the past 100 million years. Almost all the supreme divine dragons had gathered. They were the strongest divine dragons apart from the ancestral dragon. From now on, the internal management of Dragon Sacrificial Continent would depend on them. With the 8 syndicate dragons of the first and second ancestral dragon, at least internally, Long Chen basically did not need to spend any effort. For example, the Dragon Emperor and the others already had a very good understanding of everything. Actually, during this period of time, everyone had been cultivating on the 4th floor of the Tower of Time. Among them, Kitten had already returned to the 6th era ancestral god realm. This reincarnated divine beast that always wanted to challenge the Void Aeon Dragon, of course they knew him. However, he was still a distance away from his own peak. But actually, Kitten was not satisfied. He was the destruction ancestral god. He had no limit. There was no limit. After experiencing reincarnation, he now had new feelings about reincarnation. When he heard that there was a 5th era ancestral god in the outer world god realm, he set a grand goal for himself. In the future, he would definitely become the 4th era ancestral god or even the 3rd era ancestral god and truly defeat the Void Aeon Dragon. Of course, now that he thought about it, everyone thought that he was bragging. As for Lingxi, White Lotus had already possessed the origins of 4 worlds. Now, it was the same for Black Hell. She had reached the 6th era ancestral god realm. It turned out that she was the first among the 7th era ancestral gods. Now that she had reached the 6th era ancestral god realm, she might also become the first among the 6th era ancestral gods. With 2 origins of 2 worlds, that heavenly sword ancestor might not be her match. In terms of rules, Lingxi was very talented. Most importantly, after staying on the 4th floor of the Tower of Time for such a long time, Long Chen's 3rd child was about to be born. His gestation period was far longer than that of his elder brothers and sisters. As for Long Chen's children becoming the destruction ancestral dragons, the origin dragon servants and the others were still extremely shocked. Although the destruction ancestral dragons didn't have the origin of worlds, they won in terms of space. From the looks of it, if you don't do anything and just focus on giving birth, the future of our dragon sacrificial continent will be unimaginable. The origin dragon servant was full of admiration and joked. The fate dragon servant, also known as God of Taisu, said, "Indeed. I can't help but want to have one with him. However, I'm afraid that little Shi and Xuanji will find trouble with me." Although it was a joke, he was still full of admiration for Long Chen's heaven-defying ability. In the future, leave the task of finding other ancestral dragons' origin dragon souls and world origins to us. I know more about the myriad worlds and the ancestral dragon than they do. Not long after, the origin dragon servant assigned tasks to himself. The team of future dragon servants would naturally be led by him. The other dragon servants were also very respectful towards him. After all, he was the first person on the dragon sacrificial continent. He could be considered as the ancestor of the current human race. "Sorry to trouble you. This isn't trouble. It's the only value we can create in building a new world. Otherwise, it would be meaningless for you to go through all the trouble to get us back. We didn't come back to witness, but to do everything we can to help you create a new dragon sacrificial continent." The origin dragon servant had a clear goal in his heart. Other than the first ancestral dragon, we don't need to look for anything else. I have some guesses where the other ancestral dragons left their inheritances. It will definitely be faster in the future. Our dream is to let all the inheritances of the 10 great ancestral dragons be inherited by you. Let's see what miracles you can create. That's right, including the 10th ancestral dragon and the first ancestral dragon. The origin dragon servant's dream was even greater than Long Chen's. However, Long Chen believed in him because he was the one who understood the first ancestral dragon the most. Everything that Long Chen had today was all thanks to the mysterious dragon Jade, which was left by the first ancestral dragon. As for why he didn't need to look for the first ancestral dragon's inheritance, it was because the origin dragon servant was absolutely certain that he was different from the other ancestral dragons. He was the first living being born in this world, and he was by Long Chen's side. There was no need to look for him. When the time was right, he would appear. He was extremely passionate. Of course, they still had to rest for a while and take a good look at this dream world before they set off. Meanwhile, Long Chen also informed the 7 ancestral gods of his return, as well as the details. He told the 7 ancestral gods of the 4th epoch who had been protecting him. When they learned that Long Chen had improved so much and that he had defeated someone like the Jade Emperor's Celestial Emperor, they were all extremely excited. This further proved that their support for Long Chen wasn't wrong at all. The Chaotic Cave Ancestor and the others still don't know that you've returned. This time, you'll give them a huge surprise. Long Chen. I hope so, but it's still far from enough. Because Mo Xiaolang still didn't have freedom. Although he didn't feel bad, Long Chen wasn't convinced. Chapter 35-41. In the Death World, after settling the matters of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, Long Chen gathered with the 7 4th-era ancestor gods who had been protecting him. The elder gods were overjoyed to see that Long Chen had returned safely and that he had exceeded his goal. They were also very curious about the 3rd era's Yuan stone. Long Chen casually recounted some of the details of what had happened in the 3rd era's Yuan stone cave, which was the Jade God realm. It was actually not complicated. It was mainly a battle of wits and courage between Long Chen and the Jade Emperor's Celestial Emperor. When they learned that Long Chen could defeat the 5th-era ancestor gods, the ancestor gods were even more determined. They had seen with their own eyes Long Chen grow at a heaven-defying speed, charging towards them. Now that you can deal with the 5th era's ancestor god, I believe that you can deal with us too. It won't take long for you to stand at the peak of the myriad worlds. Fate's star ancestor was full of smiles. He was happy for Long Chen. Long Chen said, "The Jade Emperor Celestial the Arch is the destruction ancestor god, the weakest among the 5th era ancestor gods. I still have a long way to go before I can deal with them. I still have a long way to go." "It's good that you are not arrogant," said the Chaos Ancestor God. Next to him, Creation Ancestor God said, "Unfortunately, we haven't made much progress these days." Instead, the Sheiji Ancestor seems to be leaning towards them. "We speculate that there are 7 4th era ancestor gods who don't want you to grow, the same number as us. 7 against 7. This was not a good thing. Although the 4th era ancestor gods were not completely equal in strength, they were still 4th era ancestor gods. How could they be weak? And according to the Ancestor God Alliance's rules, a 4th era ancestor god had 10 votes. This was very important. We found the remaining 3 ancestral gods of the 4th era. Their attitude was that they still want to wait and see. After all, you haven't completely convinced them yet. Actually, the most important thing is to see your performance to conquer them. To be honest, we were also attracted by your performance. This was normal. After all, the Ancestral Gods Alliance had already been established, but it was split into 2 factions. This was not a good thing for the myriad worlds. In fact, it was extremely dangerous. The Ancestor God Alliance had just gotten on the right track, but it was probably going to be destroyed because of Long Chen. The 4th epoch's Provenance Ancestor Gods probably felt that it was a pity. Only when Long Chen completely subdued them would they be willing to abandon the Ancestral Gods Alliance and join the team that protected Long Chen. No one took the initiative to split, but among the 4th epoch's primordial ancestor gods, there were people who wanted to kill Long Chen, and there were people who felt that it was unacceptable. The 2 opinions naturally split them into 2 groups. The real attackers were the chaotic whole shaman ancestor and the others. The primal chaos ancestral gods had no choice but to gather here. The remaining 3 elder gods of the 4th era have chosen to remain neutral. However, many of the elder gods of the 5th era are willing to join us. We've worked hard over the past few days, and although there are quite a few who remain neutral, there are still over 30 elder gods of the 5th era who are willing to follow us and you. This number should be more than the other party, and if you perform better, there should be more. For example, Pangu, Hun Kuan, and the others should be unwavering in protecting Long Chen. In the end, it still depended on Long Chen's performance. I understand. Long Chen was already aware of this. Oh, right. The Primordial War Ancestor said, when you left, they began to advocate for the 5th epoch's ancestor god ranking battle. The 4th epoch's ancestor gods and the 5th epoch's ancestor gods will vote together. The 4th epoch's ancestor gods have about the same number of votes, but there are many 5th epoch's ancestor gods who want to start the battle, so they decided to start the 5th epoch's ancestor god ranking battle. The battle will begin in a few days. Although there aren't any important rewards, you can also deal with the 5th epoch's ancestor gods. Do you want to display your abilities in the ranking battle? It would be best if it could be like the previous time. Previously, when Long Chen participated in the ranking battle, although he lost 2 matches at the beginning, he improved by leaps and bounds. After the battle ended, he actually climbed to the peak of the 6th epoch's ancestor god ranking battle. Therefore, the ancestor gods were looking forward to him creating another miracle. But this time, Long Chen shook his head and said, the situation this time is different from the previous time. Even if I can fight the 5th epoch's ancestor gods now, I'm still at the bottom. There's almost no chance for me to counterattack like last time. Moreover, if I participate in the points battle again, I reckon it will be very dangerous. Because the Chaos Whole Ancestor wanted to kill me last time, I reckon it will be the same this time. It's impossible to guard against. If I want to show my current strength to the 3 4th epoch's ancestor gods, I might not have to pass the ranking battle. Long Chen knew his own strength. If he could reach the 6th epoch's ancestor god realm, there shouldn't be a problem. But now, he was still in a dangerous situation when facing so many powerful 5th epoch's ancestor gods. Rashly participating might not be a good thing. Everything had a limit. Now that he had exceeded his limit, it was better to go slowly. That makes sense. Actually, as long as you are safe, we are almost in an invincible position. Of course, we don't actually want to have a conflict with them. The reason why we want to divide the myriad worlds is because they want to kill you, while we want to protect you and give you a fair chance to grow. The Chaos Ancestral God said. This was also their principle. They did not want to have a conflict with the Chaos Whole Ancestor and the others. The reason he was standing here was not to eliminate the dissidents, but to protect Long Chen. After all, their concerns were different. They wanted prosperity and peace in the myriad worlds, while the Chaos Whole Ancestor wanted power. Prosperity and peace were built on the complete destruction of the Sky-devouring clan. After hearing about the shackled beast in the Jade God world, the ancestral gods were even more determined. Although you won't participate in the battle, when the 5th epoch's ranking battle begins, you can go and watch. No problem. The 5th epoch's ranking battle was, of course, a grand event that surpassed the 6th epoch's ranking battle of the ancestor gods. Many of the creator gods didn't expect that the battle would start so quickly. Even the 5th era's ancestral gods wanted to determine the victor and the loser, and they had to use their strength and points to determine the specific levels. This made the ancestor gods look forward to the future. In the future, there might be a 4th epoch's ancestor god ranking battle. That would be even grander. The importance of the ancestor gods lay in the number 1 powerhouse of the myriad worlds. Now, the 5th and 4th epoch's ancestor gods always spoke with quantity. Perhaps after the battle, they would speak with quality. Until now, the 4th epoch's ancestor gods had not fought each other. No one knew who was stronger, but once the battle was decided, the situation of the myriad worlds would definitely be different. Of course, Long Chen did not care about this. He stayed on the 4th floor of the Tower of Time to accompany his wife and daughter. After a long time, it was finally time for his 3rd child, the Tai Chi living dragon. Because of his previous experience, it was not troublesome now. The dragon sacrificial continent now had the highest level of spiritual energy in the myriad worlds, the primordial dragon spirit. It was enough for this child to be born. As for the power of life, Long Chen was now the Tai Chi living dragon, so he could bestow it. Tai Chi life body. At the core of the dragon sacrificial continent, where the primordial dragon spirit was the densest, Long Chen and Lingxi were here. Now that Long Chen had transferred the Tai Chi life body to Lingxi, Lingxi was immortal at this moment. Moreover, she was already the 6th epoch's ancestor god. She was the strongest among them apart from Long Chen. Therefore, even if the situation was very chaotic, the two of them were safe and sound and could control the situation. Through Lingxi, Long Chen transferred the power of life from the Tai Chi living dragon to his son. Now, he had turned into a Tai Chi living dragon. The 15 dragon heads and the huge body of a divine dragon coiled around Long Chen. Endless power of life was injected into the newborn. The newborn was a Tai Chi living dragon. Now, the moment he was born, when he came to this world and let out his first cry, he actually began to condense the origin of the first world. Chapter 35-42. Lingxi rested on the side. As if she had just gone through a battle, she was drenched in sweat. Her eyes were tired and her body was drenched in sweat, but it also made her even more alluring. Her eyes were filled with motherly light as she gazed at the child. On the other side, a baby was surrounded by Long Chen's 15 dragon heads. It slowly transformed into a new Tai Chi spiritual dragon with 15 adorable dragon heads. There were 15 extremely adorable dragon heads with large, round eyes. This was a Taiji spirit dragon that looked like an infant. The moment it saw Long Chen, it let out a whimper, then used its young claws and head to hug Long Chen and stick to him. It whimpered intimately. Long Chen's heart melted at the sight of this touching little life. He transformed into human form and carried the child to Lingxi's side. The young child looked at Long Chen and Lingxi. Very clever, it also transformed into human form and squeezed into Lingxi's arms from Long Chen's side, rubbing her with its tiny hands. Li Xuanji, Long Yan, and Long Lin were nearby. They had been looking forward to the birth of their little brother for a long time, especially Long Yan. His eyes darted back and forth, probably already thinking of a way to give birth to his little brother. He was still missing a name. Everyone was nearby, especially the Origin Dragon servants. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Although they had seen the two miracles of Long Yan and Long Lin, they wanted to see what the birth of the ancestral dragon would be like. After all, it was their former faith. A group of people surrounded the newborn, all of them smiling excitedly. Long Chen noticed the curiosity of the Origin Dragon attendants and Premier Dragon attendants. He approached them with the child in his arms and said to the Origin Dragon attendant, "He doesn't have a name yet. Since you've returned, why don't you give him a name?" The dragon servants were the people that Long Chen respected the most. They were the kindest of seniors. Now that Long Qinglan wasn't here, they were like Long Chen's uncles and uncles. It wouldn't be unreasonable for him to ask them to give the child a name. All right. Actually, in terms of the origin of the world, the dragon servant of origin wasn't that much stronger than this child. He took the child from Long Chen's hands and held him in his arms. After a moment of thought, he said, "The time servant was reincarnated and became your father. His name is Long Qinglan. In that case, I'll take the word Qing. The Taiji spirit dragon is evergreen, so the word Qing is just right." Furthermore, it was the Tai Chi spirit dragon, a dragon of life and creation. Life was the most important thing to it, so it was best to use the word life. Your first two children only had one character in their names. For example, the third character only had two characters, Qing Sheng. In other words, Long Qing Sheng. What do you think? The Origin Dragon servant was also thinking seriously. Giving the ancestral Dragon a name was also a great honor for him. Long Qing Sheng. This was a good name. At least, it sounded more profound than Long Chen's. Yes, that's the name. In the midst of everyone's excitement, the child's name was decided. The third child was finally born safely. Long Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. Long Chen, you must patiently guide the younger generation. Let them inherit you and the spirit of our mystical dragon tribe. Now that Qing Sheng has come to this world, we won't stay on the dragon sacrificial continent any longer. From tomorrow onwards, we'll head to the infinite worlds and search for other ancestral dragon inheritances, said the Origin Dragon servant. The current Long Chen was the future hope of the dragon sacrificial continent. He was the backbone. They were also willing to follow Long Chen and contribute their strength to the mystical dragon tribe. In terms of educating children, there was the strictly Xuanji and the gentle Lingxi. Nowadays, the children were very kind and tenacious. This was something that Long Chen didn't have to worry about. Not just the Origin Dragon servant, but from today onwards, he would also enter a state of cultivation. As for the battle of the fifth era's ancestral god, Long Chen was also paying attention to it, but he had no intention of participating. On the next day, the Origin Dragon servant and the others set off. Long Chen accompanied the third child Long Qingsheng on the fourth floor of the Tower of Time and gave him the enlightenment of the mystical dragon tribe. This third child's personality was different from that of the previous two. He was smarter and more quick-witted. However, he was not as noisy as Long Yan or as cold as Long Lin. He was a child who knew how to make people happy. Everyone especially liked him. They had a very good relationship with each other. In the rest of the time, Long Chen was improving himself. His future goal was to condense slaughter, time, or life into the origin of the fourth world so that he could reach the realm of the sixth era's ancestral god. Not long after staying on the fourth floor of the Tower of Time, the Origin Dragon servant who had set off earlier brought a piece of good news to Long Chen. As expected of the dragon servant of the first ancestral dragon. Not long after they left, they had found something very important. That was the Evil Good Lake. The Evil Good Lake was the internal world of the heart-refining dragon. Long Chen now had the life and death realms, the time tunnel, and the demonic dragon ancient tomb. He had the companion worlds of the 4 ancestral dragons. He had not found the companion worlds of the heart-refining dragon, the primordial sacrificial dragon, the chaotic heavenly fate dragon, and the shadow dream demon dragon. Not long after the origin dragon's servant left, he brought the news of the evil good lake to Long Chen. Without saying anything, Long Chen headed towards the location they had pointed out. Very soon, he arrived at a desolate star region. However, it was not far from the dragon sacrificial continent. In fact, Long Chen had been here many times. However, he did not know that there was a world of the heart-refining dragon here. In front of him was a continent. It was not big, only the size of the eternal life god realm. Of course, it was when Long Chen was born. The eternal life god realm had been completely destroyed. Originally, this place was like a desolate, dry island. Although Long Chen had searched here before, he was looking for clues about the ancestral dragon's inheritance. He had not imagined that there would be a companion world here. Before Long Chen arrived, the origin dragon servant had already opened the entrance of the evil good lake. Therefore, Long Chen could enter easily. The other dragon servants had already entered. When Long Chen arrived, the primordial dragon servant was waiting for him. Then, the two of them entered the evil good lake together. They are looking for the core of the world. Once they find the core, you will be able to control this world. Then, we will see if there is any news about the source of the world or the origin dragon's soul. After all, this is the world of the heart-refining dragon. Okay. After entering, Long Chen realized that the evil good lake was divided into 2 parts. One part was the good lake, while the other was the evil lake. The place where he entered was naturally the good lake. The lake of kindness was filled with a kind of dark yellow lake water. It was like a dusky yellow world in the sea, but it was extremely cool and refreshing, like a dream or an illusion. It was extremely comfortable and clean here. The water of the lake of kindness had the effect of dispelling demons and evil, and it was similar to Lingxi's world cleansing law. On the other side was the evil lake. Long Chen quickly went to the other side. This side was filled with pitch-black lake water. It was extremely terrifying. The lake water was extremely heavy. Even for Long Chen, it was difficult for him to move forward. The lake of good and evil is the place where the divine Tao heart-refining dragon used to judge. He is the controller of the dragon sacrificial continent's order. If one has performed meritorious deeds and entered the lake of good and evil, he would be able to obtain good fortune, cleanse his marrow, change his tendons, and be reborn. If one is evil and has committed many evils, he will be thrown into the evil lake and suffer from the heavy water pressure. He will never be able to rise again. Before the epoch, this was a place that would make ordinary mystical dragons tremble in fear. If you can find the core of the world, you will be able to control this place. Take the evil lake as an example. You can even imprison ancestral gods. In the evil good lake, the origin dragon servant and the rest came to meet up with Long Chen. Is there any news about the core of the world? Asked Long Chen. No. Then let me take a look. He had a greater advantage than the dragon servants. Good and evil, fire and water are incompatible. If there is a core of the world of death, it should not be in the good lake or the evil lake. It will be at the intersection of the two, said Long Chen after thinking for a while. That's right. We didn't think of it before. Let's split up and search. Chapter 35-43. Found it. Long Chen informed everyone. The dragon servants quickly surrounded Long Chen. They were extremely excited when they saw the world core of the evil good lake in Long Chen's hands. After all, even if it was a companion world, it was still a great reward. Next, Long Chen merged with the world core and gained control of the evil good lake, obtaining the 5th companion world. After gaining control of this place, he naturally had to search carefully to see if there were any hints of the heart-refining dragon's world source and origin dragon soul. He began to search. Once, twice, in the end, he discovered that this was a sealed world where nothing existed. After searching for a few times, the clues they were looking for were more likely to not exist here. It's alright. Take it slow. This is also a reward. You can think about it carefully. We can set off to find new clues. The origin dragon servant and the rest were not in a hurry. Aren't you going to rest for a while? They were about to leave right after finishing one thing. We have already rested for 100 million years. The origin dragon servant turned around and smiled. Then, they all left. Only Long Chen was left here. Long Chen continued to study the evil good lake for a period of time until he completely understood this place. Several days had passed since then. The clues left behind by the ancestral dragon were not that easy to find. However, today seemed to be the day when the battle of the ancestral gods of the Fifth Era was about to begin. Before the battle began, the primordial war ancestor asked Long Chen, "Although you are not going to participate in the battle, you will definitely gain something by watching it. Today is the first battle of the ancestral gods of the Fifth Era. It is definitely valuable. You can come and watch." There were many ancestral gods from the Fifth Era who wanted to determine a victor among themselves. This battle will definitely be more exciting than the battle of the ancestral gods of the Sixth Era. Long Chen thought about it. Although he was not confident of participating in the battle, he could still watch it. Without further ado, he went to the location where the ancestral gods of the Fifth Era were fighting. Long Chen was shocked as soon as he arrived. Although there were only 80-odd ancestral gods of the Fifth Era, it seemed like all the ancestral gods of the myriad worlds were here. This was the busiest time of the 10,000 worlds. The greatest gathering of the 10,000 worlds. One would be a fool not to come. Even the Fourth Era's progenitor gods were all present. There was a limit to the number of battlefields in charge of the overall situation, so there were only 10 battlefields in total. 10 Fourth Epoch progenitor gods were in charge, while the other 7 were scattered around the periphery of the battlefields to control the situation. The specific rules of the competition would definitely change compared to the battle of the Sixth Era's ancestor god. However, Long Chen didn't know much about it. It just so happened that the primordial war ancestor wasn't overseeing the battlefield. Instead, he was maintaining order in the periphery. Thus, Long Chen came to his side. This time, all the elder gods of the myriad worlds had arrived. The last time they were so united was when the Ancestor Gods Alliance was established. I thought you were too engrossed in cultivation to come. Primordial War Ancestor's voice was still stiff. Of course not. I also want to see what sort of level these Fifth Era's primordial ancestral gods are. Long Chen stood beside Primordial War Ancestor and looked around. Although the battle had yet to begin, more than 80 Fifth Era ancestor gods had already gathered on the battlefield. Some stood in 2s and 3s, while others stood alone, like demon ancestor Qiyu. The Fifth Era's ancestor gods that Long Chen was familiar with, such as Pangu, Hongjun, Luya, Hun Kuan, Ling Yuan, and so on, were all among them. Most of them didn't talk much. Even before the epoch, the Fifth Era's ancestor gods were quite terrifying. For example, Pangu was the creator of the vast Pangu continent. He was an ancestor. The Fifth Era's ancestor gods were all extraordinary. With such a lineup, even the arrival of a hot topic like Long Chen didn't cause any ripples. The Fifth Era's ancestor gods were excitedly and nervously examining their opponents, while those below the Sixth Era's ancestor gods were discussing which Fifth Era's ancestor god was the strongest. However, there were still people who noticed the presence of Long Chen. It would probably take another hour before the ancestral gods of the Fourth Era would announce the order of the battles. During this period of time, the flames of war between the ancestral gods of the Fifth Era were surging. Being in the battlefield was simply like being in a blazing inferno, and there were terrifying impacts everywhere. At this moment, a progenitor ancestral god of the Fifth Era left the group and headed towards Long Chen. It didn't take long for him to arrive in front of Long Chen. It was an old man. He was tall and thin, and he had long jade green hair. His brows were very long, and they were almost indistinguishable from his hair. His hair looked no different from his hair, and he looked like a willow tree. In fact, he was a willow tree. He was a special existence among the demons. His true form was a willow tree, called Heaven-Hating Willow. He looked beautiful, but in fact, he was ferocious and terrifying. Although he should have been born at the end of the epoch, he was also very famous. Although he was born at the end of the epoch, he was also very famous. If he wasn't the world's essence, he might be more difficult to deal with than the Jade Emperor. This fifth era's ancestor god was called Yang Mei Celestial Ancestor. In the ancient legends, he was a character similar to Pangu, Hongjun, and Luya. He was different from the other fifth era's ancestor gods. His thin face looked a bit wretched. He stared at Long Chen and said in a strange tone, "You're back. Your story has spread. I heard that you defeated a fifth era's destruction ancestor god in the outer world divine realm. You already have the power of a fifth era's ancestor god. So, why didn't you participate in the fifth era's ancestor god ranking battle? Are you afraid?" Yang Mei Celestial Ancestor didn't lower his voice. At this time, the fifth era's ancestor gods were very quiet, so they were all secretly observing. They had naturally heard the same rumors. Of course, there were also the gazes of the Chaos Hole Ancestor and the Mortal People Emperor Ancestor. They were hoping that Long Chen would be killed in the outer world divine realm or never return. But they were disappointed. The news they heard was that Long Chen had not only returned, but he had also defeated a fifth era's ancestor god called the Jade Emperor. His power had increased by another level. Of course, these were all rumors. Now, many people were basically skeptical. When Yang Mei Celestial Ancestor came to cause trouble, it naturally attracted many curious gazes. Facing Yang Mei Celestial Ancestor's provocation, Long Chen smiled and replied, "You're wrong. I've never defeated a fifth era's ancestor god. I'm still far from that. Plus, I'm not strong enough, so of course I can't participate. If I were to participate, then I would definitely be afraid. After all, this is an arduous and unrewarding task. I'd probably lose my life in the first round." Yang Mei Celestial Ancestor originally wanted to provoke him, but he didn't expect Long Chen to answer in such a shameless way. For a moment, Yang Mei Celestial Ancestor was speechless. After thinking for a long time, he sneered and said, "You coward, I also feel that it's impossible. I just don't know who spread this ridiculous news. Your choice today is very correct. Otherwise, in the team of our fifth era's ancestor gods, you can only be abused. Of course. The fifth era's ancestor gods are tens of thousands of miles stronger than me." When Long Chen said this, there was a smile on his face. This made Yang Mei Celestial Ancestor very angry. He originally wanted to attract Long Chen, but it was impossible now. He could only curse a few times before turning around and returning to his battlefield. Similarly, many elder gods had heard of the matters of the outer world divine domain. They were very curious about Long Chen's current state and were looking forward to his participation. When they heard Long Chen's straightforward reply, they couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. After all, there were still many people who liked Long Chen. They yearned to see Long Chen turn the tables just like he did in the ranking god battles, where he would create miracles and obtain the glory of getting into the top 3. He actually didn't participate. He should know his limits. I think this is good. After all, a miracle like last time won't happen twice. He still knows his limits. That's right. The fifth era's ancestor gods are all from the Ancestor God Alliance. They far surpass the sixth era's ancestor gods. They play the role of rulers. Long Chen still has some way to go before he reaches that level. The battle of the fifth era's ancestor gods started too early. Otherwise, he would really have a chance. Chapter 35-44. Long Chen was here to observe and did not want to cause any trouble. At this time, one of the fourth era's ancestor gods began to announce the two sides. As there were not many ancestor gods in the fifth era, the announcement ended quickly. Of course, every time two names were announced, it would cause a commotion among the ancestral gods. After all, the fifth era's ancestor gods led a region. Many ancestor gods, like demon ancestor Qiyu, wanted to be protected by him. Long Chen listened and found that there were not many battles that he was looking forward to. The fifth era's ancestor gods he knew were all at a higher level. Their opponents, in the first battle, were basically ranked at the end of the epoch. For example, Pangu, Hongjun, Luya, Hun Kuan, and the others were like demon ancestor Qiyu. They were born at the beginning of the fifth era and were only a step away from the fourth era's ancestor gods. As it was the first battle, the strongest group of people were not allowed to be the first to attack. Long Chen roughly knew that there were only a little over 10 universe-enlightened ancestral gods that were born at the beginning of the era like Pangu and the others during the fifth era, and all of them were hot candidates to compete for the top 8 positions. And there were about 20 in the middle era. There were more born at the end of an era. There were more than 40 of them. No matter how strong the fifth era's ancestor gods were, they were all cannon fodder in this ranking battle. Of course, they could also know their position in the infinite worlds from the point rankings. The ancestor gods loved to fight, but they usually did not have the chance to fight each other. As for this grand ranking god battle, it was a large number of open and above-board battles. All the grudges from before could be settled here. However, before the battle began, Primordial War Ancestor was a little excited. Although his expression was still mechanical, Long Chen could feel his joy. He said, "There is a good opportunity to fight for a fourth era's ancestor god. Let our team increase to 8 people." "What is it?" Long Chen was also very curious. The Primordial War Ancestor said, "I told you before that the remaining 3 fourth era's primordial ancestor gods actually want to see your future performance before making a decision. In their eyes, your strength is still at the 6th era's primordial ancestor god ranking battle. As for the matter regarding the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor, that was what we said." He didn't see it with his own eyes, so he didn't really believe it. Just now, the demonic ancestor creator told me a condition. The founding ancestor demon was another 4th era ancestor god of the demon race. Its true form was a creation primordial spirit beast. Among the primordial ancestor gods of the 4th era, there were more humans than demons. The monster race had the Fate Star Beast, 6 Paths of Reincarnation Beast, Landscape State Beast, and Creation Essence Spirit Beast. Among them, Long Chen knew that the Creation Essence Spirit Beast was likely to be the strongest among them, because he was one of the earliest 4th era's primordial ancestor gods. Long Chen found the founding ancestor demon, who was overseeing a battle. He was a skinny old man, the complete opposite of the Fate Star ancestor. He wore a thin cloth robe that was a little shabby. Part of his black hair had already turned white, making him look very old. His face was full of wrinkles, showing the traces of time. Only his pitch-black eyes were bright and full of expression, containing the divine light of billions of worlds. "What did he say?" Long Chen asked. The Primordial War Ancestor said, "Actually, it's not troublesome. He just wants to know if you really have the strength to fight against the 5th era's primordial ancestor god in such a short period of time. If you do, then he will make the final decision to protect you until you grow to surpass us. To prevent the Chaos Hole ancestor and the others from secretly killing you. His method was, just now, he saw you fighting with immortal ancestor Yang Mei, so he told me that after today's ranking battle, if you were able to fight with immortal ancestor Yang Mei and defeat him, you would be able to defeat him. He will join our side." Hearing the name immortal ancestor Yang Mei, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Immortal ancestor Yang Mei was born at the end of an era and was at the same realm as the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor. Although she had the world origin, it was not beyond the scope of Long Chen. If he suggested a middle era, or someone like Pangu or Qiyu, it would basically be impossible. It seemed like the demonic ancestor creator was not trying to make things difficult for him. Instead, he was giving him a great opportunity. It was just a challenge that Long Chen had experienced before. So, he nodded and said, "No problem at all. After today's battle, I will challenge him." "Are you confident?" "Although I don't know how strong immortal ancestor Yang Mei is, isn't he going to participate in the battle soon? Just in time, I can see what he is capable of first. This way, I will have a greater chance of winning." Seeing that Long Chen was so confident, the primordial war ancestor and the chaos ancestral god were much more relieved. Soon, the battle of the 5th era's ancestor gods began. More than 80 5th era's ancestor gods threw themselves into the battle one by one. The excitement of the battle was only the first battle. However, it had completely surpassed the battle of the 6th era's ancestor gods. Their abilities had also conquered the surrounding ancestor gods. They were deeply impressed by them. Long Chen paid attention to almost every battle and had a certain understanding of the power of the 5th era's ancestor gods. Long Chen naturally paid attention to the battles of the demon ancestor Qiyu and the others. However, if they were to encounter opponents born at the end of an epoch, they would basically be able to win easily. Perhaps only opponents born at the beginning of an epoch could make them display their true abilities. What was shown now was just the tip of the iceberg. After a series of battles, it was finally immortal ancestor Yang Mei's turn to fight. His opponent was also a 5th era's ancestor god born at the end of an era. The two were in the same realm, so naturally, there would be a battle to the death. An intense battle. Long Chen remembered immortal ancestor Yang Mei's methods one by one. Among his laws, some were life like the Tai Chi life-form dragon, while the other was a law similar to space. But not all of them. Because it was a battle of life and death, immortal ancestor Yang Mei basically used all of his skills. This way, Long Chen had a lot of preparations. "How do you feel?" The primordial war ancestor felt that this was a good opportunity, so he naturally wanted to ensure that Long Chen could defeat his opponent. "In my opinion, the opponent's methods are still mysterious and powerful. Of course, I don't seem to be bad either. Apart from the fact that he has the origins of 5 worlds and can suppress me in terms of power, I should have the advantage in other aspects. I will only know the outcome of the battle." He was not particularly sure now. "You are a cautious person. We trust you on important matters." The primordial war ancestor was even more confident in Long Chen than he was himself. The primordial chaos ancestor and the others also knew what would happen next. Compared to the ranking battle, the battle related to Long Chen seemed to attract more attention. In the end, immortal ancestor Yang Mei narrowly defeated his opponent, but he also suffered some injuries. However, today's battle was not over yet. It was enough for him to recover. Immortal ancestor Yang Mei was very excited after winning the first battle. He retreated to the side and talked loudly while recovering from his injuries. About 4 hours later, today's battle was completely over. However, everyone did not disperse because they had to wait for the second battle tomorrow. Until the point battle ended. Before tomorrow's battle, most of the ancestor gods chose to rest and recuperate. After all, the following battles would be fierce. The entire battlefield, apart from the discussions of the ancestor gods, became quieter and quieter. However, at this time, Long Chen saw that the time was right and crossed the distance to arrive in front of immortal ancestor Yang Mei. Immortal ancestor Yang Mei looked up and saw Long Chen looking dangerously at him with a faint battle intent in his eyes, as if it was a provocation. Immortal ancestor Yang Mei said, "What? I was afraid that you were trash and didn't even dare to participate. Are you not convinced?" "Yes, I am not convinced. You have no right to call me trash. Unless you are really stronger than me," Long Chen said in front of everyone. "What do you mean? Are you provoking me? You want to fight with me?" Immortal ancestor Yang Mei was stunned. He naturally did not expect that after the ranking battle, Yi Chen would challenge him. This was completely different from his previous behavior. Chapter 35-45. In the face of Long Chen's provocative gaze and the gazes of the surrounding provenance ancestor gods of the fifth era, celestial ancestor Yang Mei couldn't sit still. He was indeed wondering why Long Chen would choose to provoke him at this time, but he couldn't figure it out. Today, it was Long Chen. She was asking him if he dared to accept the challenge. The surrounding ancestral gods of the fifth era were naturally very curious about this question. Immortal ancestor Yang Mei couldn't say no to that scorching gaze. What are you trying to say? Immortal ancestor Yang Mei was quite cautious. Long Chen said, I'll tell you the truth. Previously, you provoked me and called me trash. He didn't dare to participate in the battle. At that time, I thought you were very powerful, so I accepted it. However, I saw your battle just now, and it's actually just a so-so. Since you're so mediocre, I'm very displeased. Although I still don't want to participate in the fifth era's ancestor god battle, I still don't want to. I want to return to you everything you humiliated me with. Do you have the guts to accept my, Long Chen's, challenge? In fact, in the previous conversation, immortal ancestor Yang Mei definitely wasn't trying to humiliate Long Chen. However, since Long Chen said it like this, immortal ancestor Yang Mei couldn't do anything about it. Now he was in a difficult position. In fact, the great wizard ancestor was the one who had asked him to provoke Long Chen. However, Long Chen didn't fall for it. But at this moment, he actually appeared. This was an opportunity. Thinking up to this point, Yang Mei's celestial ancestor said, What's there to dare? Do you think I'm afraid of a brat like you? There's no time to lose. Let's have a match right now to determine the victor. Do you dare? Of course. Without another word, Long Chen arrived at the previous battlefield. The one overseeing this battlefield was none other than the Chaos Ancestor God. Celestial Ancestor Yang Mei let out a cold snort and followed suit to the battlefield. The situation here instantly attracted the attention of all the creator gods. He had originally thought that the fifth era's ancestor god battle would have nothing to do with Long Chen. He had never expected that he would appear again. In truth, when they had heard the rumors that Long Chen had defeated an elder god of destruction from the fifth era, they had guessed that Long Chen would appear. They hadn't expected that he would appear so soon. It seemed that as long as Long Chen was around, there would definitely be conflict. For a time, there was another uproar. Although immortal ancestor Yang Mei's strength is terrifying, his intelligence is low. The Chaos Hole Shaman ancestor sent him to provoke me. On the other hand, I can easily make you accept my challenge. Long Chen indeed discovered that although the creator gods had an endless history, time did not equate to wisdom. Their wisdom was born from heaven and earth. Some of the creator gods weren't even as smart as the people of Poplar Town. Of course, this also had something to do with the fact that he had lost his memory. In any case, the inexplicable battle that everyone was looking forward to instantly broke out. It was a very strange phenomenon. Once Long Chen participated, he instantly became the center of attention. There had been many exciting battles before, but everyone paid special attention to this one. It might be because there was only one battle, but it was more likely that it was because they had heard that Long Chen had the combat power of the fifth era's ancestor god. Now, they could finally confirm it. It has begun. The man in front of him had long green hair that fluttered like a green hat. He had a pair of slender green eyebrows and eyes that looked like two willow leaves. You asked for it. Immortal ancestor Yang Mei said. One could clearly feel the power of the origin of 5 worlds erupting in an instant. Its power was indeed not inferior to the Jade Emperor Celestial Thearchas. This opponent couldn't be underestimated. Willow. The world essence appeared in front of him, which was a jade green ring. However, in the blink of an eye, the jade green ring transformed into billions upon billions of smaller rings, all of which danced in the air, forming an enormous sphere that surrounded Long Chen and immortal ancestor Yang Mei. However, Long Chen wasn't worried, because he had seen immortal ancestor Yang Mei use this law. This was the law of life. He already had a way to break it. At this time, the hundreds of millions of dark green rings began to shrink. The countless rings gathered together. These were all parts of the world's source energy. They condensed together, turning into an incomparably huge willow tree. World Tree. Its law finally took shape. In an instant, this incomparably huge world tree spread out. Its size was billions of times larger and it was endless. It covered all the stars and had a destructive power. Previously, celestial ancestor Yang Mei had relied on the law of the world tree to inflict a certain amount of damage on her opponent at the beginning and finally succeed. All living beings. However, Long Chen had already thought of a way. His method was to break through from the inside. All living beings were born inside the world tree. This was a towering tree, and Long Chen's attack could be said to be just a small weed. Even if the weed grew on the world tree and absorbed its nutrients, it still couldn't do much. However, Long Chen's law was different. All living beings had infinite possibilities. When the world tree had just taken shape and before it could attack, when everyone was still admiring the number of 6th-era ancestral gods this world tree could instantly kill, there was a terrifying tearing sound. Everyone clearly saw the world tree begin to wither, and as it withered, incomparably sharp and huge weeds like blades pierced through the branches of the world tree. Rip! The world tree was torn open. Then, under the incredulous gaze of immortal ancestor Yang Mei, the world tree completely changed, withered, and exploded. Only the world origin remained next to immortal ancestor Yang Mei. The entire world tree had been destroyed by Long Chen, and the weeds had absorbed the nutrients of the world behemoth, becoming tougher, crazier, and sharper. It was a terrifying weapon. Because he had observed the opponent's law and thought of a way to break it, Long Chen easily broke the opponent's attack. However, this was only the beginning. The weeds that were born from all living beings were now entangling immortal ancestor Yang Mei. The green leaves were like blades that pierced through the layers of space, causing the surrounding world to tremble. The most ordinary weeds now had a heaven-defying killing power. Not only that. Follow up the victory. At this time, Long Chen's slaughter sword appeared in his hands. He could use 3 kinds of world origin at the same time, completely unaffected. While the life sword controlled the weeds, the slaughter sword flickered and swallowed the sword light. 9 deaths killing sword. Forbidden world. The law of time did not forget to intervene. The simultaneous attack of the 3 ancestral dragon laws was basically one of Long Chen's biggest trump cards. However, immortal ancestor Yang Mei was worthy of being in the 5th era's primordial ancestor realm. After the giant tree of world was destroyed, he was the first to respond to Long Chen's attack. Hollow world. The green ring first enlarged and rotated in front of him. Immortal ancestor Yang Mei was behind this ring. Many branches extended from his body and together with his hands, he controlled the green ring in front of him. For a moment, a change in the ring was born. This was something similar to the law of space. Legend has it that immortal ancestor Yang Mei is a strange willow with a hollow body. Because his body is empty, he can swallow a lot of things. This must be the reason why he knows some law of space. However, it had to be said that the power of the hollow world was quite overbearing. Immortal ancestor Yang Mei was born with the ability to use such laws. For a moment, the sharp blades of the wild grass, the 9 divine dragons of the 9 deaths killing sword, and the time-restricted world laws were all devoured when they appeared in front of immortal ancestor Yang Mei. It was not swallowed, but there was a huge world inside that directly contained these powers. It was not easy to evacuate these things, but this was a matter for immortal ancestor Yang Mei later. Take. Let's see what other tricks you have. After withdrawing many of Long Chen's attacks, immortal ancestor Yang Mei finally counterattacked. He was very excited, but in fact, he was very ferocious because he was indeed suppressed by Long Chen at the beginning. At least for now, it completely showed that Long Chen had the strength to fight against him and the 5th era's primordial ancestor god. After thinking about it carefully, he understood why Long Chen was so terrifying. Chapter 35-46. At such a juncture, the more excited he was, the more dangerous it would be. I must defeat him by force. Otherwise, not just my confidence, but the confidence of many ancestor gods will be crushed by him. This kid is too terrifying. No wonder so many fourth-era ancestor gods want his life. Ancestor Yang Mei was a little afraid. However, he had only one choice, and that was to defeat his opponent. That way, he might be able to regain some of his dignity. Too fast, he can really fight against the fifth-era ancestor gods now. Too fast, sky-piercing sword ancestor and the others are probably no match for him. His mind was shaken. In fact, it was not just him. After witnessing the two battles between Long Chen and ancestor Yang Mei, Long Chen's heaven-defying performance made him want to prove to everyone that he had the ability to fight against the fifth-era ancestor gods, regardless of whether he won or not. This is too domineering. If he has such ability, why didn't he participate in the battle of the fifth-era ancestor gods? I don't know, the battle hasn't ended yet. Let's just wait and see. In any case, he has completely surpassed the sixth-era ancestor gods. How terrifying. At this rate, it won't be long before he dominates the fifth-era ancestor gods. Not long after that, even the fourth-era ancestor gods won't be his match. In less than 10 years, he will be one of the 10,000 worlds, and even reach the third-era ancestor god realm. I'm afraid that in the future, he will rule over the 10,000 worlds, and the ancestor god alliance will be useless. It seems like we have to find a way to please Long Chen. The more they discussed, the more they felt that Long Chen was terrifying. In fact, they only now realized that it was too late. Previously, many people had been fighting against Long Chen. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen had reached such a level that besides the Ancestor God Alliance, not many people could kill him. Most importantly, it was said that among the fourth-era ancestor gods, half of the fifth-era ancestor gods had already expressed their support for Long Chen. It couldn't be helped, he was that domineering now. The inheritance of the three ancestor dragons. This was no joke. Even if there was only one, when he reached the peak in the future, he would be able to crush all the ancestor gods. Of course, the battle between the two did not stop. At this time, after a series of fierce battles, immortal ancestor Yang Mei's true body appeared. It was a willow tree that looked like a giant world tree. It had eyes, arms, and roots that looked like tens of thousands of claws. There were countless dark green branches around it, and the leaves on them were as sharp as the world's origin. There were tens of thousands of them, and they were all terrifying weapons. Celestial ancestor Yang Mei had been forced into a corner, which was why he had used such a method. The dark green ring, which was his world essence, once again split into countless branches, leaves, and trunks. At this moment, celestial ancestor Yang Mei let out an angry roar as he rotated his giant body. Countless branches and leaves shot toward Long Chen. Life Forbidden Zone. This was the law of life. This was a name he came up with himself. It was somewhat similar to the laws of Long Chen, but the nature was completely different. He used the immense killing power of his physical body to form a forbidden zone for life, and Long Chen was in that forbidden zone. Rumble, rumble, rumble. For a moment, it seemed like the entire world was submerged by celestial ancestor Yang Mei's blade-like branches. The terrifying battle was everywhere. From the outside, one could only see that Long Chen was trapped in a vortex that was about to be torn apart. This was just the beginning. Die. The current celestial ancestor Yang Mei seemed to have gone crazy. In fact, Long Chen had observed this law because he had used it to defeat his opponent before. Now, he was using it again, but it was still very powerful. It was still very powerful, and the violent lethality suppressed Long Chen to the point that he couldn't breathe. Of course, he had a way to deal with it. The dragon head on his finger flashed. This was the true law of life. Life extinguishment. Similarly, Nirvana life formed a domain similar to the life forbidden zone. When Yang Mei immortal ancestor surrounded Long Chen was also surrounded by Nirvana life. The effect and intensity of Nirvana life surpassed the opponent, so at this moment, Nirvana life completely fell on Yang Mei immortal ancestor's body. In fact, although celestial ancestor Yang Mei was proficient in the law of life, when he encountered the terrifying law of life, he was restrained instead. This was because his body was a tree. Life extinguishment instantly sucked away more than half of his life force. During this process, celestial ancestor Yang Mei let out a blood-curdling scream. His giant tree body withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. This meant that celestial ancestor Yang Mei had suffered a serious injury. Ah! That cry of pain scared many of the creator gods out of their wits. In their eyes, celestial ancestor Yang Mei was quickly defeated. However, Long Chen did not stay idle. Of course, he wanted to follow up on his victory and end the battle completely. Therefore, he was more decisive than anyone else. After life extinguishment took effect, he put away the life ring and wrapped the time ring around the slaughter ring. The power of time and slaughter instantly fused. Super Spacetime Slaying Sword. It was extremely fast. The moment it erupted, it hit celestial ancestor Yang Mei's giant tree body. Rip! A dazzling sword light erupted, and the withered willow tree exploded in an instant, turning into powder and disappearing without a trace. Of course, Long Chen did not harm the world origin. Therefore, under Long Chen's powerful attack, the dark green ring penetrated countless spaces and hit the great wizard ancestor. The great wizard ancestor held it in his hand. The smoke and the scattered branches and leaves dispersed in an instant. In the battlefield, only Long Chen and the three shining world origins were left. To be honest, at this level, the world origin of life could not be concealed, and everyone could easily see it. Especially the life origin. The power of life that Long Chen showed in this battle could only be described as amazing. Victory. Although it took a lot of effort, Long Chen was still quite satisfied with himself. Of course, this was also due to the fact that he happened to watch celestial ancestor Yang Mei's battle before, so he had a certain understanding of the rules and came up with some countermeasures. Therefore, the battle could be simple and direct. This victory made all the ancestral gods unable to help but cheer for Long Chen. Long Chen looked around and found that among the crowd, the number of people who originally disliked him had greatly decreased. Now, it had basically turned into a kind of awe. This was a good thing. Long Chen did not take the initiative to provoke others, but he also did not like others provoking him. The chaotic whole ancestor held the ring in his hand and listened to the painful cry of celestial ancestor Yang Mei. He then looked at the popular Long Chen and frowned. Long Chen's glory this time was given by him to Long Chen. Originally, he wanted to pull Long Chen into this ranking battle and find a chance to kill Long Chen. He did not expect that Long Chen would not participate no matter what, and after the battle, he gave him a show of strength. As for the matter regarding the ancestral demon creator, he still did not know. If he knew, he would definitely be angrier. Well done. Primordial War Ancestor and others were also in a good mood. Long Chen looked at the ancestral demon creator, who had a faint smile on his face and nodded slightly. Although he did not say much, it was obvious that he was a man of his words. This battle was worth it. At least, it allowed Long Chen to obtain a fourth-era ancestral god. Our team. There were 8 of them. 8 of them, in addition to many of the 5th era's progenitor ancestral gods, your final growth will basically not be a problem. However, you fought for it yourself. The primal chaos ancestral god was right beside Long Chen, and he couldn't help but feel a little emotional as he said to Long Chen. 8. However, Long Chen still thought that the safest way was to have more than 10. It would be best if the remaining 2 neutral 4th-era ancestral gods could also join the team to protect his growth. That still required his efforts. However, at that moment, Long Chen saw the Qiyu demon ancestor. He stared at the ring of life in his hand. Remember, time, and life were both taken from him. However, he probably didn't know about life. However, he suddenly stared at this life form, his gaze becoming more and more scorching. Within it was a mixture of malevolence, violence, and fury. Finally, those blood-red eyes shifted to Long Chen's body. Long Chen, this thing also came from my Jiuli demon realm. Is it correct or not? He asked Long Chen through gritted teeth. Who would have thought that he would know? Chapter 35-47. The Qiyu demon ancestor's demonic aura soared into the sky. His 4 thick arms were covered in blood-red patterns that looked like coiling blood snakes. The bloodline of the primeval troll came from the ancestor god, so it might be closely related to the Qiyu demon ancestor. In terms of demonic nature, the Qiyu demon ancestor was a true demon. However, the current environment did not allow him to rebel, but the ferocious nature in his bones and the will to defy the heavens would not disappear. Long Chen did not answer his question. The primordial soul ancestor told Long Chen, I might have underestimated the Qiyu demon ancestor. I erased his related memories, but he still seemed to have noticed some clues and guessed it. However, it should be a little vague, so it shouldn't be a problem for you to deny it directly. It was better not to involve the primordial war ancestor, Destiny Star ancestor, and the primordial soul ancestor in this matter. Long Chen thought quickly and said, I don't understand why you would have such a guess. Life is something I found through the life origin stone. It has nothing to do with you. Life origin stone. This thing. Many people recalled that it was the prize of the 7th era's ancestor god battle. It seemed to have been given to Lingxi. Only then did everyone understand that Long Chen's real purpose in letting Lingxi participate in the 7th era's ancestor god ranking battle was actually for this. Mentioning the life origin stone could actually divert the other party's attention while he was shocked. However, the Qiyu demon ancestor still looked at Long Chen with a gaze that made Long Chen feel danger, or even death. There was too much in his gaze. In the end, his lips curled into a cold smile and he retreated. Perhaps to him, this matter was far from over. The 5th era's ranking battle, the first round of the first day, had ended. In the next few days, nothing happened. Long Chen watched the battles. Although he didn't personally participate in the battles, he was there. The 5th epoch's primordial ancestor god's comprehension of the rules was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Therefore, watching them fight was very useful. Unknowingly, Long Chen was also improving. This was especially true for the 10 or so elder gods of the 5th era who had been born at the beginning of the new era. All of them were incomparably powerful, and they often crushed their opponents. If they hadn't fought, they wouldn't have known about it. But who would have thought that there would be such a huge difference between the elder gods of the 5th era and the elder gods of the Ancestor God Alliance? Through the ranking god battles, it would become clear which elder gods occupied which position in the myriad worlds. However, it was exactly because of this that it aroused the competitiveness of the ancestral gods. After watching a few battles, Long Chen noticed that the Qiyu fiend ancestor was truly powerful. Although there were more than 10 ancestor gods born at the beginning of the new era, the Qiyu fiend ancestor was definitely in existence that could fight his way to the final battle. He might even be in the top 3. He was able to maintain a complete victory in more than 10 battles. Moreover, they were all crushing their opponents in an instant, and there weren't many of them. During the rest of the time, he spent most of his time cultivating on the 4th floor of the Tower of Time. A day in the mortal world was close to 30 years in the 4th floor of the Tower of Time. With such a difference in time, Long Chen indeed had a lot of time. Even though he was moving forward slowly, it was still a terrifying speed for the myriad worlds. The Origin Dragon attendants and the others silently searched for the traces of the ancestral dragons in the myriad worlds. The Supreme Mystical Dragons assisted Long Chen in governing the Draconic Sacrificial Continent, allowing this world to constantly expand and the Mystical Dragon clan to constantly increase. Long Chen would stay in the Evil Good Lake for part of the time. This was because he felt that since the evil good lake was left by the divine Tao heart-refining dragon, there should be some hints. Before the new era, the divine Tao heart-refining dragon used the evil good lake to carry out rewards and punishments. Those who were kind would be rewarded. After entering the good lake, they would be reborn, their marrows and tendons would be cleansed, and they would obtain the fortune of the heavens and earth. Those who were evil would be imprisoned in the evil lake, losing their freedom, and living in hardship all day long. They would rather die than live. Therefore, before the new era, this was a place that people yearned for, yet it was also a place that people feared. Long Chen searched the entire evil good lake, but he didn't find anything. In the end, he decided to stop and feel the water of the two lakes. The left side of his body was in the good lake, while the right side was in the evil lake. The water of the good lake was intertwined with each other, emitting a fragrance that nourished his body like a divine medicine. On the other hand, the water of the evil lake was like a sharp blade that attacked intensely. Even Long Chen would be badly mutilated if he didn't use the origin energy of the world to resist it. Perhaps it was because he was tense all day long and was really tired, but after experiencing the good and evil lake for a while, Long Chen fell into a deep sleep with a peaceful look on his face. In this deep sleep, a dream came. In a trance, Long Chen saw the draconic sacrificial continent from before the new era again. Billions of dragons soared in the sky, and its territory was much larger than it was today. It was truly glorious and powerful. The one and only world of the first era. Vast, majestic, and shocking. Everything thrived under the nourishment of spiritual qi. The larger the world, the more chaotic it should be. However, this place was indeed very orderly. All the dragons seemed to be under a certain order. They were kind, brave, and lived together peacefully. Even when they fought, they would stop at the right time. This order was the evil good lake, and the godly heart-refining dragon. In the eternal sacred realm, somewhere in the ancestral dragon realm, Long Chen saw the vast evil good lake. A huge ancestral dragon was resting in the middle of the evil good lake. Half of its body was golden in the good lake, while the other half was black in the evil lake. The righteousness and evilness of the human world were all under the control of the godly heart-refining dragon. Because of the existence of the godly heart-refining dragon, the righteousness of heaven and earth was under its control. Rumble. The water in the evil good lake rumbled. The kind-hearted ones had been reborn after obtaining the opportunity. The wicked ones had committed all sorts of evil deeds, but after experiencing the calamity of the evil lake, they had decided to repent and become dragons again. The world had its own righteousness, and the godly heart-refining dragon was that righteousness. The scene gave Long Chen a huge shock. In the karma seal of the godly heart-refining dragon, the rules of the godly heart-refining dragon gradually became clearer in Long Chen's eyes. The righteousness of the human world. The righteousness of the human world separated good and evil. The so-called righteousness was a lightning-like path. It was gold and black, and it was the middle line that separated the good lake and the evil lake. Long Chen had already woken up. He looked at the middle line and gained a lot of enlightenment. A rule had already formed in his heart. The lightning that appeared in his hand was actually a lightning bolt. Half of it was gold, and the other half was black. It was split twice in the middle. It was a lightning of judgment. Its name was, the righteousness of the human world. The righteousness of the human world separated good and evil. To all living beings, it was a form of punishment. The lightning of the righteousness of the human world danced in Long Chen's hand. However, it did not change and maintained its original appearance. It was like a path. Long Chen stared at it for a long time. He felt that this path was likely to be the message left behind by the godly heart-refining dragon. It was likely to be the place where the origin of the world, karma, was hidden. In that case, where is this path? As if it had heard Long Chen's words, the lightning of the righteousness of the human world guided Long Chen. When Long Chen came out of the evil good lake, the lightning had already pointed him in the right direction. All he had to do was to head in that direction. Indeed, this rule is the guidance left behind by the godly heart-refining dragon. Only I can find it, because only I know about the karma rule. With a new discovery, Long Chen was a little excited. He followed the lightning of the righteousness of the human world, and flew towards the endless starry sky. At this time, he did not have to worry too much about his safety. This was because while Long Chen was in slumber, the ranking battle of the 5th era's ancestor gods was still going on. Now was the time when the ranking battle was going on. Any of the 17 4th era's ancestor gods who left would naturally be suspected. If anything happened, the primordial war ancestor would naturally remind him. Following the direction of the righteousness of the human world, Long Chen advanced rapidly. He even used the Death Realm Dragon Gate to increase his speed. After all, he was anxious. As long as the direction of the righteousness of the human world did not change, it meant that he had not passed his destination. Advance, advance. After about half a day, the righteousness of the human world finally stopped guiding him. Long Chen looked up and was shocked. He had never expected this. Previously, both time and life had appeared here. Chapter 35-48. Jiuli Demon Region again, Qiyu Fiend Ancestor again. Long Chen could not help but laugh bitterly. His head was hurting. I just don't know why the ancestral dragons like to place the world source in Jiuli Demon Region so much. This is already the 3rd time. Could it be that all the world source is in Jiuli Demon Region? It's just that I don't know where it is hidden. When he came to Jiuli Demon Region for the world source for the 3rd time, Long Chen's guess was not without reason. However, even if that was the case, Long Chen could not do anything. Because he did not know what the other world sources were. Even if he destroyed Jiuli Demon Region, he would not be able to find it. If it was any other 5th era world, it would be easier. But it just had to be Jiuli Demon Region. Thinking about it still gave him a headache. Every time he met Qiyu Fiend Ancestor, he could feel the deep jealousy he had towards him. Especially when he took away the key things from him every time. This was undoubtedly challenging his nerves and bottom line time and time again. Qiyu Fiend Ancestor yearned to be stronger even in his dreams. However, the restrictions of the ancestral gods had completely trapped him. Perhaps he was more willing to be an ancestral god of destruction. After all, there was still some hope for the ancestral god of destruction. Now, Qiyu Fiend Ancestor is fighting. The Destiny Astral Ancestor seems to be overseeing the battle. After the battle, there is only 1 day of rest. Usually, Qiyu Fiend Ancestor will not return to his world. I can ask the Destiny Astral Ancestor to come over and help me during the battle. Fortunately, it was the ranking god battle now, and Qiyu Fiend Ancestor was not in Jiuli Demon Region. Long Chen discussed this matter with the ancestral gods of the 4th era. They were not as wary of Qiyu Fiend Ancestor as Long Chen was. During the next break in the battle, the Destiny Astral Ancestor arrived near Jiuli Demon Region. Qiyu Fiend Ancestor has fought more than a dozen battles and has not returned. If he returns, someone will inform us. Now is the best time. Let's go in. The only thing is, why did your ancestral dragons hide all the world sources here? I don't understand either. Although he did not understand, this did not affect Long Chen from obtaining karma. The constellation progenitor said no more and led Long Chen in. After passing through the ancient Jiuli Demon diagram, Long Chen easily arrived above the Jiuli Demon region. Go and search. Don't worry, you have plenty of time. It's just that I can't stay here for too long, so as not to arouse suspicion. When you want to come out, just tell me, and I'll be right there. As for Qiyu Demon Ancestor, we will keep an eye on him. We will never let him know that you are in his Jiuli Demon region. No problem. After that, the fated astral ancestor left, and Long Chen began to search in peace. What he was looking for was something that was similar to the righteous path of the human world. It could be a road, a river, or even a lightning-like crack on a house. It could also be a crack on a corpse that was buried deep in the ground. Anything was possible. Therefore, there was no shape. The difficulty of karma was more difficult than time and life. And it was much more difficult. Life was the simplest. Long Chen found the grass easily. 1 day, 2 days, the more time passed, the more depressed Long Chen became. In fact, after 5 days, he had basically understood the entire Jiuli demon region. In fact, it was not that there was nothing that Long Chen was looking for, but that there were too many similar things. The key was that Long Chen checked all the similar things carefully, but they were not the karma that he was looking for. Impossible, the righteous path in the human world will not be wrong. It must be in the Jiuli demon region. Long Chen did not give up. After all, Chiyu demon ancestor had not returned, and there was still some time. Now he had to thank this ranking battle. If it were not for this ranking battle, he would not have so much time. However, what was even more depressing was that after 10 days, Long Chen had almost turned the entire place upside down, but he still could not find karma. There were thousands of similar things, but none of them were real. Long Chen even checked the cracks on the gravel, but there was nothing. His understanding of the entire Jiuli demon region might even surpass that of Chiyu demon ancestor himself. How can there be nothing? Impossible. He absolutely believed in the God Tao heart-refining dragon's advice. However, there was nothing. No matter how Long Chen searched, he flipped through the gravel several times. He even searched the veins on an ant, but there was no karma. The entire Jiuli demon region seemed to be against Long Chen. Still nothing. The primordial war ancestor was getting anxious. After all, the points battle was about to end. Once it ended, there would be a break before the final battle. During that time, Chiyu demon ancestor would definitely return. At that time, there would be no chance. Besides, the final battle could be settled in a day. Nothing. That's strange. Let me confirm one last time. The God Tao heart-refining dragon's guidance can't be wrong. Alright, but don't drag it out for too long. Now is a sensitive time with the other party. Such behavior will provoke conflict between both sides. Long Chen naturally understood. That was why he was so cautious. Even if Chiyu demon ancestor was not around, he could not make too big of a move. He continued to search. This time, he calmed his mind and searched again. He considered the most minute details, and even felt the wind of the entire world. But there was nothing. As if it had disappeared into thin air. Long Chen and the dragon servants were also communicating. If you really can't find it, then come out first. Don't mess up. Besides the righteous path of humanity, we might need other things to find karma. You may not be able to do it. Besides, the ranking battle is about to end. The origin dragon servant suggested. Alright. In fact, Long Chen also understood this, but he was a little unwilling. The Destiny Astral Ancestor came over and took him away from the Jiuli demon region, and then returned to the battlefield of the ranking battle. Looking around, it might be the final juncture. Every 5th era origin ancestor god looked a little tired. But for the onlookers, this was the most exciting moment. The top 8 had not been completely decided yet. The last few battles. The top 8 in terms of points had basically been confirmed. 2 or 3 of them have maintained a complete victory, while the others have only lost 1 or 2 battles. Among the 5th era origin ancestor gods, their strength is still relatively clear. Long Chen looked at the rankings. The top few names were all familiar to Long Chen. Among them, the 3 with complete victories were Ancestor God Pangu, Ancestor God Hongjun, and the last one was Chiyu demon ancestor. Who would have thought that he was so strong? The others, such as Ancestor God Hun Kuan, Ancestor God Luya, Divine Ancestor Linyuan, were all within the top 8, and had only lost 1 battle. They were relatively stable in the top 8. The people Long Chen cared about had good results, so he was more relaxed. He did not feel much urgency. I don't know who arranged for such a battle to happen. It was probably arranged randomly, and no one thought too much. Also, no one expected Qiyu Demon Ancestor to win a complete victory. Primordial War Ancestor said. What's wrong? In the last battle of the ranking battle, Pangu's opponent is Qiyu. Both of them have complete victories. Even if they lose, they can still enter the top 8. Therefore, this battle is meaningless. They should have met in the final battle, which would have been more exciting. Now that they have met, it can only be said that the excitement of the final battle has decreased. Perhaps the most exciting battle has been brought forward. Ancestor God Pangu and Qiyu Demon Ancestor. Both were ancestor gods who had complete victories in the ranking battle. It was certainly not easy to come this far. According to the expectations of the crowd, they should have met in the final battle. That would have been exciting. Now that the battle had been brought forward, it was meaningless. Will one of them admit defeat and fight in the final battle? Long Chen asked. He also felt that it was meaningless to fight now. One was someone he supported, while the other was someone he hated. Probably not. Complete victory is a kind of glory. With Qiyu Demon Ancestor's personality, it's impossible. His demonic aura is overwhelming. Perhaps he can't help but want to fight Pangu. As for Pangu, although he's honest, he's not someone who is willing to admit defeat easily. Forget it, there's no harm in bringing forward the battle. The loser might have a chance to counterattack in the final battle. Indeed. However, because of the appearance of this battle, the point battle has become popular ahead of time. Right now, I reckon that everyone is waiting for the arrival of this battle. Look. As expected, everyone's eyes were filled with enthusiasm. They were discussing Ancestor God Pangu and Qiyu Demon Ancestor. Chapter 35-49. Ancestor God Pangu and Demon Ancestor Qiyu are both proficient in the nomological laws of power. Both are the source of power for all worlds, but Ancestor God Pangu is compassionate and compassionate. He holds the power of righteousness and lives for the sake of all life. As for Demon Ancestor Qiyu, he wields the power of the demonic Tao. He and Ancestor God Pangu each have their own merits. Who do you think will win? Of course. I don't know either. I just think that Ancestor God Pangu is more majestic and ancient. He's slightly better than Demon Ancestor Qiyu. Although the two hadn't clashed yet, almost all the creator gods were discussing them. This battle that should have only appeared at the last moment had actually appeared in advance. It might even happen twice. It was a feast for the eyes. Long Chen naturally hoped that Ancestor God Pangu would defeat Demon Ancestor Qiyu. In the blink of an eye, this battle had arrived. The Fourth Era's ancestor gods had deliberately arranged for this battle to be the last. Once the battle ended, it meant that the Fifth Era's ancestor god point battle was over. The 10 battlefields merged into one. The 17 Fourth Era's ancestor gods stood guard outside the battlefield. There was enough space for them to fight. Even if there wasn't enough space, the Fourth Era's ancestor gods could control the situation. Of course, Pangu and Qiyu were the closest to the Fourth Era's ancestor gods. Enter. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, the gentle, kind, and majestic ancestor god Pangu transformed into a beam of brown light and appeared in the center of the battlefield in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a beam of demonic aura pierced through from the north. As it moved, thousands of demons roared and countless ghostly figures accompanied it. The ox-headed, four-armed demon ancestor Qiyu also arrived on the battlefield and stared at the majestic Pangu. His eyes were blood red, and his battle intent surged. Naturally, he didn't have any intention of admitting defeat. Instead, he was filled with anticipation and fervor. Boom! Before the battle even began, the collision of auras and vibrations produced violent shockwaves that shocked everyone. Many of the more astute creator gods couldn't help but retreat. Their intuition told them that they should protect themselves while the two ancestor gods fought. Under the collision of the two origin forces, Long Chen could feel the violent power of the two ancestor gods. They were the only ones in their world. This heaven-defying power is still far superior to mine. If I want to defeat demon ancestor Qiyu, I still need more than 10,000 years of cultivation. I still need more of the ancestral dragon world's origin dragon soul. For some reason, perhaps it was because the Qiyu demon ancestor had a strong enmity towards him. Therefore, Long Chen also felt a strong sense of enmity towards him. Neither Patriarch Pangu nor Patriarch Qiyu were talkative people. When the Fourth Era's ancestral god had just announced the start of the battle, the two of them had almost simultaneously used their techniques. The two ancestor gods were burly and muscular individuals. Their blood qi was exuberant and their primordial divine bodies were filled with a primordial heaviness. His flesh and blood were like the ultimate steel, and within his flesh and blood, there was a divine power that could shake all worlds. In the eyes of the creator gods, they were like demon beasts in human form, constantly expanding and transforming. In the blink of an eye, 2-3 million meter tall giants appeared in front of everyone. They were boundlessly huge, comparable to the nine-colored chaos giant transformed by the chaos ancestral god. However, after the two transformed into 3 million meter tall giants, their divine bodies still did not change shape. It was as if it was not them who had become bigger, but the entire world had shrunk. Everyone. Even so, the battlefield was actually enough for them. However, the Fourth Era's ancestor gods still needed to protect them. Therefore, they built a large array together and placed the two super ancestor gods in a spherical area, allowing them to fight to the death. Within the array, the auras of the two super giants were thick, and their power caused the array to tremble. Earthy yellow fog spread out and clashed with demon ancestor Qiu's monstrous demonic aura, setting off intense clashes that produced sizzling sounds. Demon ancestor Qiu's nomological rules seem to be called the heaven, earth, and human three demon scriptures. Human demon, earth demon, sky demon, these three realms. I've seen him use human demon and earth demon before. They're pretty good. Before they fought, the primordial war ancestor sighed. At this time, Long Chen was listening. Regarding demon ancestor Qiu's abilities, the most unforgettable memory for Long Chen was probably the punch he had given him after he had obtained time. That punch left a deep impression on him. Now, demon ancestor Qiu controlled the roiling demonic aura. The demonic aura turned into clouds that tumbled beneath his feet. In a short time, his huge divine body charged in front of ancestor god Pangu. His body was surrounded by a layer of white light. Within the light membrane, there were trillions of light spots. Within each light spot was a living being, a person. A demon that was as cold and ruthless as a demon. Innocent human demon. Trillions of light spots gathered on demon ancestor Qiu's arm, forming a fist. The fist surged with demons and was extremely domineering. Trillions of lives were swept up, bringing with it immense power. With his million-meter-tall giant body, he violently pierced through ancestor god Pangu. All the surrounding worlds exploded one by one, producing countless fragments that danced in the sky. Long Chen felt nervous as he watched them charge at each other. At that moment, ancestor god Pangu showed no fear. He opened his palms, one hand rising with the back of it facing the sky, while the other lowered with the back of it facing the ground. Between his palms, an incomparably huge, real, ancient world was born. Within it, lightning flashed and thunder roared. All living things tumbled, hurricanes howled, flames shot into the sky, mountain floods erupted, and volcanoes surged. The real world was born, and living beings could live within it directly. Pure yang to the sky, turbid yin to the earth. From then on, pure yang was the sky, turbid yin was the earth, and heaven and earth was born. The newly born world, under the release of ancestor god Pangu, instantly charged forward, colliding violently with ancestor god Pangu's innocent human demon. Trillions of human demons charged into the newly born world, tearing it apart with their hands and fangs. Within ancestor god Pangu's rule world, everything began to compress. The wind and clouds churned, and all living things were destroyed. Billions of human demons died tragically, their souls destroyed, their bodies crushed by the world, their bones broken, and they howled. Boom! Human demons and heaven and earth were destroyed together. The 2-million-meter-tall giants retreated, looking slightly disheveled. However, this also meant that they were actually about the same level. Of course, the two peerless ancestor gods would not be satisfied with the current level. After the collision, they immediately continued to fight. However, it was only at this time that their true essence of the world was revealed. On ancestor god Pangu's side, he held an ancient great axe in his hand. It was rusty and ancient like a mountain, and even the edge of the axe was chipped, full of traces of the corrosion of time. There was even moss growing all over it, and from a distance, it looked like it would break at any moment. But Long Chen and the others knew that was not the case. This great axe was called Genesis Splitter, and it was the root of Pangu continent and ancestor god Pangu. Be it all living beings or Pangu, they all originated from this Genesis Splitter. Only when he wielded this Genesis Splitter with his hand could Pangu be considered complete. On the other side, Chiyu Fiend Ancestor had a total of 4 arms, and now, weapons had appeared on all 4 of them. They were 4 divine weapons, all pure black, and covered with fiend runes. They were surrounded by countless ghosts, and the fiend aura was even stronger. These 4 fiend weapons were a saber, a spear, a sword, and a halberd. Among them, the left upper arm was a saber, the right upper arm was a sword, the left lower arm was a spear, and the right lower arm was a halberd. Chiyu Fiend Ancestor was proficient in saber, spear, sword, and halberd. These 4 weapons were the true essence of his world. Each of these divine weapons possessed limitless power, and they were like devils that had slept for countless eras, ferocious and terrifying. The name of this world's essence was 10,000 Fiends. Genesis Splitter. Against 10,000 fiends. As soon as the 10,000 fiends moved, layers upon layers of fiend shadows appeared. The world origin had been unleashed. For the 2 of them, perhaps this could be considered a true battle. In an instant, their formations shook even more violently. Their array diagram shook even more violently. Even the 4th epoch's primordial ancestral gods had to expend a lot of effort to control the situation. I have to say that these 2 ancestral gods are really powerful. Seeing this, Long Chen could not help but sigh with emotion. He was also thinking about the gap between him and them. In this way, the Tower of Time has been a great help. Otherwise, it would have taken me at least 10,000 years to catch up with them. Xiao Lang has lost his freedom for so long, that won't do. Chapter 3550. Xana Earth Fiend. The 2 strength-type creator gods clashed even more intensely. For example, Fiend Ancestor Chio's pitch-black body had turned completely silver, turning him into a gigantic silver fiend. Even the world's origins in his hand had turned silver. Within Xana Earth Fiend's laws, it had turned silver. Silver light flashed as sword chi, saber chi, and spear aura clashed violently, annihilating everything around them. Fiend Ancestor Chio's speed increased infinitely as he transformed into countless silver beams that engulfed Pangu. Instantly, it was a killing blow. Ancestral god Pangu was still able to remain calm in the face of such a killer move. He closed his eyes and held Genesis Splitter with both hands. With an ancient and heavy voice, he said loudly, "All things are illusory. Only strength can break them." Therefore, no matter where Fiend Ancestor Chio's myriad fiend saber, spear, sword, and halberd were, he did not care. He only cared about the gigantic axe in his hand and instantly cleaved down. In that instant, it was truly Genesis Splitter. The entire world was collapsing. Genesis Splitter. The Genesis Splitter was a scene of chaos. The chaotic power swept out from the giant axe. The area controlled by the 4th era ancestral gods was now under the control of ancestral god Pangu. In that instant, In that instant, everything was annihilated. Countless clouds tumbled as countless forces clashed. Fiend Ancestor Chiyo's Xana Earth Fiend was nearly enveloped. Just from this aspect, the Fourth Era Ancestor gods could tell that Ancestral God Pangu's laws were stronger, more righteous, and more majestic. Therefore, Fiend Ancestor Chiyu was suppressed by the Chaos Splitter at the Genesis Splitter. Only in the surroundings could the gigantic axe cleave down on his head. Dang! Instantly, he used his saber, spear, sword, and halberd to block Fiend Ancestor Chiyo's gigantic axe. It was a pure clash of weapons. A clash of pure strength. The power of the Genesis of heaven and earth gathered in the giant axe, and the Xana earthly devil swam among the sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. The collision between the world and the devil was once again set off. However, this time, Ancestor God Pangu was even more powerful. In the most violent collision, the power of the Genesis of heaven and earth shattered billions of Xana earthly devils and bombarded Chiyu Demon Ancestor. Chiyu Demon Ancestor was sent flying, and he slammed into the design set up by the Fourth Era Ancestor gods. The impact caused the entire design to shatter. Boom! After Fiend Ancestor Chiyu hit the array diagram, he was sent flying. Amidst the tremors, the frail ancestral gods behind the Fourth Epoch's ancestral gods were sent flying. Although the tremors had nothing to do with them, they still felt as though they were caught in a storm. The direction in which Fiend Ancestor Chiyu had struck was in front of Long Chen. Therefore, Long Chen could sense it more clearly. Fortunately, there was Primordial Battle Ancestor beside him, allowing him to be safe and sound. Countless creation ancestor gods cried out in alarm. Amidst their cries of alarm, Fiend Ancestor Chiyu and Ancestor God Pangu clashed once more. They only believed in the collision of the strongest power. Therefore, at this time, under the situation where Chiyu Demon Ancestor was defeated once, he became even crazier and more violent. His anger soared to the heavens and shook the universe. Of course, Ancestor God Pangu was like a towering mountain. No matter how Fiend Ancestor Chiyu shook him, he did not move at all. But once they were enraged, not many people could resist them. Ancestral God Pangu was such a person. Sinful heavenly devil. In the previous battle, no Fifth Epoch creation ancestor god could force Fiend Ancestor God Chiyu to use this move. In that instant, Fiend Ancestor Chiyu completely turned into a pure gold that illuminated the world. Even his saber, spear, sword, and halberd transformed in the same way. But even so, Fiend Ancestor Chiyu's demonic aura was still overwhelming. It shocked the ages. Boom! 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 Golden light illuminated the world, but it was completely drowned out by Fiend Ancestor Chiyu's golden demonic aura. A golden sun rose on the battlefield, but it was not radiant. Instead, it was bone-chilling. In the golden light, countless ghostly faces and ghosts wailed. It was as though thousands of demons were on a pilgrimage. And the only one who could truly bear all of this was Ancestor God Pangu. Ancestor God Pangu was now in the golden world. Even his flesh and skin were enveloped in this golden demonic light. Not only that, the spiritual attack was even more powerful. Countless illusions pierced into his body like needles, even piercing into the world's origin source and affecting his ancestral soul. Whoosh! Fiend Ancestor Chiyu traveled billions of miles in an instant. The golden saber, spear, sword, and halberd in his hands traversed countless distances and pierced right in front of Ancestor God Pangu. At this moment, Ancestor God Pangu let out a cold snort. His voice was as loud as a bell as it slammed into Chiyu Evil Ancestor. With this cold snort, all the evil illusions dissipated. At this moment, Pangu's heaven-splitting earth-splitting sword was raised high up to meet Chiyu Evil Ancestor, who was controlling the evil heavenly devil. However, at the last moment, at the moment of the violent slash, Ancestral God Pangu's godly body and the origin of the world suddenly increased by 10 times in a short period of time. At that moment, Chiyu Fiend Ancestor was only as tall as his calf. He was incomparably tiny. The so-called sinful heavenly devil had become an existence that was like a child in front of ancestral god Pangu. The universe of 10,000 worlds. The giant axe chopped down, not to destroy, but to create. The creation of heaven and earth. After that, 10,000 worlds were born one by one. They piled on top of each other. When the creation of heaven and earth descended on the head of Chiyu devil ancestor, 10,000 worlds were formed. All of them suppressed the head of the evil heavenly devil. Break. Chiyu evil ancestor brandished his saber, spear, sword, and halberd as he clashed with the giant axe. It was another clash of the purest strength. Rumble. At this moment, the rumbling was unprecedented. The previous clash had already broken through the defenses of the fourth epoch's ancestral gods. And now, the ancestral gods were suppressing once again, protecting everyone. This level of strength is inconceivable. Long Chen was also extremely shocked. However, the outcome had to be decided at this moment. This was because at this moment, they were all using their full strength. Of course, only those at Long Chen's level and above could see through the countless illusions and directly see the center of the battlefield. They could see the intense clash between the creation of heaven and earth splitting sword and the evil heavenly devil. Wang. Crackle. At the moment the origin of the worlds collided, lightning flashed and thunder roared. With a powerful reverberation, the entire battlefield, world, and cosmos were completely destroyed. The heavens and earth weakened, and all things were annihilated. Kacha. Chiyu evil ancestor cried out in pain. Flesh and blood splattered from his forearms as they shattered inch by inch, turning into flesh and blood that filled the sky before vanishing. Under the most ferocious clash of the universe's myriad worlds, the golden divine body was now riddled with countless cracks. Blood oozed out from them like the ground. It collapsed like a volcano was about to erupt. Upon seeing this scene, Long Chen, all the ancestral gods of the fifth epoch, and even the ancestral gods of the sixth epoch, could see that ancestral god Pangu had defeated Chiyu evil ancestor. Ancestral god Pangu was indeed stronger than Chiyu evil ancestor. Just in terms of strength, he naturally crushed his opponent. Chiyu evil ancestor was indignant. However, ancestral god Pangu was like a towering mountain, while he was only a ferocious beast in the mountain. Even if he was ferocious, he could not shake the mountain. Now that the mountain had collapsed, Chiyu evil ancestor crumbled inch by inch under the suppression. Upon seeing this, Long Chen was delighted. Ancestral god Pangu was overjoyed. However, even though Chiyu demonic ancestor was defeated, he still had no intention of stopping. He continued to resist with all his might. This caused the suppression of the Qian Kun world to exceed its limit. Under the creation of heaven and earth, not only did Chiyu demonic ancestor shatter inch by inch, but even the origin of the world, the myriad demons, could not withstand it and started to crack. If Chiyu evil ancestor continued to resist stubbornly, he would definitely be reduced to ashes. However, no one could stop him. He gritted his teeth and resisted with all his might. He admitted that he was not a match for the fourth epoch's ancestral god, but as a fifth epoch's ancestral god, he was unwilling to admit defeat. Admit defeat. Otherwise, you will die and implicate the Jioli lifeforms. Ancestral god Pangu said with a resounding voice. Impossible. Chiyu evil ancestor's eyes turned blood red as he resisted violently. The result was that the source of the world crumbled one after another. Before long, he would perish, and even the Jioli fiend region would vanish. This was a world that all the ancestral gods did not wish to see. Boom! Chapter 35-51. The universe and myriad realms crushed the evil heavenly demons. Such a scene. It was earth-shattering. Ancestor god Pangu's laws had already reached a level that was extremely close to the fourth era's ancestor god Pangu. Even the fourth era's ancestor god Pangu couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this level of suppression. While the demon ancestor Chiyu wasn't weak, he had undoubtedly become the loser in this battle. Moreover, he had lost to the ancestor god Pangu head-on. At this moment, when ancestor god Pangu crushed his opponent, victory was more or less decided. All the creator gods couldn't help but cheer. An uproar echoed across 10,000 worlds. Long Chen suddenly had a bad premonition. At this moment, in order to prevent the universe from destroying the origin of the Chiyu demon ancestor's world, ancestor god Pangu withdrew the crushing force of the universe at the critical moment. At this moment, when the Chiyu demon ancestor was on the verge of collapse, he obtained a chance of survival. He should be grateful. But at this moment, in a trance, Long Chen felt a kind of malevolence in his heart. He had a kind of obsession with combat, and he had a strong desire for unlimited strength. Obtaining first place in the 5th era's ranking god battle was what he desired the most. This was the battle of contribution points. To him, losing at this time was something he could not accept. 10,000 demon killing aura. The Chiyu fiend ancestor had calculated very well. He knew that his opponent would definitely retract his rule power attack before killing him. That would be his chance. Sure enough, Pangu did it. In an instant, a terrifying law fluctuation swept out. Malevolent demonic energy transformed into millions and millions of malicious spirits. Blood energy surged into the heavens, adhering to his crumbling world essence. The saber, spear, sword, and halberd were all filled with the baleful energy of 10,000 devils. This baleful aura was so terrifying that it could be said that it had never been seen before. Demon ancestor Chiyu had definitely been preparing for this moment for a very long time. In the instant that elder god Pangu retracted his laws, he had unleashed an astonishing attack. In an instant, his saber, spear, sword, and halberd tore through everything. The saber and sword cleaved down on Genesis, while the spear and halberd pierced straight through elder god Pangu's enormous body, piercing right through. The endless fiendish aura transformed into billions of poisonous snakes and surged into ancestor god Pangu's body. In an instant, the fiendish aura filled up every single particle in his body and seeped into the deepest part. At the same time, the saber and sword stabbed into the crack in the Genesis splitter. It was nothing, but the fiendish aura of 10,000 devils swarmed in, filling the most mysterious depths of the world's essence like a sky full of locusts, rushing into the world's essence and even seeping into the ancestral soul. Haha. After succeeding, demon ancestor Chiyu retreated explosively, escaping from the range of ancestor god Pangu's counterattack. Although he was also injured, it was not a big deal. 5,000 kilometers away from ancestor god Pangu, he could not help but roar with laughter. I'm sorry. I won. Now that you've been struck by my 10,000 demonic baleful chi, you've completely lost your ability to fight. Within 10,000 years, no law can expel my 10,000 demonic baleful chi. Although you're still in the top 8, with your current situation, it's obvious that you won't be able to participate in the 5th epoch's ancestral god battle. Even if you participate, you'll be at the bottom. You are not a match for me, the Chiyu fiend ancestor. When ancestor god Pangu let go and demon ancestor Chiyu took the opportunity to counterattack, all the creation ancestor gods could not help but exclaim. However, this could not change the gods' expression. Everything happened in a split second. Even the 4th epoch's ancestral god could not stop it in time. Not to mention Long Chen. Now, demon ancestor Chiyu had even said such words. His shamelessness, ruthlessness, and ferocity had clearly been displayed without a doubt. Especially that face and posture of his laughing maniacally, it really made one want to rush up and slaughter him. It had been hidden for a long time, showing how terrifying this 10,000 demonic baleful chi was. Among the 17 4th epoch's ancestral gods, there was no expert who was adept at healing like the Tai Chi life-form dragon. Originally, the primordial infinite world purifying celestial ancestor was adept at expelling evil and purifying everything. However, the problem was that Lingxi was still at the 6th epoch's ancestral god level. She was not strong enough. On the other hand, ancestor god Pangu's current situation was that he was standing still. The 10,000 fiendish qi on his ancestral god body had already seeped into every single particle of his body. It completely controlled his divine body and absorbed his flesh and blood essence, constantly plundering. Ancestor God Pangu's recovery ability could only ensure that his divine body did not wither under the plundering of the 10,000 fiendish qi. As for Genesis Splitter, the strange and terrifying power of the 10,000 fiendish qi had deeply seeped into it. Not only did it contaminate the origin of the world, but it also contaminated the origin energy of the world, making it difficult to use. It had to constantly resist the 10,000 fiendish qi. Moreover, the 10,000 fiendish qi had even attacked his ancestral soul. With the 10,000 fiendish qi attacking his heart, his physical body and divine soul suffered such a blow at the same time, causing ancestor God Pangu to sink into a vegetative state. Of course, this was all caused by demon ancestor Chio's despicable behavior. If not, ancestor God Pangu would have already finished him off. Relying on the instant that others spared his own life to attack was simply despicable. Ancestor God Pangu. Long Chen and some of the Fourth Era's progenitor gods had already arrived beside ancestor God Pangu. Demon ancestor Chio's laughter was extremely ear-piercing. Most likely, many people wanted to beat him up. As far as the eye could see, one could see many eyes filled with righteous indignation. It could be said that all of the creator gods present had seen the details of this battle quite clearly. The most important thing right now was to help ancestor God Pangu recover. Instantly, the Fourth Era's progenitor gods arrived. Some of them, such as the primal chaos ancestor god, tried to investigate, but they discovered that demon ancestor Chio's 10,000 fiendish qi was truly impossible to expel. At the very least, it was very difficult. It would take a certain amount of time. Long Chen used his Taiji life form to give it a try. He was even able to repair the world essence. Even his Taiji life form was unable to expel the 10,000 fiendish qi. The 10,000 fiendish qi had split into trillions of strands and penetrated deep into ancestor God Pangu's world essence and body, virtually fusing with them. Although ancestor God Pangu's vitality wasn't severely damaged, the crux of the matter was that it was like a lingering ghost that wouldn't dissipate at all. It was truly not easy to completely remove it. Demon ancestor Chiyu, hurry up and expel the 10,000 fiendish qi. After some observation and understanding the principle, the Fourth Era's progenitor gods understood that only demon ancestor Chiyu could completely expel it. No one else could. Unexpectedly, demon ancestor Chiyu actually laughed and said, "How is that possible? It wasn't easy for me to injure him. Don't you all understand that even in the final battle, he will still be a huge opponent for me to win the championship? Today, I won the battle and even dealt a heavy blow to him. What reason do I have to allow my opponent to recover? Could it be that I want him to defeat me in the final battle?" The moment these words were said, there was an uproar. Long Chen never thought that demon ancestor Chiyu would be so ferocious. To be honest, this was too despicable. It was completely the behavior of a despicable person. You won today? Ancestor God Pangu used the Qian Kun myriad world to suppress you and almost took your life. However, he was benevolent to you and didn't want to destroy your Jiuli demon territory. That was why he stopped and spared you. I didn't expect you to be so shameless. You actually attacked the moment he spared you. If this kind of victory was considered a victory, all the ancestor gods in the world would laugh their heads off. To be honest, Long Chen was very angry at the moment. He was angered by demon ancestor Chio's shamelessness. Recently, he realized that demon ancestor Chiyu had no bottom line. What kind of joke is this? I was already prepared to counterattack. Even if he didn't stop at that time, I could still make him end up like this. I, demon ancestor Chiyu, have no intention of letting him go. I'm afraid he knew that he would lose, so he used this method to put me in an unjust position. Demon ancestor Chiyu had already prepared an excuse. Even if everyone knew the truth, he didn't blush or his heart didn't palpitate. After all, he had the ancestor gods supporting him. We'll talk about the outcome later. Get rid of the 10,000 demonic ominous energy first. Chaos Ancestor God was a little impatient. Demon Ancestor God of the Fourth Era gave the order, but Demon Ancestor Chi Yu still had a cold expression. He said, "That's impossible. I spent so much effort to severely injure him. How can I let him be unharmed? What if he defeats me in the final battle? I definitely won't do such a thing, unless it's after the final battle. Don't worry, the 10,000 demonic ominous energy can't kill him. At most, it will make him perform abnormally. If I slowly peel it off, it will be enough even if I spend 10,000 years." Chapter 35-52. As expected, at this moment, 7 Fourth Era Ancestor Gods came to Chi Yu Demon Ancestor's side. Among them were Chaos Whole Ancestor, Mortal People Emperor Ancestor, Saint Ancestor Kitagarba, and Sheiji Demon Ancestor. Mortal People Emperor Ancestor smiled. "It's just a small matter. Don't be so serious. First of all, I think Ancestor God Pangu did something meaningless in the previous battle. Chi Yu Demon Ancestor still had some strength left. Before we announced the end of the battle, he chose to hold back. Chi Yu Demon Ancestor could only use his remaining strength to attack. After all, he had the confidence to break it. Ancestor God Pangu's mercy has trapped him in an unjust situation. In my opinion, this battle is Chi Yu Demon Ancestor's victory. There is no doubt about it." The other Fourth Era Ancestor Gods all said the same thing. Their words were more authoritative. Indeed, some of the Creator Gods would be misled by them and believe it. After all, they also felt that Chi Yu Demon Ancestor wouldn't be so shameless, right? But the others still believed their own eyes. When Chi Yu Demon Ancestor died, if Ancestor God Pangu hadn't given up, he wouldn't have had a chance to fight back. Chaos Whole Ancestor said, "To be honest, I think Chi Yu Demon Ancestor's words make sense. He didn't have the responsibility to expel the 10,000 demon baleful energy. This is his achievement and plan. As for Ancestor God Pangu not being able to recover before the battle, that is a problem of his own ability. I think it is unreasonable to force Chi Yu Demon Ancestor to expel the 10,000 demon baleful energy." Although the truth of this matter was obvious, everyone had their own opinions. The crux of the matter was that the Fourth Era's ancestral gods were divided into two factions based on whether they were close to or distant from Longchen. Other than the two Fourth Era's ancestral gods who were still wavering, one faction had 7 people, while the other faction had 8 people. This was a truly terrifying conflict. It was enough to shake the foundations of all worlds in the future. Chaos Whole Ancestors group wanted to restrain Longchen and prevent him from dominating all worlds in the future. They might even assassinate him or start a war. Primordial War Ancestors group didn't want to have a head-on conflict with the other party. They wanted Longchen to grow safely. Once Longchen crushed them, the situation would be resolved. Therefore, today's conflict was not an issue between Ancestor God Pangu and Demon Ancestor Chi Yu, but a conflict between the two parties. There was no reason for that. If the conflict continued, it would lead to a war between the two sides. To Longchen's side, that was something they didn't want to see. Right now, they trusted Longchen, and their future was built on Longchen's shoulders. The founding demonic forefather had just joined in, and this was the first time he had spoken. Of course, he was only speaking to his allies. He said, "The other side has clearly made it clear that they want to seize this opportunity to start a conflict. The more intense the conflict, the happier they will be. They might even take advantage of the chaos to kill Longchen. So, I think we should just forget about it. We just need to endure for a while. In the future, as long as Longchen reaches his limit, we won't even need to fight. The demonic ancestor is right. Let's just endure this sort of pointless conflict if we can. Longchen, don't be too angry. Right now, they can't wait for you to attack," said Ancestor God Fortune. Yes, no matter what happened today, their ultimate goal was still to deal with him. After thinking it through, Longchen suppressed his anger. He said, it doesn't matter who wins or loses. In any case, Ancestor God Pangu can enter the final battle. The key is recovery. How can Ancestor God Pangu participate in the final battle if the myriad devil baleful chi isn't removed? At this time, Ancestor God Pangu was resisting the myriad devil baleful chi and didn't even have time to speak. But Demon Ancestor Chiyu isn't willing. If he forces us, it will be a conflict, which is disadvantageous to us. Ancestor God Primordial Chaos said. The 8 Fourth Era's Ancestor Gods had the same goal. Clashing with them now would only destroy the foundation of the myriad worlds, and even lead to a calamity. As long as they protected Long Chen until he became the 4th Era's Ancestor Dragon, they would have won. Once they clashed, it would instead give the other side a chance to win. Long Chen thought for a moment and said, just now, Demon Ancestor Chiyu said that Ancestor God Pangu can remove the myriad devil baleful chi in 10,000 years. I have a space that can accelerate the flow of time by 10,000 times. In other words, a year's time is enough. Then, we just need to extend the final battle a month later to a year. The 4th Era's Ancestor Gods had a certain understanding of this. They agreed with Long Chen's idea very much. In the end, Ancestor God Primordial Chaos said, since Demon Ancestor Chiyu is so insistent, we won't force him. However, we have to give Ancestor God Pangu a chance to recover. Therefore, I suggest moving the final battle to a year later. Let him have at least a year to resist the myriad devil baleful chi. Regarding the 4th floor of the Tower of Time, Long Chen naturally wouldn't let them know too much. I agree. On this side, all 8 of them instantly agreed. In fact, everyone could see that Long Chen and the others were being suppressed. Demon Ancestor Chiyu should have dispelled the myriad devil baleful chi during the battle. Moreover, he should have lost the battle. Therefore, at this moment, the other 2 4th Era's Ancestor Gods who remained neutral exchanged a glance with each other and chose to agree. This was a gap of 10 to 7. Among the 5th Era's Ancestor Gods, everyone could clearly see that the Primordial War Ancestor and the others had already gathered a batch of people. These people were the first to agree, and they had also pulled in many others. Everyone attached great importance to this ranking battle. Therefore, they were somewhat disdainful of Demon Ancestor Chio's behavior. Therefore, they basically agreed with the decision to move the final battle to a year later. This was the first time that Long Chen's side had crushed the other side by a large margin in the Ancestor God Alliance's vote. This meant that although the other side was arrogant and seemed to have gained an advantage, they had actually lost a portion of the people's support. More people favored Long Chen's side. This was also a counterattack to them. Since that's the case, I announce that the 5th Era's Ancestor God's final battle will be moved to this day 1 year later. Actually, to the Ancestor Gods, a year was just an instant. Only to Long Chen, a year was 10,000 years. 10 years was 100,000 years. 100 years was 1,000,000 years. After the vote, Demon Ancestor Chiyu still laughed and said, "You are really polite. Is there a difference from a month to a year? In a year's time, I reckon this loser can't even expel a 10,000th of my 10,000 fiend baneful aura. Even if he can barely enter the battlefield, he will come here to embarrass himself. If you propose 10 years or 100 years, I don't think it will be a problem." Ha! He laughed smugly again. His despicable ways were completely exposed today. Long Chen looked at Ancestor God Pangu, who was possessed by the 10,000 fiend baneful aura and unable to extricate himself. The rage in his heart rose to a whole new level. "If it's just to defeat you, a year's time is enough, Demon Ancestor Chiyu," Long Chen suddenly said. Demon Ancestor Chiyu was taken aback and asked, "Are you talking about you or that trash Pangu?" Long Chen smiled and could not be bothered to answer him. He knew that Demon Ancestor Chiyu was powerful, but his answer was that it was not only Ancestor God Pangu, but also himself. Of course, the eyes of the masses were sharp. Today, everyone knew that Demon Ancestor Chiyu was not a match for Ancestor God Pangu. Quibbling would only make him a laughing stock. Without further ado, Long Chen quickly bade farewell to the ancestor gods of the fourth era and transferred ancestor god Pangu to the fourth floor of the Tower of Time. He could expel the aura on his own here, and the other ancestor gods could help him. In fact, it would take less than 10,000 years. After this battle, they would have to wait for a year. 1 year was just a blink of an eye. Therefore, many onlooking ancestor gods did not even bother to go back. Instead, they stayed here to watch the final battle. After today's feud, the final battle would definitely be more exciting. After returning to the fourth floor of the Tower of Time, Long Chen discussed with the other ancestor gods of the fourth era. They all agreed that his greatest task was to improve himself. If you need to find the ancestral dragon's inheritance, you can tell us at any time. As long as you find it, we will help you get it, they said. With their help, Long Chen was not worried that he could not recover to the peak state of the ancestral dragon. He cultivated in silence on the fourth floor of the Tower of Time, striving for a higher realm, the ancestor god realm of the sixth era. As time passed, Long Chen felt that the good and evil lake and the message sent by the righteous path in the human world might be wrong. After all, he had been searching in the Jiuli demon domain for such a long time without any results. Chapter 35-53. Of course, he didn't approach. The fourth era's ancestral gods had already added several layers of formations to the dragon sacrificial continent. The outermost layer, the eternal steel divine diagram, was the weakest. Further in, the other array diagrams could even block the attacks of the fourth epoch's primordial ancestral gods. These array diagrams were similar to the ones the ancestral gods had set up in their own worlds. It was clear how much they protected Long Chen. Therefore, in the current situation, as long as Long Chen stayed in the dragon's sacrificial continent, he would be fine. Once the fourth era's ancestral gods attacked and destroyed all the spell formations, the 8 fourth era's ancestral gods, who had clearly expressed their support for Long Chen, would have instantly arrived here through the death rain. Sometimes, the fourth era's ancestral gods would also wander around the dragon's sacrificial continent. Fortunately, none of them were here this time. Demon ancestor Qi Yu was lucky. He just stayed in the distance and didn't rush forward. His eyes locked on a syndicate dragon of the first ancestor dragon, which belonged to the 9th era's destruction ancestral god realm. Then, demon ancestor Qi Yu said, "Tell that Long Chen to come out. I have something very important to tell him, but make him keep it a secret. Otherwise, he will regret it for the rest of his life." The supreme dragon quickly passed the news to Long Chen. Hearing that it was demon ancestor Qi Yu, Long Chen arrived at the eternal god realm. He wanted to inform the primordial war ancestor and the others directly, but demon ancestor Qi Yu said to keep it a secret, so he held back. In the blink of an eye, he appeared here. Demon ancestor Qi Yu was outside the dragon sacrificial continent, separated by several formations. When the two sides met, there was anger in their eyes. But demon ancestor Qi Yu seemed to have won. After seeing Long Chen, he went straight to the point and said, "I know what you have been looking for recently, and I also know that it is actually in my Jiuli demon realm. And now, you may not dare to believe it, but it is in my hands. Let me show you this crack." He casually stretched out his hand, and the all-encompassing power of origin formed a black lightning in his hand. What Long Chen found inconceivable was that it was exactly the same as the righteous path of the human realm. Of course, it was just the details. Karma is in his hands. This news was inconceivable to Long Chen. Therefore, when he heard this, he found it hard to believe. He only calmed down after a long time. He naturally believed that if not for this, the Qi Yu demon ancestor would not have obtained it at all. During this period of time, demon ancestor Qi Yu said, "The thing you want is in my hands." Of course, I'm not that stupid. I know that the fourth era's primordial ancestor gods would even come to snatch it from me for you. But I'm sorry, it's not with me now. I've hidden it somewhere in the infinite worlds. 5 days later, this tiny existence will use the item I gave him to pass this information to one of the 7 ancestral gods, including the chaotic cave patriarch. At that time, they will easily obtain what you want. Karma. The infinite worlds are so vast. You won't be able to find that location in 5 days. You won't be able to find that existence either. Of course, if you pass this information to anyone other than you, as long as I sense anything, I will directly pass the location to the 7 fourth era's primordial ancestor gods. You should know very well that once they obtain karma, you will never be able to obtain it again in your lifetime. They will not give it to you even if they die. They will even be willing to destroy it. In a very short time, demon ancestor Chiyu explained many things more clearly. How do you know it's karma? Long Chen was thinking. I guessed, demon ancestor Chiyu said expressionlessly. It was not difficult to guess the divine Tao heart refining dragon. Perhaps when he returned this time, he knew that Long Chen had gone to his Jiuli demon territory. No wonder he could not find karma in the Jiuli demon territory. It was because demon ancestor Chiyu had obtained it first. You underestimated my understanding of my world. After you found time and life consecutively, I was unconvinced and focused all my energy on them. Finally, I gained something. Demon ancestor Chiyu sneered. Let me warn you again. Once you let the other 4th era's primordial ancestor gods know about this, you will forever lose karma. Given how fragile karma is now, the chaotic cave ancestor and the others can destroy it. This was his threat. He definitely could not let the other 4th era's primordial ancestor gods know about it. Even now, he did not want the chaotic cave ancestor and the others to know about it. Whether this was just his scheme or the entire group's scheme, he didn't know. If it was only demon ancestor Chiyu, it would be easy to handle. If the chaotic cave ancestor and the others joined forces and wanted to use the temptation of karma to kill Long Chen, it would be troublesome. You can rest assured that this time, I acted on my own. You can choose to directly contact the chaotic cave ancestor and tell him about this, but the loss is that you will never get it, demon ancestor Chiyu said. After saying so much, what exactly do you want me to do? He had set up so many things and made such arrangements, so there must be a condition. It's very simple. You just have to follow me. And then be killed by you, and karma still won't be in my hands? Long Chen asked. Demon ancestor Chiyu sneered and said, that will depend on your ability. Karma is in my hands. If you want to obtain it, how can you not take risks? Now, you have 2 choices. First, follow me and take the risk alone. You can't tell anyone. If you have the ability, karma will naturally be in your hands within these 5 days. Second, you can refuse. I'll give you about 2 days to consider. If you don't choose the first option, then karma will definitely be in the hands of the 4th era's primordial ancestor gods, and they will probably destroy it. I also want to know, if karma is destroyed, will your dragon sacrificial continent still exist? How many of these trillions of divine dragons will die? This was a threat. Moreover, it was a heavy, despicable, and shameless threat. Remember, this is your challenge alone. If the 4th era's primordial ancestor gods come to cause trouble, it'll be useless even if they capture me if they come. I know that the primordial soul ancestor is very good at searching memories, but once they appear, I'll immediately inform the chaotic whole ancestor and the others. Moreover, this time, I won't be easily searched. These were all time bombs thrown by the other party. Long Chen deeply understood that the real trouble had come. It wasn't just targeting him, but the entire dragon sacrificial continent. From the excitement and malevolence in demon ancestor Chio's eyes, perhaps this matter really had nothing to do with the chaotic whole ancestor and the others for the time being. This was demon ancestor Chio's private action. Everything he did was for himself. I can't tell the 4th era's primordial ancestor gods. If he really didn't tell them, it would be stupid. However, if they gave themselves away and were discovered by demon ancestor Chiyu, it would be a huge problem. Let me think about it first. He stood in front of demon ancestor Qiyu. In fact, he had already discussed with Lingxi and Li Xuanji. Li Xuanji said, I suggest that we tell the fourth era's primordial ancestor gods about the whole matter, but we have to tell them not to act rashly for the time being. It'll be good if they can monitor the seven over there. Once they make a move and head in a certain direction, they can still chase and entangle them through the death rain. As for what this demon ancestor Qiyu wants to do, you might have to deal with it yourself. Lingxi also said, let them know and know that they have a plan. At the most critical moment, they might even come out to help. However, if they don't say anything, once there's a fatal crisis, the loss will be greater than the karma. What they were thinking was also what Long Chen was thinking. However, he must convince the fourth era's primordial ancestor gods not to act rashly. Thus, Long Chen made a decision in his heart. As for the fourth era's primordial ancestor gods, he let Li Xuanji and Lingxi explain it clearly. At this moment, Long Chen had already made up his mind. He said, I'll go with you. At least you know what's good for you. Don't worry, this time, your life and death are still in your hands. How you end up depends on yourself. Who asked me to discover that karma first? After demon ancestor Qiyu finished speaking, he laughed loudly and moved forward. As for Long Chen, he maintained a distance and followed behind him. If he suddenly attacked him, there was still room for resistance. Chapter 35-54. It was precisely because the Qiyu demon ancestor had obtained karma. What he feared the most was handing it over to the fourth era's ancestral gods, fearing that they would destroy it. Otherwise, Long Chen would not be so passive. He and Lingxi and Li Xuanji were connected telepathically. The two of them were responsible for explaining the situation to the fourth era's ancestral gods. Long Chen had left the Death Realm Dragon Gate in their worlds. All the ancestral gods had arrived at the Death Realm. Long Chen and the Qiyu demon ancestor were walking in the starry sky. The two of them were moving quickly in a certain direction. What's the situation now? The fourth era's ancestral gods were naturally very concerned. We probably haven't reached the destination yet. With the ancestral gods here, there shouldn't be any problems. The Destiny Star ancestor pondered, this is too risky, and we might lose our lives. Is it worth it for the origin of the ancestral dragon world? Lingxi said, there's no other way. If karma is handed over to the Chaos Cave ancestor or destroyed, it will have a huge impact on his future. After all, it is the origin of the world. If karma is destroyed, the most worrying thing is the impact on the dragon sacrificial continent and the mystical dragon race. The dragon sacrificial continent and the mystical dragon race were what Long Chen was most worried about. This is the reason why he has to take the risk. For a moment, the fourth era's ancestral gods were confused. From the looks of it, firstly, it depends on Long Chen's reaction and ability to avoid traps. Secondly, it depends on whether we can be of use at the critical moment. The ancestral gods discussed and could only come to this decision. It is said that he placed karma in a place in the infinite worlds and let an ordinary being know the location. It should be too difficult to find it. It will take at least 1,000 years. As for how to know the location, it should be very easy for the fourth era's ancestral gods to find it. We are too passive. We can secretly monitor the fourth era's ancestral gods. Each of us will monitor one and leave one here to prevent the Qiyu demon ancestor from setting a trap. This was a good idea. They finally decided to let the Chaos ancestral gods stay here. The others went to monitor the other party's 7 fourth era progenitor gods. Of course, they were monitoring them from afar. They knew how to be cautious. Long Chen was naturally aware of their discussion in the Death World. Therefore, he opened the Death World Dragon Gate for the fourth era's ancestral gods to approach the 7 fourth era's ancestral god worlds, allowing them to approach secretly. The Sheiji demon forefather should be in his world. I'll hide first. The first thing they needed to confirm was whether or not the other party existed. One was in the dark, and the other was in the light. One didn't hide, and the other hid, so it wasn't difficult to find out. The Chaos Hole Wizard Ancestor is also in the Chaos Hole Wizard world. Sacred Ancestor Kitagarbha is also in the God realm of all beings. When the 7 Fourth Era Primordial Ancestor Gods went out, it could be confirmed that the 7 Fourth Era Primordial Ancestor Gods of the other side were at their positions. There's nothing strange about them. It looks like this is indeed the Demon Ancestor Chiyo's solo operation. Long Chen, what do you think Demon Ancestor Chiyu wants to do? Long Chen thought for a moment and said, how should I put it? I think he's a little jealous of me. I can be sure that although he's a creation ancestor god, he still wants to become stronger. However, there's no way to make him stronger in this world, so he might want to kill me to vent his anger. After all, I obtained so much of my world origin from his world. It's even more intolerable for him. I think so too. Now it seems that he's looking for a place to kill you. However, with his plan, it's very likely that your death world won't be able to use that place. So, you really have to be careful. This time, it's really troublesome that the other party has something on you. Fortunately, if you were sent to the 4th Era's primordial ancestor gods, you and we would definitely be in big trouble. Long Chen thought so too. Now, he could only see if he had a chance to snatch back karma from Demon Ancestor Chiyu. Everything was ready. Long Chen kept following Demon Ancestor Chiyu forward. Demon Ancestor Chiyu's demonic chi was monstrous, as if he was accompanied by billions of malicious ghosts. He was extremely ferocious and difficult to approach. What's this guy up to? The front became more and more blurry, but the surroundings felt somewhat familiar. Soon, a huge object appeared in front of them, like a huge graveyard in the starry sky. Long Chen took a closer look. Wasn't this the tomb of Samsara? He had come to the tomb of Samsara several times before. It had happened several times before. Now, there were no more barriers between the infinite worlds, and the tomb of reincarnation had also descended upon the infinite worlds. However, the reincarnation sacred tree in the tomb of reincarnation had disappeared, and the interior was empty. There was nothing to excavate. However, what was special was that once one entered the interior, it would be an independent space. Whether it was the life and death realms or the divine kingdom, everything was suppressed and could not be opened. It was even more sealed than the world in the 3rd Era's Yuan stone. Most importantly, it was completely sealed inside, and no information could be transmitted out. Even the communication between Long Chen and Li Xuanji would be cut off by the tomb of Samsara. This was definitely the most crucial point. No wonder Demon Ancestor Chiyu wants to place karma in a certain location in the myriad worlds and tell a mortal to come 5 days later. He sent a message to the Black Hole Ancestral Shaman and the others. He's worried that he'll be trapped in the tomb of Samsara. He can't directly notify the Black Hole Ancestor and the others, so he's arranged an escape route, causing me to still be in danger. This is a problem. This Demon Ancestor Chiyu is afraid that I have the support of the 4th Era's ancestor god, so he wants me to enter the tomb of Samsara. This planning department was really good. Firstly, I won't be able to receive the instant support of the 4th epoch's primordial ancestor god. Secondly, he doesn't have to worry about me escaping. There are plenty of opportunities for him to kill me. Thirdly, once my reinforcements arrive, he can still use that mortal to threaten me. Fourth, he is the creator god. Even if I have reinforcements and threaten him with my life, he won't be afraid because he knows me very well. He knew that I would never destroy a world and all life in the world just to choose myself. So, no matter what, he would not die. With the Chiyu Fiend ancestor's personality, as long as he doesn't die, he probably isn't afraid of any punishment. How troublesome. How troublesome. Thinking of this, Long Chen knew that this demon ancestor Chiyu must have prepared for a long time for such a thorough plan. Now, the two of them had already arrived at the entrance of the tomb of Samsara. No one could move this huge starry tomb away. Furthermore, the entrance wasn't big. At this moment, demon ancestor Chiyu faced Long Chen and said coldly, I'll go in first. However, I have to remind you that there are only 4 days left. If you still don't come in within 4 days, then karma and your dragon sacrificial continent will probably be gone. Of course, you can also choose to call all the fourth era's primordial ancestor gods to come in and torture me together, forcing me to reveal the whereabouts of karma. However, you can try and see if you can do it. Since I dare to come here, it means that I'm not afraid of anything. If that's the case, don't worry, karma won't be in your hands. This was a threat and a warning. In reality, when Long Chen saw the tomb of Samsara, he thought of a solution, and that was to let all the fourth era's primordial ancestor gods enter. There were still 4 days left. Long Chen didn't believe that he couldn't find the whereabouts of karma in this Chi-Yu fiend ancestor's soul, especially with the existence of the ancestor of the original soul. However, it was obvious that demon ancestor Chi-Yu naturally knew the pros and cons of the tomb of Samsara, so he warned Long Chen in advance. It seemed that he had the confidence to prevent such a situation from happening. This was a method that needed to be discussed. However, there was one thing that Long Chen had to know. He said, after saying so much, how can I possibly obtain karma? If it was impossible, there was no need for him to enter. He could just let the fourth era's primordial ancestor gods capture him, interrogate him, and search his soul. Demon ancestor Chi-Yu said seriously, there's only one way, and that is to convince me. From then on, that karma will be yours. How can I convince you? Chapter 35-55. He left an endless headache for Long Chen. Now that the Chi-Yu demon ancestor had entered, Long Chen still had 4 days to think. Standing here, he was actually communicating with the fourth era's ancestral gods. The tomb of Samsara? Looks like he wants to kill you inside, said the chaos ancestral god. I think he might be deliberately mystifying us. With the ancestor of original soul's methods, we can rush into the tomb of Samsara and control him together. Can't we find the location of the world of karma, said the ancestral god of 6 paths angrily. The ancestor of original soul said, he's one of the top ancestral gods of the 5th era and is very close to us. Wiping his memories last time seems to have lost its effect. The Chi-Yu demon ancestor's will is very strong. If he fights to the death, he might not succeed. So it's a risk for us to go in together. But at least Long Chen is safe. They were still worried about Long Chen's life. However, from Long Chen's point of view, if the world of karma was destroyed, it would be a huge blow to him. What would happen to the dragon sacrificial continent then? Imagine. He wants me to convince him. But I'm no match for him now, Long Chen pondered. He still had some time to think. At this critical moment, he consulted the origin dragon servant, mainly to ask what would happen to the dragon sacrificial continent if world of karma was destroyed. However, after hearing about the tomb of Samsara, the origin dragon servant laughed and said, I've been busy searching for the ancestral dragon's inheritance and forgot about the tomb of Samsara. What is it? Seeing that the origin dragon servant was somewhat relaxed, Long Chen smelled the turning point. The tomb of Samsara was added to the dragon sacrificial continent and the ancestral dragons created it. It's actually a part of the dragon sacrificial continent. It just belongs to the original dragon sacrificial continent. The statue of the 10th ancestral dragon seems to have been destroyed. The statue of the first ancestral dragon doesn't have it, but you happen to have the blood essence of the 8 ancestral dragons. If you drip your dragon blood on these 8 ancestral dragon sculptures, I reckon you'll be able to control the tomb of Samsara and turn this place into a part of the new dragon sacrificial continent. There's such a good thing. Before this, the tomb of Samsara had always been unfamiliar and uncontrollable. If Long Chen had known this earlier, he wouldn't have been in so much danger in the previous battles. It was a pity that he only found out about it now. However, it was enough to excite him. As soon as the origin dragon servant finished speaking, Long Chen flew above the tomb of Samsara. First, he went to the statue of the primeval sacrificial dragon. Its chest and abdomen were exactly where the door of the tomb of Samsara was. Long Chen sacrificed a bit of the primeval sacrificial dragon's blood essence and dripped it onto the statue. In an instant, a ripple spread out, and the entire statue seemed to come to life. The marks of time faded away, and a new brilliance radiated from it. It was simply vivid and lifelike. The once dark gray dragon scales had now turned silver, sparkling with light. Long Chen also deeply felt that this tomb of Samsara also had a feeling that it was connected to his bloodline. It had truly become a part of him and a part of the dragon sacrificial continent. He could clearly see the network of the space inside the tomb of Samsara. His control over the space inside the tomb of Samsara was almost the same as the ancestral dragon's inner world. There was basically no problem in instantaneous transformations and transference, let alone opening the life and death realms. This was naturally completely out of the Chiyu demon ancestor's expectations. However, there's only 1/9 of the space. This was because he had only settled the part of the primeval sacrificial dragon. However, it was obvious that he only needed to settle the other ancestral dragons. Next, he moved on to the ancestral dragon statues and dripped a drop of his inherited essence blood, making every divine dragon statue come to life, except for the destroyed chaotic heaven-devouring dragon. Only 1/9 of the space inside the tomb of Samsara was left under Long Chen's control. After controlling 8/9 of the space inside the tomb of Samsara, the remaining 1/9 was somewhat insignificant and would not affect Long Chen too much this time. Of course, the entire tomb of Samsara did not completely belong to Long Chen. Long Chen was still unable to completely transfer it to the dragon sacrificial continent, because there was still a 1/9 possibility that it was still under the control of the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon, and Long Chen could not bring it away. Of course, for today's big trouble, this huge change was simply enough. In this way, the space inside the tomb of Samsara is practically equivalent to my death world. I can make the fourth era's ancestral gods appear instantly, and I can also instantly appear at any location here, causing the Chiyu demon ancestor to lose most of the initiative. I can also leave at any time. The most important thing is that the Chiyu demon ancestor doesn't even know. This time, the origin dragon attendant had been a great help. Long Chen's heart was extremely excited. The trouble had not even started, and he had already gotten a turn for the better. This feeling was simply too refreshing. He hurriedly told this news to the fourth era's ancestral gods. At this time, the fourth era's ancestral gods were still calculating how to ensure that they could search for the Chiyu demon ancestors' memories. When they heard this news, they were naturally relieved of a heavy burden. In that case, you go in first and see what he has up his sleeves. Once there is any danger, we will all appear. At least your life is guaranteed. If you can't get that karma, then we can only control him together. The Chaos Ancestral Gods' thoughts were clear. Now that there was a way out and their lives were guaranteed, they decided that Long Chen would go first. If it did not work, then they would go. No problem. With a decision, of course they would go in as soon as possible. After all, they only had 4 days. It took them a day to get here. Long Chen had some understanding of the situation inside the tomb of Samsara. He controlled 80% of this space, and the Chiyu demon ancestor was in this 80%. He was resting with his eyes closed while waiting for Long Chen. There did not seem to be anything suspicious about him, and he did not seem to have made any arrangements. Seeing him, Long Chen thought of the Pangu ancestor god who had been ambushed by him. He still felt a great sense of disgust. In a flash, Long Chen entered the tomb of Samsara. The dim yellow world inside did not change. What changed was the connection between Long Chen and this world. This place was like his dragon sacrificial continent, and also like his life and death realms. He could freely change within this place, move anywhere, and control life and death, reverse yin and yang. He was everywhere, and there was nothing he could not do. Seeing his arrival, the Chiyu demon ancestor said word by word, "You really have guts. Chiyu demon ancestor, now you can clearly tell me how I can get my karma, right?" Long Chen asked directly from 1,000 miles away. It's very simple. Just defeat me. The Chiyu demon ancestor was very straightforward this time. Defeat me, and I will be completely convinced by you. I will naturally give you my karma with both hands. Longchen had a premonition before, but he did not expect this to be what he wanted. He shook his head and said, "To be honest, I am now the 7th era's ancestral god, and you are the 5th era's ancestral god. There are 2 great eras between us. Even if I am an ancestral dragon, and 3 ancestral dragons at that, the highest I can deal with is only at the level of Celestial Ancestor Yang Mei and Celestial Emperor Jade Emperor, which is equivalent to being born at the end of the 5th era. You, on the other hand, are one of the 3 strongest ancestral gods of the 5th era. I am worlds apart from you, and it is impossible for me to win in a head-on battle with you. It seems that the demon ancestor has no intention of giving me karma. I didn't want to give it to you in the first place. I just want to see if you have the guts to challenge this limit. It is because it is impossible that it is interesting, isn't it? Otherwise, why would I give you such a peerless treasure so easily? Can you give me a year's time? Impossible. If you reach the 6th era's ancestral god realm in a year's time, you will have a higher chance of defeating me based on your battle achievements. Then what is there to surpass the limit and challenge the impossible? What can be said? What I want is for you to defeat me in a situation where there is no hope at all. Otherwise, you can forget about karma. Of course, since you have come in now, don't think about leaving. Chapter 35-56. Perhaps to the Chiyu demon ancestor, now that Longchen had entered alone, he was like a turtle in a jar. Moreover, if Longchen chose to give up, then the 4th era's ancestral gods would come. Time was limited, and he had to complete his plan before Longchen gave up. Don't go. Unexpectedly, the Chiyu demon ancestor attacked at this time. Innocent human demon. The power of the 5th era's ancestral god. Longchen had seen the terrifying power of innocent human demon with his own eyes. Back then, only Pangu ancestor god could resolve it. Among the many 5th era's ancestral gods, at least 80% of them were defeated by the Chiyu demon ancestor's rule. The human demon descended. Countless malicious spirits surrounded the demon god's body. That huge fist condensed a peak fist aura. Under the pressure, even the space inside the tomb of Samsara shattered endlessly. Break. Innocent. Human demon. This was the will of the Chiyu demon ancestor. He was fearless, extremely arrogant, and his demonic nature was unrivaled. His will and the power of origin of the world attacked together. To Longchen, this was just the beginning, but it was already a devastating blow. Wang. The entire world around him was filled with the Chiyu demon ancestor's demonic chi. Previously, when he obtained time, Longchen was far from being a match for the Chiyu demon ancestor. He was crushed with a casual punch. Now, he was still under this irresistible pressure. However, in 2 different times, Longchen's state of mind was not the same. At least, Longchen had broken through. Since you want to fight, I'll accompany you. It was basically impossible to defeat him, but Longchen also wanted to see if there was any chance to turn things around. Obviously, the Chiyu demon ancestor would not give him karma easily. Therefore, this might be the biggest problem that Longchen had encountered in such a long time. He was like 3 7th era's ancestral dragons working together to fight an opponent at the peak of the 5th era. 9 Death's Slaughter Sword. Eternal Time Calamity Finger. Eternal Time Calamity Finger. 3 types of rules were displayed at the same time. The life quietus formed a forbidden zone that enveloped the Chiyu demon ancestor. Life was stripped away and the power of withering was like a tree growing on his body. However, the Chiyu demon ancestor's chi and blood were terrifyingly vigorous, enough to turn into a giant that was 100,000 feet tall. Even Longchen's life quietus could not strip away much of his life force in a short period of time. At most, it was equivalent to tearing off a piece of flesh from his body. 9 gigantic divine dragons made up of blood-colored sword chi, as well as the swift and dazzling finger of eternal time calamity, collided with innocent devilman's fist force. What made Long Chen feel helpless was that his heaven-defying attack, which combined the three into one, had torn Qiyu demonic ancestor apart in a very short period of time. Run, run. At this juncture, he could only skillfully use his control over the tomb of Samsara and try his best to dodge without the Qiyu demon ancestor noticing. Of course, his rules still blocked some of the attacks. Otherwise, one attack from the Qiyu demon ancestor would have turned Long Chen into ashes. Damn it. This Qiyu demon ancestor is so terrifying. Even dozens of me are not his match. How can I defeat him? Long Chen's expression was ferocious and nervous. He dodged continuously, but innocent devilman's attack still hit him. He flew backward, his flesh and blood shattered, and his body exploded. Even the source of the world showed cracks. Of course, if he was hit directly, that would probably be even worse. He would be turned into ashes directly. Long Chen did not want to reveal his control over the tomb of Samsara for now. That could be his last chance to turn things around. Therefore, he wanted to hang on and see if there was a way to break it. In any case, if he wanted to defeat his opponent in a head-on battle under the extreme pressure of the Qiyu demon ancestor, it would be a fool's dream. This was the difference in absolute power. Tai Chi life body. Life force swept out. The Tai Chi life body was Long Chen's greatest reliance. At this moment, be it the source of the world or his flesh and blood, their injuries healed rapidly. Fortunately, the remaining demonic chi on his body was not the 10,000 demonic chi. Otherwise, Long Chen would have to expel it for 10,000 years to recover like ancestor god Pangu. That would be a waste of 10,000 years. This recovery ability of yours is heaven-defying. However, it can't compare to my destructive power. Suddenly, the Qiyu demon ancestor's expression was ferocious. He appeared in front of Long Chen in an instant. This time, what was even more terrifying was that his entire body had turned silver. It was like a silver crescent moon, shining brightly between heaven and earth. Even the monstrous demonic chi had turned silver, surging and tumbling like the waves of the sea. The rules of the demonic Tao could only be described as terrifying. Seeing this silver color, Long Chen's eyes narrowed. This was definitely the most terrifying danger, especially now that the source of the world, the saber, spear, sword, and halberd, had appeared in his 4 hands. The power of the source of the world was a fatal threat. Obviously, what followed next was the momentary demon of the 3 demon scriptures of heaven, earth, and man. Only ancestor god Pangu's beginning of heaven and earth could suppress it. Momentary demon. Quick. Hate. Accurate. Roar. The Qiyu demon ancestor let out an angry roar, shaking the heavens and earth. The entire tomb of reincarnation shook violently, as if it was about to explode because of this sound. Actually, Long Chen had wanted to try it first to see if he had the ability to fight against the Qiyu demon ancestor. Of course, he had a strong desire to defeat the Qiyu demon ancestor. He would sweep away the humiliation of that punch. He would sweep away the hatred of ancestor god Pangu. He would even take revenge for that heavy injury. However, with the birth of the instant earth demon, Long Chen truly understood how terrifying the Qiyu demon ancestor was. He was almost the same as the 4th era's primordial ancestor god. He was already standing in a position where he could absolutely crush Long Chen. The power of the instant earth demon could simply kill him in an instant. Momentary demon. Buzz. The Qiyu demon ancestor suddenly threw out the saber, spear, sword, and halberd. Among them, the saber, spear, and sword stabbed at Long Chen's 3 source of the world. Obviously, he wanted to kill Long Chen instantly. Perhaps he really wanted to kill Long Chen at all costs. This made Long Chen suspect that the chaotic whole ancestor and the others had something to do with this matter. After all, they were the ones who wanted Long Chen dead the most. However, his intuition told him otherwise. The Qiyu demon ancestor was acting alone. In that case, why did he want to kill Long Chen? He could not figure it out. Super spacetime killing sword. Exhausting all his strength, Long Chen used a domineering sword and a ferocious sword to collide with the momentary demon sword. However, no matter how much Long Chen used, the super spacetime killing sword still shattered the other party. It could be said that it did not stop the other party at all. At that moment, a fatal crisis descended. Long Chen, danger. This was a fatal threat. In fact, Long Chen had not given up. He had been looking for a turning point. After persevering for so long, he could only hand everything over to the fourth epoch's ancestor god and the others. I still can't obtain karma by myself. Long Chen was very unwilling to accept this. However, there was no other way. It was definitely possible to defeat the Qiyu demon ancestor, but he still lacked 10,000 years of cultivation. He naturally remembered today's threat of death, but it was not over yet. Next, it would depend on the fourth epoch's ancestor god. At the last moment, Long Chen opened the Death Realm Dragon Gate. A 9-colored mist suddenly appeared in front of Long Chen. It was the Chaos Ancestor God. Go back. The Chaos Ancestor God had long asked Long Chen to let him out, but Long Chen still persisted, because he knew that since the Qiyu demon ancestor had made such preparations, he must have a way to prevent the fourth epoch's ancestor gods from oppressing him to obtain karma. Therefore, letting the Chaos Ancestor God appear was basically cutting off any hope of obtaining karma. If not for that, he would not have needed to persist at all. The Chaos Ancestor God appeared in a hurry, and with a jolt, all the sabers, spears, and swords were blocked and sent flying. However, because he appeared too late, the last divine weapon still passed through the Chaos Ancestor God and pierced through Long Chen. It stabbed into Long Chen's body, and the power of the instant earth demon erupted, which was also fatal. Fortunately, it did not harm the world's source. Taiji life body. At this time, Long Chen desperately recovered, resisting the eruption of the instant earth demon. Silver demonic chi swept through his body, bursting his flesh. Although his life was temporarily not in danger, the demonic halberd was still tumbling on his body. It was like a giant beast rushing into his body, and Long Chen could only hold it down. He desperately pulled out. Chaos Ancestor God. When he saw the Chaos Ancestor God appear, the Qiyu demon ancestor was shocked. What shocked him even more was that the primordial Chaos Ancestor God, the Creation Ancestor God, the demonic forefather Six Paths, the Destiny Star forefather, the founding demonic forefather, the original soul forefather, and the primordial war forefather had all come out of the Death Realm Dragon Gate, and instantly surrounded the Qiyu demon ancestor. The Qiyu demon ancestor actually laughed out loud. Chapter 3557. The Fate-Changing Rope. When the Fourth Era's ancestral gods appeared by Long Chen's side and completely protected Long Chen relaxed quite a bit. With them around in his Taiji life body, demon ancestor Qiyu would not be able to kill him. The problem was that in this way, it would be even more difficult to obtain karma. Once the Chaos Whole Ancestor and the others obtained it, it would be a huge problem. Once they were destroyed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just as Long Chen was racking his brains for a solution, demon ancestor Qiyu had no intention of giving up when he saw the Fourth Era's ancestral gods arrive. Instead, he was still sneering. His demonic halberd was still piercing Long Chen's body, and the Chaos Ancestral God was preparing to pull out Long Chen's world origin. At this moment, to everyone's surprise, the demonic halberd suddenly transformed from a ferocious battle halberd into a pale white rope. One end of the rope was held in the hands of the Qiyu demon ancestor. What is this? Many of the Fourth Era's ancestral gods were shocked. The 10,000 realms were barren and did not have many precious treasures. Apart from the world origin, there was nothing else. But the appearance of the fate-changing rope completely exceeded the senses of the Fourth Era's ancestral gods. Even the most powerful ancestral gods did not know what it was. Break. However, at this time, they knew that they were in danger. Although Long Chen had the support of the Tai Chi life body and hadn't been injured, the problem was that he was entangled by the fate-changing rope. Who knew what would happen next? Many ancestral gods attacked the rope. Among them, the primordial soul ancestor and a few others targeted demon ancestor Chiyu. With their strength, taking down demon ancestor Chiyu was a matter of an instant. But demon ancestor Chiyu's speed and reaction were just too fast. In that instant, the fate-changing rope appeared, space and the world distorted. With a whoosh, demon ancestor Chiyu, the rope, and Long Chen were all dragged into another space. This was something Long Chen did not expect. It was not just Long Chen. Even the creator gods of the myriad worlds would not have guessed that such a thing existed in the myriad worlds. Dragging Long Chen into another world in the tomb of Samsara could only be described as a miracle. A miracle happened. The fourth epoch's primordial ancestor gods were actually unable to block it. After all, they had lost their memories. What was happening in front of them was just too inconceivable. When Long Chen and the Chiyu demon ancestor instantly disappeared before their eyes, they finally knew that they were in trouble. Long Chen. Demon ancestor Chiyu. They were the only ones left in the empty tomb of Samsara. This is bad. Everyone looked at each other, their faces pale. What is that thing? How could it be so fast? We didn't even know. And it can even cause such changes in the tomb of Samsara? No one knew the answer. Everyone must be extremely anxious in their hearts. The chaos ancestral god said, "It's already happened. There's no point in blaming yourself. First, we can only search the tomb of Samsara and see if we can find any clues. Second, we can only hope that Long Chen himself can persevere through this difficulty. Anyway, he hasn't disappointed us until now, has he? That's right. Don't be discouraged." For a moment, the fourth epoch's primordial ancestor gods had solemn expressions as they used all their skills to search the surroundings. At the same time, Long Chen and the Chiyu demon ancestor appeared in a dark world. The Chiyu demon ancestor had a ferocious expression and was extremely pleased with himself. The pale white rope in his hand wrapped around Long Chen in layers. Long Chen was completely immobilized by this terrifying rope. What is this? Not to mention this dark world, even this rope could temporarily seal Long Chen. The sudden unexpected change made Long Chen lose his cool at first. But in such a situation, he had no choice but to calm down. This was a moment of life and death. This is the fate-changing rope. The Chiyu demon ancestor was so excited that he was a little deranged. He gripped the rope tightly with both hands, as though he was worried that Long Chen would escape. What is it? Where did it come from? Logically speaking, Long Chen's knowledge clearly surpassed that of all the ancestor gods. He had even seen something like the smelting god cauldron before. But at this moment, he could not tell what the rope was. It was not the world quintessence, much less a destinable divine weapon. What it is isn't important. What's important is what use it has. Long Chen, you know that I'm jealous of you. You also know that even in my dreams, I want a chance to improve myself. Even if it means becoming a destruction ancestor god. As a creation ancestor god, it's just too hard for me to live a life with such strength. Perhaps there's an even higher existence. One day, I found this rope and learned of its use. Today, I will defy the heavens and change my fate. The Chiyu demon ancestor's hands trembled as he gripped the rope. His other two arms spread out as though he was cheering. What do you mean? Long Chen did not understand. How was he going to defy the heavens and change his fate? If he killed him, he would be able to defy the heavens and change his fate? That didn't make sense. At this moment, the Chiyu demon ancestor did not answer him. Instead, he waved the rope. Long Chen could sense that his end of the rope was like a snake, slithering across his body. Finally, it coiled around Long Chen's left arm, where Long Chen's world quintessence, time, was. In the previous battle, time had been coiling around his arm, but now, it had been instantly bound and controlled. The Chi-Yu demon ancestor laughed. It's not like I didn't give you a way out. You are still your ancestral dragon. Don't worry, you won't die either. You currently have the bodies of the primordial blood soul dragon, the Taiji life form dragon, and the void infinity dragon. Only the void infinity dragon is the third epoch's progenitor dragon. What I want is your void infinity dragon's divine body. Even at this point, Long Chen still didn't understand. He said, don't tell me you've gone mad. How are you going to obtain my divine body? This is the miracle you are about to witness. I can't wait any longer. The Chi-Yu demon ancestor laughed loudly. As he laughed, his world quintessence appeared once again. But this time, they merged into one, finally becoming a complete world quintessence. It was a black sphere, and within that sphere, one could vaguely see the sabers, spears, swords, and halberds from before. The Chi-Yu demon ancestor was just a world quintessence. Go. At this moment, the other end of the fate-changing rope was coiled around the black world quintessence. Its tail was like a long snake, sticking its head out and looking at the black world quintessence with hostility. Long Chen had a bad feeling about this. This guy was so mysterious. Could it really be that he could take away his void infinity dragon's body? If that was the case, how would it be achieved? Exchanging ancestral souls? This was too unimaginable. Even before the epoch, there was no such thing as exchanging ancestral souls. There was almost no possibility of it being achieved. But the Chi-Yu demon ancestor was so confident. He seemed to have full confidence. My ancestral soul. Indeed, at this moment, the other end of the fate-changing rope pierced into the Chi-Yu demon ancestor's world quintessence like a venomous snake. The seemingly weak rope actually pierced in and penetrated deeply. Before long, Long Chen saw the ancestral soul crawling out of the world quintessence along the rope. The ancestral soul was formed after the primordial spirit became an ancestral soul. It was sturdier and more primitive. The ancestral soul was in the form of the Chi-Yu demon ancestor. Its demonic aura was turbulent, and its vicious aura filled the sky. The ancestral soul's blood-red eyes stared coldly at its destination, which was Long Chen's time. Then, it actually followed the rope and crawled towards time. It should be known that all the creation ancestral gods, even the destruction ancestral gods, did not dare to bring the ancestral soul to the outside world. Firstly, they could not. Secondly, once they appeared, they would definitely face great danger. The ancestral soul did not have any resistance. Once it faced any threat, it would be reduced to ashes. No one would take such a risk. Moreover, without the world quintessence, the ancestral soul could not move at all. However, when the ancestral soul emerged from the world quintessence, the Chi-Yu demon ancestor's entire body was completely still. It was as if he was dead. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.